Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, and we are thankful for basketball. Today, we open up day 3 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions with a matchup between the Vashon Wolverines out of St. Louis and the Tinley Park Titans. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Washington. Again, happy Thanksgiving, and we're also thankful that you're joining us today. Alongside Cody Roskins, it's Larry Larson in with you. And Cody, lots of great basketball on tap. It doesn't stop for the holiday.
No, man. The saying is we sleep in May, Larry, and that saying carries through the holidays as well. Very happy to be here with you, and we've got another great day of basketball on tap.
Yes, indeed. Full schedule for today. It starts here in a few minutes with Tinley Park and Vashon. And then at 5:30, Colorado Prep of St. Mary's takes on Quality Education Academy out of North Carolina. And then at 7 o'clock, Winston-Salem Christian makes their tournament debut against Rabun Gap. And then the nightcap, Urbana and Denmark-Olar at 8:30 p.m. So should be another great day of basketball. A lot of these teams coming from across the country, across the Midwest. Vashon out of St. Louis coming just up I-55 and a few alternate routes as they get closer. And then Tinley Park as well, coming down from the Chicago suburbs. So, Cody, let's break down these two teams. You saw Tinley Park last night beat a tough Joliet West team. What did you see in that matchup?
Well, it really came down to fouls in that game, Larry. They were able to handle foul trouble very well coming down the stretch. At one point, they had 4 players on the court with 4 fouls, but none of them fouled out until the last handful of minutes in that game just because they had played so well aggressive defensively. Tony Webb, player to watch down low in the low block. He's going to eat up a lot of rebounds and go to that right hand quite often.
Tony Webb, the 6'7" senior, is a big fella, and boy, can he get the job done in the post. A glass eater, perhaps you could say. And on Vashon's side, Vashon also defeated Joliet West yesterday, and they looked pretty darn sharp. Kennard Davis Jr. really jumped out to me, Cody, because he was everywhere on the floor. You'll see it once we get tipped off. 6'6" junior, really built like a forward. He can play in the post, but he's so talented and has great guard skills.
Yeah, he does, Larry. Like you said, he kind of plays out there outside, but he's got the size to play down low as well. And that's the thing that's really given teams a lot of trouble so far in this tournament is size on the perimeter, driving to the hole. That's tough to stop down at the high school level.
Indeed it is. Vashon defeating Joliet West 61-59. We will pause for a moment for either God Bless America or the national anthem. It's the national anthem. Another rousing rendition of the national anthem here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Kevin Brown Memorial getting underway for day 3 of action. Day 3 of 5. Cody, it's our last short day of games filled with 4 games of action, starting with Vashon and Tinley Park. We talked about the glass eaters in this one. Tony Webb, Kennard Davis Jr., Cameron Stovall as well for Vashon should be mentioned. What would you say the keys to the game are for both sides?
Well, just because I focused on the Tinley Park game yesterday, Larry, I think the foul trouble situation has got to get corrected. We've seen free throws so far be a problem for just about every team in this tournament, and it's cost some teams some games coming down the stretch. I think that would be a big key. So the fouls, free throw trouble, and you've got to be able to protect the paint. Make them not necessarily take the open three, but try and force the ball back outside.
Vashon in the first half yesterday against Joliet West went just 1 for 13 from beyond the arc, and they still led at the half by a few points. So if they can start reining in the three balls, might mean trouble for any opposition for the Wolverines, the reigning state champions in the state of Missouri. Always a program to be reckoned with. In the state of Missouri, out of St. Louis, a Nike Elite program. That's how you know. That's how you know they're good.
Absolutely, Larry. You don't get that label by accident, and they're definitely a quality bunch. But they got a tough Tinley Park team today that showed a lot of grit and determination in their win over Joliet West yesterday.
There's Herb Knobloch, Washington Panthers AD, on the PA mic today. He's doing it all on Thanksgiving. Everybody's got to chip in. True team player, Herb, getting the job done today. Almost set for tip-off on your Thanksgiving. Tony Webb squaring off against Kennard Davis Jr. The Titans win it, and we're underway. Malachi Haythorne to the right wing to Nick Harrell. Harrell, the 6'6 senior, reverse to the left side. Amarion Johnson, long and lanky junior, hands off to Haythorne. The dribble drive and the finger roll starts the scoring.
And already we're seeing the pick and roll defense maybe be a problem on. You got to get close, step over the screen, help your teammate out, and if it's an emergency, you have to switch it.
Mason Mosley, bounce pass into Kennard Davis through the double team short. Tip in no from Stanford. He gets it back, and Davis can't finish. Ball loose, and a loose ball foul. Looks like Amarion Johnson is a little shaken up. It's not what you want to see in the opening sequences of the game.
No, not at all, Larry. And Amarion Johnson was big yesterday in their win over Joliet West. He came in off the bench after Tony Webb found himself in some foul trouble. He had 3 before the first half and had to sit almost the entirety of the second half after he played just a handful of minutes before he picked up his 4th foul. So he could be big today as well if Tony Webb finds himself in foul trouble yet again.
Johnson still trying to gather himself, and he's going to come out of this game. Hope he's all right. He's going to head right back to the training room. Looks like he's reaching for his eye. He got poked. Anytime you get anything near the eyeballs, it's a sensitive area. We're back underway. As Haythorne walks it up. Bounce pass downstairs to Webb. Can't finish.
Yeah, that's
Stanford.
Yeah, and that time you just got to square your feet and go up strong. Don't bother going off of 1 foot.
Mason Mosley rolls around a screen, and he's fouled from behind. Keon Richardson, a little too much contact. Kennard Davis will inbound. Had a 20-point game yesterday. Inbounds into the backcourt for Mosley. Screen up top from Stanford. Pick and pop.
And that's a thing of beauty, Larry, able to get the puppies set and fire that elbow jumper. That's a tough read and a tough guard that time on the outside.
Titans looking for a response. Webb up top to Nick Harrell.
This is really what they want to try and get into, Larry. Not necessarily trouble like that on the sideline, but try and space out the floor, get Webb down on the low block, and let him dish or score from there.
That's always difficult because Vashon has shown today and yesterday as well in their victory over Joliet West that they'll guard you the whole floor. They'll face guard you out near half court, so no space given by the defense there. Wolverines on the offensive side. Kennard Davis on the drive, and he's fouled.
And the first foul of the day on Webb, and you talked about it, Larry. Full court pressure has been kind of another theme throughout the tournament so far, but Vashon might be the best at it so far.
It's a team that's always going to come out and play hard. We've said it a lot, but we can say it over and over again because it's so true. As Davis splashes the first. Vashon, always a tough team, always going to play physical, always going to play quick, and they're always going to have great, hard-working athletes. Head coach Tony Irons at the helm there.
Yeah, neither team, Larry, has a ton of size. Of course, Tinley Park's got the 2'6'7" men down low. But on the Vashon side of things, they also don't have a ton of height. A couple guys 6'5" and taller, but not necessarily the small ball mentality, because in high school it's still a decent amount of size, but could be something to watch.
Keon Richardson orchestrates the offense. Slings it into the corner. Great cross-court pass results in a three from Harrell.
Great skip pass along that backside of the defense. Again, Larry spotted up and knocked it down.
Davis Jr. open on the perimeter, wants to drive instead. Why not? Sits on the rim a little bit too long. Stanford put back, no. Again, denied. And this ball is going to stay here.
Great job by Tinley Park. Normally, a lot of times when you jump, and if you jump out and in front, that'll be a foul. They did a good job of staying just vertical. And Tony Webb was able to get his first block of the game.
Mosley lobs into Davis. That pass was tipped, so it'll stay here. Trey Williams, 5'11" freshman in the vicinity. We talked about him a lot yesterday. He went one-on-one with Joliet West guard Jeremy Fears. There's DJ Brown, head coach for Tinley Park. Jaden Nicholson at the right wing. Williams, deep three. Comes up too strong. Tony Webb hauls in the board.
Grown man's rebound again, Larry.
Harrell passed up the three. Webb to the rack with the touch.
Nice little finger roll. Again, they've got to find a way to solidify the paint defense, make them play from outside in.
Mosley hounded by Haythorne. Gets it off to Davis. Davis in a bit of isolation. Hands it off to Mosley. Inside, in some trouble, dishes down low to Stanford, and he walked.
Yeah, gonna have to get him a bus ticket, because even on Thanksgiving, that's a travel, Larry. And now again, we'll see that 2-1-2 pressure, maybe just extend it out into the full court man-to-man press.
Well, a lot of teams travel a long way to be here Thanksgiving week, Cody. Not on the court, of course, but off the court.
Even had a little bit of bus trouble yesterday.
Yeah, Springfield Landfear couldn't get the bus started in the morning, so that kind of pushed back the entire day's schedule. Game's wrapping up right around 11 p.m. Marion Johnson picked off. This one's going to stay with the Titans as Mason Mosley couldn't corral it.
Great read that time by the junior guard, able to shoot the gap or play the street side of that pass and almost scooped and scored that one.
Nick Harrell making sure the jersey's tucked in. Just like family dinner, right? Tuck in your shirt.
Well, maybe when we're done eating, Larry, but we usually have to untuck the shirts. We got a little bit of a Thanksgiving belly on us.
Haythorne almost picks up the and one. Instead, he'll go to the stripe for two.
Good aggressive take again. He did a good job of going off 2 feet, trying to go up and over the top of the defense. Didn't have the angle to play the bank, but still going to get rewarded with the foul.
6-foot senior comes up too strong on the first. Subs in, subs out. Christian Williams comes in. Mason Mosley comes out. And Haythorne goes 1 for 2. Christian Williams ran the point a lot yesterday. Right side, Cameron Stovall finds Davis, rhythm 3 off the mark. Lob pass ahead, tipped around into the hands of Harrell. What a finish.
And does a great job of tracking the ball in flight even after it's deflected there. He kept his wits about him, still able to go up for the 2.
That's an off-balance shot. Tough, tough finish. Williams lobs to Davis. Wolverines looking for a response. Trailing by 6 early. If you were with us yesterday, you saw the Wolverines fall behind against Joliet West in the early going. They were fighting the entire first half and eventually took the lead before the half. Davis, what a move. Looked like Logan wasn't ready for the dish. Jordan Logan, the 6'7 junior. Open three for Antoine Robinson is off. Offensive board Logan, and we'll have a tie-up.
One thing I'm noticing, Larry, with this 5-out offense from Vashon, it's not necessarily that they're cutting off the pass, it's that they're kind of sitting still, maybe trying to work on their shot prep, because like you said, they did go 1 of 13 from 3, despite still leading at the half. So maybe that's a quick adjustment they have from day 2 to day 3.
Could be. They're a team that likes to shoot. Logan will shoot from the outside and connect. That's a 2. There's a few steps inside the arc, but no less a pretty jumper. Vashon within 4. Harrell putting on the moves. The drive-in kick. Keon Richardson off. Wolverines in transition, coast to coast. Stovall will head to the stripe.
Rule 1 of defense on the fast break, Larry. Somebody's got to stop ball. That's the only thing that can score on the court, and that time Tinley Park just can't have anybody step in front of it.
That's why you run the 3-on-2, 2-on-3s in practice. Stovall connects on the first. Lead down to 1 possession. And we've got
lane line violation.
Yeah. So no second free throw. The lead will stay at 3.
Yeah, after that ball's entered there, you can't come in onto the block and into the
lane.
Yeah, onto the hashes, and
there
exactly
you go.
What happened.
Harrell walks it across. Richardson to Haythorne. Too much. It'll stay here.
Tinley Park yesterday against Joliet West, with their size down low with Webb and Johnson, were able to get a lot of entry passes. They would even turn down the open 3 like they do here.
Richardson inside to Kendrick Berry, and he's fouled. His first action today, late here in the first quarter. 6'3 junior headed to the free throw line. 3 fouls apiece for each team. First free throw short. Tinley Park with just 1 rebounder in there. It's Haythorne, or rather Harrell, as Berry goes 0 for 2. Vashon gets it across, hounded at half court, and a foul. That one will go on Keon Richardson.
And again, we see that 2-1, 1-2 pressure type look, and that inbounding half of play for the Wolverines. But again, I'm not sure that necessarily need to foul there. Again, you've got the sideline playing as that 3rd defender. Still got to stay under control.
Miles Haythorne into the ball game now, the 5'11 sophomore. Deep wing, Antoine Robinson, trouble in the corner, gets it to Davis. Davis penetrates, fade away, blocked by Tony Webb. The heave ahead to Harrell. What a find.
Great team chemistry as we have a timeout onto the floor to the Wolverines.
Tony Webb doing it all, hauling in the boards, playing big boy basketball, and then slinging it out wide like a quarterback. What a pass that was. Play of the day so far. And the opening moments of action on Thanksgiving Thursday at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm a big fan of those warm-up shirts. Ball out. Simple.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a lot of interesting warm-ups, haven't we? I mean, Joliet West had the iconic gold and black vertically striped warm-up tearaway pants. We had, who was it? St. Rita had some good, clean-looking warm-ups as well. It's been a very good-looking uniform matchup throughout the tournament.
Tinley Park's color scheme, a unique one, not one you see very often. You got that red on yellow. Vashon, a clean look with the royal blue and white.
You know me, Larry, as an Iowa State fan, I love to see a little gold on red.
Oh, of course. How are the Cyclones doing this year on the gridiron?
Oh, it could be better. They got a game Friday, though.
Open three for Robinson, and he drains it.
Again, just zero hesitation in the shot preparation. 1-2 with the left, right, able to let it fly.
Haythorne, physical with the basketball. Webb, dribble, drive into the lane, called for the charge.
Yeah, and that's just not where Webb is at his best. They've got to find a way to get him down onto the block and let him, again, dish or score from there. Driving to the hole 5 feet from the top of the three-point line, that's just asking for a charge.
Stanford heads to the bench for Vashon. Jaden Nicholson back into the game. Davis runs the point. Now passes the sticks to Mosley. Works around the screen from Stovall, trying to kick to Nicholson. The Titans come away with it. Haythorne dancing on the dribble.
Webb wants the ball.
He had his man posted up, but Haythorne couldn't get to him. Minute and change to go in the opening quarter. Tinley Park ahead of Vashon by 2. In case you're just joining us, the Titans have controlled the lead for the entirety of this matchup. Still early. Webb comes away with the steal. Charges ahead, gets tied up. Hits the floor hard. That's what you got the padding for.
Looks like we have a blown shoe as well, Larry.
Something we saw a few times yesterday. Cameron Stovall trying to put his shoe back on. Now he's got it. Haythorne, the inbound to Webb. 32 on 32 action here. Webb, great dish down low to Barry. He's in trouble. And a jump ball is called. Great defense by Vashon, resisting the urge to lean over, keeping the hand straight up.
Yeah, and it almost looks like the old school triangle and 2 down low, right? As soon as Webb puts that ball down, 2 defenders are committing to him and making him make a quick decision.
Nick Harrell on the drive and kick. Webb thought about the 3, lost the basketball into the hands of Haythorne. In and out, rebound tipped around, and it's headed the Wolverines' way.
One thing I'll be interested to see on this possession down for Vashon, a lot of the times for Tinley Park, they're sagging off that protector on the ball screen defense. Is that going to be something they try to attack at the elbows?
Nicholson to the rack, comes up short. Tinley Park can hold for the last shot if they want to, but they won't, as Barry is turned away by Stovall. Haythorne surveys his options, lobs it up to Webb. Picked up by Stovall. The big man to the inside. Floater, drops it in. Boy, does he have the touch.
He does, Larry, especially from that extended, just outside the paint range.
Kennard Davis looking for the foul, doesn't get it, but it's out off of Tinley Park. He's got 2 seconds. That's more than enough for a shot. Watch Davis here. Instead, an open 3 in the corner for Ramirez Taylor. Comes up short, and that's how the first quarter of action ends. Tinley Park ahead of Vashon by 4. And we want to take this opportunity to remind you of our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. First, brought to you by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants The City of Washington encourages you to check out all that the city has to offer during your visit for the TOC. Also brought to you by Uftring. Roll in and cash out. Used car prices are still at record highs. Uftring will provide the best value for your used car. Visit any of Uftring's 8 dealers to get a great deal. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Great protection at a price you can afford. Country Financial, proud partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also brought to you by Titan Industries. Proud to support all the fans, coaches, and players of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course the KB Strong Foundation, the cause behind the TOC, leading the charge against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Thanks for joining us on your Thanksgiving. Vashon opens up with possession here in quarter number 2. Mason Mosley back up top. Great pass. Taylor's 3, in and out. Rebound headed the other way.
Yeah, and that time down the floor, a little matchup 3-2 zone coming from Tinley Park, and that's one of the tough parts about a zone defense. It's so hard to rebound out of there because there's no rebounding responsibility. You're just in charge of an area, not necessarily a man.
Nick Harold charges ahead. Into the corner for Haythorne, and it's picked off. Here come the Wolverines. Antoine Robinson, rather Stovall, can't finish the dunk. Stovall immediately heads right to the bench. Those are the points that you gotta have.
Yeah, I guess turkeys aren't the only things getting stuffed today, Larry. The rim coming right back down after the amount of times it's been dented and damaged so far in this tournament with the jams we've seen.
Oh yeah, that rim has seen some stuff, Cody. Zion Williamson a handful of years ago. It survived some big hits, to put it lightly.
Now shifting into a 2-3 zone.
Mosley to Nicholson. Dribble drive and kick. Trey Williams, the tray. Short. Rebound volleyballed around into the hands of Haythorne. Lob ahead to an open Johnson. Webb. Bodies his man. Great find to Harrell. Drives baseline and he is fouled. Chance for Tinley Park to grow their lead. They've led for most of this contest since the opening minute. Harrell standing at 6'6", knocks in the first free throw.
Good aggressive rebounding that time, Larry, off the miss. You like to see him scrap early and often, and now again, a little bit of pressure defense.
Vashon cracks it, drive and kick. Trey Williams tries again and connects that time.
And that's one of the dangers. If you're going to extend your pressure defense, you're going to leave guys open on the wings and corners, and that time, the Wolverines able to make them pay.
Haythorne looking for the response. Plays through physical defense. Great job by Mason Mosley to not foul.
Referees have called a good one so far, Larry. About 5 fouls apiece for each side, and been letting the guys play down low, which is something you always want to see.
Not quite as many fouls as yesterday's Joliet West Tinley Park matchup. It's a matchup in the Washington Invitational presented by the City of Washington. Nard Davis looking for options, has Nicholson, drives, bounce pass, in and out of the hands of Stanford, recovers. Davis has no room against the zone defense.
That's the tough thing about it, Larry. You can't drive the ball right where it's being passed from. There's obviously a guy in the lane. That's the reason it got passed out.
Davis denied by Webb. And the pass is picked off by Nicholson. Nicholson back the other way, gets to the rack, count the bucket, and the foul.
Yeah, another strong take to the rim. That time the seas kind of parted. Able to get the layup to go and the harm.
Just like that, this game is knotted up. Jane Nicholson could put the Wolverines in front.
I guess that's something maybe we should have expected, Larry. Both these teams played Joliet West very close, so it makes sense on paper at least if this game would be close.
Free throw off, but no harm done. Trey Williams comes off the rebound with a bucket. The response on the other end, good from Nick Harrell.
Little B-button action, hitting him with a spin cycle.
Stanford in the corner. Good ball movement by the Wolverines. Trey Williams comes up short. Near travel there. And a foul against the Wolverines. Will give Tinley Park the possession here. DJ Brown orchestrating the action. Good Tinley Park squad. Has a chance to be real competitive this year. Keon Richardson. Picked up by Mosley. Haythorne. Dribble drive, dish down low to Webb. He wasn't ready. Great transition passing. Stovall's off. Rebound loose. Nicholson has it off balance, off the glass. Stovall no, and a foul.
Again, they continue to battle down low. Neither guy for the respective side able to come up with the loose ball to go with two hands and show off all that muscle that you've built up over the summer.
Indeed. It's time to flex it, right? Early season. Got to show off the gains. Stovall cashes in on the first. And the Wolverines can't grab the lead.
Again, Larry, free throws. It's been a constant for every team that's played this tournament so far.
As our good friend Nick Schultz would say, free throws are free. That's why they're called free throws.
I would watch for a Webb duck in here off the inbound.
Richardson instead bounces into Harrell, and he's hacked. Titans with a chance to take the lead with two made free throws. Seesaw battle, or at least it's becoming. Tinley Park held the lead for the entirety of the first quarter. Harrell's first is off. Harrell long and lanky at 6'6", makes the second. Mosley rolls around a screen, finds an open Stovall. Tinley Park possession.
If I'm Tinley Park, Larry, I'm going to try and not necessarily run my best set, but we're looking for the best look at the rim we can get. If we can get a kick-out three off of that, that'd be even better. But you've got to find a way to finally break the seal on that paint down low. Right now, the free throw line's really been their best option when it comes to scoring.
And neither side has been very efficient at the stripe. Look inside, kick out, drive by Richardson, down low to Webb, through traffic. What a bucket.
Did a great job of not traveling off that baseline spin. Always dangerous when you spin back into the defense.
Mosley had an open Jordan Richard. Offense resets. Mosley inside the shake and bake. Can't get it to go. Richardson across the timeline with Haythorne in the backcourt. Webb posting up, doesn't get position there. Now Webb in the center of the paint, double teamed, fade away, off. Rebound to Nicholson. Stovall inside, couldn't get a handle. Titans slow it down.
Good job by the Titan bench with the Wolf call.
Deep three from Haythorne off. Really pulled the trigger there. Stovall charges ahead, denied by Webb. Tony Webb says, not in my house.
Yeah, I wonder if that sent the message, Larry. Down low, it seems like Tinley Park's had a tough time scoring the ball, so they're saying right back at you. And again, great job going straight up and not being fouled.
Looks like Webb's a little shaken up, but he's all good. Maybe holding his hand a little bit. Nicholson. How about a deep three from Christian Williams? The bank isn't open on Thanksgiving. Harrell. Instead, the layup try from Haythorne almost went, but it led to the stripe for two.
Yeah, it almost pulled around every centimeter of that orange cylinder. Once again, though, Larry, we're going to see if one of these teams decides to take advantage of the charity stripe.
Malachi Haythorne, first free throw up and good. Haythorne with 4 points to match his jersey number. He goes 2 for 2.
Another 1-2-2 pressure.
Davis lobs it across. Great ball movement. Mid-ranger from Williams is pure. Both the benches with a chance to have a big effect on this one. Not a huge crowd on hand today. Timeout taken by Tinley Park and head coach DJ Brown. Titans holding a 2-point lead. In case you're just joining us, it's been a good one. Real close contest between Tinley Park out of Illinois, Vashon out of St. Louis, Missouri. And Cody, what's jumped out to you first for Tinley Park?
Well, Larry, normally I would have said the presence down low, but I'm very surprised by number 5, Nick Harrell. He's got half of their points right now and no fouls to go along with it, which means he's playing very sound defense, but he's also probing out good shots offensively, something the rest of the Tinley Park Titans could do.
Harrell long and lanky at 6'6". Really a guard for this Titans squad. Haythorne drives and kicks, looking for Harrell, tipped away. Williams gets out of traffic. Bounce pass down low to Davis, bodies his man up. Shot sits on the rim forever. Webb grabs the board. DJ Brown is not happy about something on the Tinley Park sideline. Stomping his foot and hollering.
Well, again, you see Tinley Park extended well beyond the three-point line, just struggling to get an opening.
Haythorne walks around his man and lays it up and in.
Well, what do I know? I guess he's going to dance around him for the easy two, Larry.
A little bit of a square dance move. Davis from downtown.
Big time answer again. You find yourself trailing by 4, and once again, these two teams just going tit for tat.
Indeed. Titans still ahead by 1. No backdoor cut for Haythorne. He wasn't ready. Keon Richardson frustrated.
I think the idea was there. He wanted him to backdoor cut. His man was sucked up well to the three-point line. Didn't have vision to man and ball, and miscommunication leads to turnover.
Christian Williams, hounded on defense, gets by his man. Bounce pass on the inside to Richard, knocked away. Christian Williams will inbound. Surveys, finds Nicholson. Off. Davis almost had the offensive board. Here's Harrell. And a turnover. Tinley Park has had a few bad turnovers these last few minutes.
Yeah, and I think next time up the floor, they just got to not necessarily get it in their best ball handler's possession, but they've got to slow down, get to their spots on the floor, and then execute. Right now, they're going a little bit too fast for their own good.
Keon Richardson to the bench. DJ Brown, head coach for Tinley Park, having a chat with him. Miles Haythorne into the contest. Davis, step back three is pure.
Another beauty, and like you said, they struggled from three-point land yesterday. This time, it's been good to them.
Wolverines ahead by 2. Tinley Park looking for the response before the half. Tony Webb, spin, fade. Too much. Board into the hands of Vashon. What a move there. A little hot potato action. But it's knocked away, and going back with Tinley Park, they've got a chance to tie or take the lead before the end of the half.
Well, Larry, it is almost the season of giving, and right now both these teams just don't want the ball. Keep giving it back and forth to each other, and nobody can decide who wants to have it.
Not a Christmas before Thanksgiving guy, I suppose?
No.
I guess that's for later. Richardson drives, pulls the trigger, comes up short, and Vashon heads to the locker room with the halftime lead. Wolverines 26, Titans 24. And we will take this opportunity to remind you of our great sponsors helping us bring you the action all week long, not just today on Thanksgiving, yesterday as well, Tuesday, the first day of the tournament, and full days coming back up on Saturday and Sunday. TOC on CSM, brought to you by the City of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by UpDrink. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? That's a lot of used cars. You pay more and you pay fast. The UpDrink Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every UpDrink Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. They're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of their communities, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Since you're already neighbors with them, how about you get together and chat? Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how they can help protect them. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown, the former boys basketball coach at Washington Community High School, made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. A great and worthy cause. Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn spoke on it a little bit this morning at the banquet that Washington put together for all the teams that are in town for the tournament. Great Thanksgiving spread, turkey and all. Whole lot of turkey. You need to have a lot of turkeys to feed all those basketball teams. But Washington pulled it off. Also stuffing, mashed potatoes, gravy, green bean casserole, you name it. We're going to send it down to Country Financial Tournament Central. Gavin Russell along for the ride all day long. He's standing by with Charlie Schermerhorn and a nice big trophy. Take it away, Gavin.
We're here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm joined by Charlie Schermerhorn. You saw him yesterday, but we're back here today for the third day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions. We've got a really good one going on right now. Tinley Park, St. Louis Vashon. We've had plenty of guests on, including St. Louis Vashon's coach yesterday. Again, you can go back and rewatch all that action from yesterday on Clutch Sports Media YouTube channel. But we're here with Charlie, and you may notice that big old trophy he's got right there, the basketball trophy. Tell us about the trophy. Where'd the trophy come from?
So, essentially, I got picked for my basketball team to do a three-point shootout, which started in Torrey Gym at 2 o'clock, and I ended up winning it, so I got this big fancy trophy.
Awesome. It was the inaugural Country Financial three-point showdown, a collection of some of the best middle school basketball players from Central Illinois took each other on in three-point shootout. Charlie won in the final round with a score of 13. We actually did that game live here on CSM, so you could catch that again, the replay of it, if you want to see Charlie, how he took home the trophy earlier. But, you're shooting the lights out from three, Tell us more about that. You're in 8th grade. You're playing Washington. Tell us more about your season, kind of your goals and things going forward as a basketball player.
So, I'm an 8th grader at Washington Middle School, which is actually pretty close to here. But this season we're 8-1, and we're pretty solid. And some of our goals is obviously we want to go to state, and we do want to win state. We feel like we have the good level of play, and we feel like we have the potential to go there and win state. So that's one of our huge goals. And another goal that our coaches would like to see is he just wants us to see us grow as players and also grow as people.
Absolutely, and you will be coming here to Washington High School next season, for the basketball team. You eventually, if not right away, you'll be playing with your dad, Coach Eric Schumahorn. Kind of leading up to that, obviously you've got your 8th year season to look forward to, but looking forward to the future. You're looking forward to come play here in Torrey Gymnasium.
Yeah, I've played for my dad before, actually, in 4th, 5th, 6th grade. It was fun, so I can't wait to be back.
Absolutely. Future Washington Panther right here sitting next to me, but we're going to talk about some of the action going on out here. If you want to put that down, you may. I know that's a big old trophy he's got right there. He's good. He just wants to keep showing off that trophy to everybody at home. So we're going to break down a little bit of the action. We've had a great 3 days to start out the Washington TOC. We started off with a really, really good first day. 4 games on the first day. We had a big old day yesterday. And again, just 4 games today. We've got St. Louis, Vashon, and Tinley Park going at it right now. Now, you've been here for most, if not all of it, Charlie. Yeah. Obviously people have probably been following along a lot of the week, but maybe some tuning in for one of the first times this week. Kind of fill them in. Who would you say has been the most exciting to watch? Who should they definitely put on their calendar to say, you got to see this player, you got to see this team?
So, if there's one player I think you should go watch, it's Jaden Shoot. D1 Duke commit. He's going to bring it. He can really shoot the lights out of the ball. Also, Hanson Emmanuel, he just amazing. His one arm and the things he do are just so inspiring and so cool.
Absolutely. We've seen them and a number of other really good players. Something that we want to keep, telling the audience, we've got a really, really good game coming up. The last game tomorrow night on Friday. I believe it's the 9 or 9:30 game, whichever one that is. It's going to be Yorkville Christian featuring Jaden Shoot. They've dominated so far in this tournament. They're 2-0 versus Chicago St. Rita. As we know for Chicago St. Rita, anybody that's a big Illinois basketball fan, you probably know the name of Morez Johnson Jr., only a sophomore. That's really putting that in perspective. He's 6'10", dominating on the floor, double figures, posting a double-double. James Brown for Chicago St. Rita. Your thoughts on Chicago St. Rita? They're a big powerhouse. They have a lot of young players, but obviously they've got a big game coming up against Yorkville Christian.
So, this is my opinion. Go ahead and disagree, but I think St. Rita's the best team in this tournament, and I guess we're going to see when Yorkville Christian faces off against St. Rita, but I just think the 2 sophomores that just happen to be 6'10", not only are they good right now, but if they're 6'10" sophomores, they got to have some potential, and I feel like they're just going to keep on going forward in this tournament.
Absolutely. We look at Morez Johnson Jr.'s stats from his first game. We don't have his second game stats, unfortunately, but just in his first game, starting out their season, you would expect maybe come out a little bit slower, maybe not play your best game of the year. He still posts a 18 and 15 double-double, points and rebounds. That's the kind of stuff that you want to see. There were some Illinois writers here that write for University of Illinois. I believe Joey Wagner was one of the guys here writing yesterday. 24/7 Sports, I believe they've had some personnel here. Max Preps was here, so a lot of people on hand to watch a really talented guy like Morez Johnson Jr. Now, we kind of get into day 2 a little bit. Obviously, day 1 featured really good teams, Yorkville Christian, Chicago St. Rita, but plenty of other teams to look at, and probably a team that, not necessarily total surprise, but a team that maybe you wouldn't have expected to start out 2-0 is Springfield Lanphier. We talked a little bit about them yesterday, certainly, but they've had some really good performances as well. Ty Banks has come out just absolutely on fire. He had 38 points in his first game. You know, obviously look at Chicago St. Rita, maybe Yorkville Christian to win this tournament, but Lanphier maybe a dark horse.
Yeah, I mean, Lanphier, I've seen them. I've been to their high school. I mean, I've seen them play. They played Washington, and they've had some really fierce battles. I mean, we know with Lanphier, their coach is going to push them to do the best that they can. Their coach is going to make them do all that they can, and they're just a really tough, hard-nosed team.
Absolutely, and you know, Lanphier, I think one of the driving forces behind the Lanphier Lions, 7 seniors on that roster, so you bring in a lot of experience. No doubt there's a whole lot of talent, you know, on that team, you know, from top to bottom. There's a whole lot of talent on that team.
How much does this weigh?
Sean Powell, everybody, he's coming in. Big old trophy right there if you're just joining us. Eric Schumerhorn's son, Charlie, joining us, 3-point shootout champion. You can see the replay of that live on Clutch Sports Media. It was the Country Financial 3-point shootout. The first of those kinds, maybe a chance for you to come back and defend that title is to let a high school freshman come in at next year. Maybe you'll be playing in this tournament.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you won't have time for, you know, lower things than that, but no, congratulations once again on that. You know, there's another team that's kind of intrigued me a little bit. St. John Bosco has been another team that I've really looked at. You know, they lost. They're one of the teams that lost to Lanphier. They lost a close 5-point loss. They're coming from California, though. That's a long way to come, a long way to travel. But they've been intriguing. Just some quick thoughts on that.
So, yeah, Bosco, I think that you had a player yesterday. Come on, I can't really remember his name right now. But Bosco, they're fun to watch. They also play super hard, and they're really good. So.
Absolutely. Well, we've got to send it back out to the booth for Vashon and Juliet. We'll send it back to Cody Roskins and Larry Larson from the Country Financial Tournament Central.
Thanks for that, Gavin. We got you back just in the nick of time. Second half underway. Tinley Park and Vashon. Not quite Joliet West. They'll play tomorrow, though. Nick Harrell. Lob pass to Tony Webb. Webb downstairs. Layup try. Rolls off the rim for Kendrick Barrier, rather Amarion Johnson. Vashon just snagged the lead moments before the half. Kennard Davis hands off to Mason Mosley. Stovall, Davis the fadeaway rather. Tony Webb the rebound. Great play in transition by Stovall, or again Davis, getting all sorts of crossed up to start the half. Long rebound by Davis.
Yeah, good hustle that time, hunting down the offensive rebound, and again, see him work out into this 4-out, 1-in style of offense.
Nicholson drives inside, kicks. Davis, 3-ball, too much.
And
Keon Richardson.
Again, the shot prep just not there.
Drive and a foul on Harrell. That'll send him to the line. Nick Harrell with a big first half, 11 points for the Titans.
If I'm not mistaken, Larry, I think that led all scorers as well in that first half.
Indeed it did. Kennard Davis Jr. had 8 for the Wolverines to lead them. Second free throw down.
He's just so impressive and composed so far today, Larry. Gets points 12 and 13 at the stripe and has been one of their better on-ball defenders.
Nicholson fighting inside. Can't come out with the bucket. Richardson sets up the offense. Tony Webb, the big fella, can shoot it too. Comes up short that time. Davis directing traffic. Davis going to work on the post and backs out. Going to work on his man. Step back 3, short. Haythorne into the corner. 3 from Keon Richardson. Nothing but nylon.
Yeah, beautiful job passing the ball around the offensive set that time. Able to give him 3-point lead. Looks like a full timeout.
Full timeout for Vashon. Vashon with a slow start to the second half. Tinley Park doing a great job pushing the pace, getting those open looks. Even Tony Webb pulling a three in the opening moments of the second half. Didn't convert, but both teams during stretches so far this game, Cody, mostly in the first half, have done a good job driving, kicking, and making that extra pass to find the open man.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the difference so far today in this game, Larry, is that Vashon has just hit more of their open threes than Tinley Park has. Not that they haven't had just the same amount of quality looks. It's just Tinley Park is a little more down-low oriented. Again, when they get that ball down to Webb on the left block, he's going to that right shoulder left-handed hook shot. And that's really his go-to move. And when he shut that down, Tinley Park so far today really hasn't had a second option other than the free throw line. And even that to them has been about 60%.
Despite that, Tinley Park ahead by 3. And what do you think the message is in the Vashon huddle, led by head coach Tony Irons?
I think it's more of what they were trying to get back to in that first half. They were able to extend Tinley Park well beyond the three-point line and force a lot of on-ball turnovers because they were so tight to their man. I think that's kind of the message they're trying to get to here. They got to be more sound and talk more on defense. A quiet team is a scared team.
Just under 6 minutes to play in quarter number 3. First game of this Thanksgiving Thursday. Thanks for joining us on Clutch Sports Media. All 35 games of the Washington Tournament of Champions right here on CSM. Mason Mosley setting up the offense. Over to the left to Trey Williams.
Little 3-2 zone in the 32 defense. He can't allow a corner pass.
Bounce pass. Baseline J from Stanford comes up short. Richardson was looking for Haythorne. Was tipped away.
I'll be interested to see how Vashon's going to try and guard the pick and roll here. Last time they were hard showing off it, meaning no one is protecting. They're coming up in that level show, hands up, trying to buy their guards a little bit of time.
Harrell up top. Haythorne almost had it. Webb the putback, yes, and one.
Mano-y-mano, and he is bigger than you as Tony Webb muscles it back in on the stick back.
He is just so much fun to watch. Had a little bit of a slower first half, and we say slower with an asterisk. I mean, he did have 6 points, not too shabby. Also, a football pass assist.
Couple of
Converts
blocks.
the old-fashioned 3, couple of blocks as well. Getting everything done.
And they're going back to that 32 defense. Those wing defenders cannot allow skip passes to the corners. That's how you get burned in this.
Mason Mosley, Trey Williams in the backcourt. Tinley Park with high energy on defense. Bench comes to life.
And look at this, Larry. They're still trying to figure out how they're attacked this. They got to have someone fill at the free throw line, get to that nail.
And a foul called as Stanford was jockeying for position. Basketball came loose. A push against the Titans. That's against Nick Harrell, his first. Mosley, the trigger man. Lobs into the backcourt for Stanford. Here's Stovall, teardropper, comes up short, cleans up his own mess, put back, yes.
Good job finishing high off the window above the shot blockers that time.
Good finesse from Stovall. Haythorne fighting for room against Mosley. Marion Johnson bowls over a man, and it's a charge.
Yeah, and a great call by the officials. Got his feet set. Again, you're still allowed to move left and right. You just can't come forward and back. You got to stay on that level plane, and that time able to take one for the team and steal a possession.
Vashon trying to cut the lead to one possession.
Let's see if the Wolverines have solved this 32 defense.
They've had a hard time with it here in the opening stages of the second half. Mosley had it poked away from Trey Williams. Great D by Marion Johnson.
Looks like we have another timeout charge to the Wolverines.
That's a full timeout And we will take this timeout to remind you of our great sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Off Drink Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Off Drink Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. When it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also, KB Strong Foundation, the cause behind the tournament. There you see the logo. Fighting the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Ball inbounded to Tinley Park. Their defense has been huge in the second half, but this time Vashon's defense trying to turn into offense. The kick out to Trey Williams. Stovall has it knocked away. Here comes Nick Harrell in transition. He takes it and he's blocked by Stovall. Wolverines pushing ahead. Mosley kicks back out. Stovall off balance. Davis couldn't get it to go. Back into the hands of Stovall. No look pass into the corner. 3 from Mosley fading away.
What a sequence of events. He had the great stunt and deflect defense by Tinley Park and a great hustle play by the Wolverines, and it results in a 3.
Haythorne off of Webb and out of bounds. The Wolverines have come out in an extra gear out of the timeout.
Yeah, Larry, you couldn't shove a note card between these two teams with how close they're playing each other right now. It's a back and forth. Each team, as soon as they go on a 4 or 5 point run, the other team answers right back, and that's the hallmark of two great teams as they shift back into the 32.
That's the first time I've heard that analogy. You're never short of them.
Well, I appreciate it.
Vashon slow and methodical on this possession. Williams to Stanford, and the inside and the finish from Kennard Davis Jr.
Beautiful hop step down low, able to go at the smaller defender. Once again, finishes with that right hand.
Haythorne looking for the response. A tough try, tough miss. Trey Williams in trouble. Good job to get it to Stanford, to the right block. Blocked away by a Marion Johnson.
Maybe a Marion Johnson get a little bit of payback after he had to charge called on him earlier. Now Tinley Park's got to find a way to rebound out of this zone.
Williams into Davis. Back out. Williams real deep, short. That rebound out off of not sure who. The official still trying to figure it out. It's going to stay here.
Yeah, it looks like it's off Webb.
Yep.
And Larry, it seems like they've shifted now out of the 3-2 zone. They're going out into the 2-3. Helps put an extra body down in the paint for that rebounding purpose.
Vashon so hard to close out on the boards. You got so much length at really every position, including Davis. Davis to the block. Gets his own board. Slips through. Couldn't knock it down. Fading away.
Great defense by Tinley Park that time, down, not fouling, and just walling up.
Webb spinning through traffic, and an offensive foul.
They had the little pocket pass that time, caught him in some congestion, and really nowhere to go with the ball.
Christian Williams walks it up. Vashon trying to grow its lead. Williams into the corner where nobody's home, drives and finds Trey Williams. Stanford, the hook shot, couldn't get that to go, and Webb couldn't get a handle on the board. He's frustrated.
And a perfect example that time of needing to use 2 hands to rebound the ball at times. Just can't keep tipping it around. Even with as long as he is, that's a tough call.
Christian Williams, Mason Mosley for 3. Mosley has 11. Keon Richardson dancing on the dribble, loses Mosley to the inside, and a charge.
Another tough take to the hole, and another charge going the other way. That's where you have to go off your 2 feet, Larry. I know I've said it time and time again, but going off a 1 foot outside the lane, you're just begging the other team to take a charge, and so far that's been the status quo today.
It's a lot harder to control your body off of 1 foot than it is 2. Things that'll get cleaned up as the season goes along. Mosley's the hot hand. Feeds Davis.
And Tinley Park's back to the man-to-man.
A lot of defensive adjustments. And it's kept Vashon off balance. Davis kicks to Stanford off balance. He's fouled by Webb. It's on the floor.
Yeah, and Webb's not going to like the call, but he's got to know better. You got to stay down on the shot fakes. When you see your man go up, that's when you yourself have the green light, so to speak, to rise up as well. And that time just got a little too block hungry.
Anthony Stanford, 6'5" junior.
It's a weird free throw there. That ball didn't have any rotation on it. Did you see that?
A bit of a knuckleball.
It happens again. That was kind of weird looking.
Not much rotation on that one either, but hey, it gets the job done.
Must have been throwing the off speed that time.
A little bit of a floater, perhaps an ephus.
The ephus free throw. How about it?
We're digging a little too deep into the baseball talk. Nick Harrell walks it up under 30 seconds, just about to go in quarter number 3. Steal from Mosley, and the finish.
And that's what they need to get back to. Again, that extended pressure. They're using that sideline as the third defender, and he can't go back when he's that close to the half-court line as well. Great job by the Wolverines.
Malachi Haythorne, the drive and dish to Harrell, or Webb rather, and he walked. Could have been a critical mistake. He had the basket all to himself.
Yeah, I would probably put your house more, because that probably would have been a 2-point layup and or dunk. Don't know how many hops that's got in the bag.
Williams lost it. Here's Haythorne all alone. Finger roll, beats the buzzer.
Well, looks like they got it right back, but that just makes the play they missed out on that much bigger, Larry. But again, these two teams just going right back at each other.
Back and forth battle. Tinley Park trailing Vashon by 6 points. And we'll take this opportunity to remind you of our sponsors here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the city of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city, should you be in town. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Maybe not on Thanksgiving, but if you bring it in to the dealer when it's open, it's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit CountryFinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And the KB Strong Foundation, leading the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about former Washington head coach Kevin Brown's story and how KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Wolverines possession to start the fourth quarter. In case you're just joining us, Vashon has had control for most of the second half after trailing for most of the first half. Nick Harrell able to knock that one loose, and it's out of bounds off of Keon Richardson. A valiant effort, could not get the handle.
Yeah, great hustle again, and that's what the Titans will need to get back into this ball game, those half-court takeaways.
Jaden Nicholson. Davis. Head fake. Almost gets tied up. Three from the top of the arc for Mosley is off. Rebound to Harrell. Pass ahead, drive by Haythorne, back up top to Richardson. Here's Johnson, he loses it. Ball still loose. Bodies all over the floor. Vashon comes out with it. Mosley ahead, great ball movement. Davis off balance, can't finish. And the putback by Stanford.
Great hustle play, and they almost get the steal right back.
So many sequences today just like that where the ball's bouncing around like a pinball. Changes possession a few times. And more often than not, Vashon is able to turn a bucket out of them. Haythorne ahead to Harrell. Lob down low to Webb. Battling for position, the turnaround.
Nice composure in the low post that time, Larry. Uses the rim as an extra shield, going back around the rim so it can't be blocked from behind.
Webb has 11. Floater from Davis, off the mark, board to Webb. Titans trailing by 6. Webb for 3. He can do it all.
Okay, Mr. Webb, I see you got a little bit of pull-up J on you.
He's got a pure shot. Titans clawing back.
And now he's the leading scorer.
Kennard Davis denied at the rim. Great defense by Webb and company. Webb, how about another one? Not today.
Yeah, maybe a heat check shot that time.
Nicholson, the dribble drive through the paint, teardropper.
I think it's important for the Titans here, Larry, to get at the rim, either getting fouled or getting the layup. Again, you can always kick it back out and take that 3, but you want to try and get a high-quality look first.
Haythorne, lob inside to Webb. Double teamed in the post, finds the open man in Johnson. Out to Harrell, he got it.
And just what the doctor ordered again, they got the ball down onto the low block, and they're able to kick it back out. And Harrell, when he tees it up, isn't going to miss that one.
Titans within 2. A 3 from Nicholson tickles the twine.
Both teams hunting it out from long range now, and
almost an unforced turnover. Haythorne recovers. Haythorne jets ahead, stumbling, and he lost the basketball.
Yeah, I think that time he's just anticipating contact, and when you're taking the ball to the hole, yeah, you're going to experience some, but you can't predict where it's going to come from, right? You have to absorb it wherever it comes from, and that time just out of control.
Vashon's lead up to 5. They've got a chance to try and seal the deal even more. Lots of basketball left. Nicholson is the hot hand. Lays it off the glass, no good that time. And Harrell is fouled on the rebound.
Yeah, good aggressive play down low. Titans have got to steal some possessions somehow. They've got to come up with stops and not just rely on the Wolverines turning it over.
Get a whistle.
Yeah,
on the inbounds.
Yeah, that's going to be Williams on the hold, Larry. It's so hard when you're trying to apply the pressure defense to corral them without grabbing a hold of the jersey.
Williams first, and Webb has the ball slip through. Trey Williams drives and kicks. 3 from Stanford off. Put back from Stovall, no. Stanford gets it back. 3 try from Nicholson. Off again. Stovall, another great board try. That time Tinley Park gets it back. Almost an ill-advised pass. Mid-range pull-up for Haythorne, short. Nicholson hounded and fouled.
Yeah, not a great look that time on the jump shot, Larry. If you're going to dribble in like that, you either got to commit to the layup or you've got to take the three, especially coming off a close pass like that. Not going to keep possession.
Tinley Park head coach DJ Brown, you can see the emotion on his face. A little frustration starting to build. Whistle away from the basketball.
They're going to get Harrell with a hold as well.
Play is dramatically slowed down these last few minutes after it's been blistering in pace in moments. Mosley.
Great deny by Harrell. Look at that, Larry. He's immediately taking their number one option out of the game.
Mosley, the floater alongside the baseline, almost got it. Nicholson, the putback. How about his play down the stretch?
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him, and that time he blew the lid right off the jar.
Nick Harrell backed up against half court. Gets through it. Shifty move to the bucket, and he's called for the charge.
You like the idea of taking it strong to the rim, Larry, but again, when you've got two defenders right there and a couple kick-out options, it's okay to put it back out on the perimeter for play, and again, they're just baiting them into the charges.
Mason Mosley was there to take the contact. Good job by the 5'9" junior. Davis Jr. ahead to Stanford, into the corner, Mosley, back to Nicholson, finds the open man. Look at this ball popping around. Great ball movement by Vashon as they slow it down. Davis comes up short. Rebound out off of Tinley Park.
This is kind of danger time now for Tinley Park, Larry. They've had trouble rebounding the ball, and the second chance points are starting to pile up.
Mosley into the corner, almost picked off. Trey Williams, the open floater. Rebound from Mosley amongst the trees. He's trapped in the corner. Somehow gets the basketball back, and he's fouled. Rather a timeout taken by Vashon.
I was going to say, if they called that a foul, Larry, I'm not not one to bang on the officials, but a ball handler in no man's land. He kind of let that play out.
7 team fouls against Tinley Park, 4 team fouls against Vashon. Vashon in the bonus. So if that foul would have been called, then it definitely would have been costly for Tinley Park. Not the case. Tony Irons read that one like a book. He knew his guy was in trouble. Vashon has 1 timeout remaining. Tinley Park has 4. So that's something to keep in mind down the stretch. Mosley, the trigger man from the sideline. Heaves it into the backcourt for Trey Williams. Kennard Davis. Picked up by Johnson. Wolverines are going to take their time, Cody.
Yeah, with no shot clock. It's all about locking up one-on-one now.
Davis, one-on-one, the drive and kick. What a finish from Stanford.
The crowd's beckoning for a travel, but a good pound dribble, again, going off 1, 2, and then putting it up, not putting that third foot down.
Timeout taken by Tinley Park this time. It's a 30-second timeout.
And Tony Webb having some words with the far side official, trying to figure out what he can do differently down there. He thought he counted 3 steps, and fouls not necessarily being a problem, Larry. They're going to have to try and find a way to earn stops with some rebounds because it's been killing them lately.
Got to be careful, talking to the officials, of course. Webb has done a great job keeping his composure all game long. Webb with 14 points, second on the team to Nick Harrell's 16 for Tinley Park. Webb still discussing with the official, and you can see it there on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, and
it's not a an intense conversation. It's just a friendly conversation, I'd say.
Yeah, and that's part of the job of, a player in an official relationship, right? If they mess up, they want to know what they did wrong so they don't violate the rule again, and I'm sure that's just what the case is.
Keon Richardson.
Now a
Harrell.
2-3 look coming from the Wolverines.
Webb and a mismatch. Can't fight for the bucket. He'll stay on this end.
And Webb got whacked on that one, Larry. Right after the shot went up, it looked like he took one to the side of the head.
Good to see he's all right. Nick Harrell in the backcourt. Into the corner for Richardson, back to Harrell. Tinley Park's got to make something happen. Trailing by 9, a deep three, and Malachi Haythorne answers the call.
Wow, talk about range extender. He almost shot that one from the bleachers.
Not only that, but boy, was it contested. He had a hand in his face. Wow. Titans hanging around. And Cody, what's it going to take for them to come back? They need probably a few quick steals and some more of those threes.
Well, I mean, it's just the same things we've been hammering on throughout, Larry. I mean, they've got to find a way to get a rebound, and with no shot clock, you either have to force a turnover or get lucky with a quick shot and rebound. And so far, they haven't really been able to do much of either. But the good thing is they've been starting to find the rhythm on offense. I'm sure that three helps, but you have to be careful with falling in love with the distance three shot.
Of course, because if you miss them, which, of course, they're hard to make, so that's a real possibility. Got to pull down that rebound, and Vashon very tenacious on the boards, to say the least.
But the thing they've got going for them, Larry, is that since they were so good about playing well and not fouling in the first half, they set themselves up where now their star players can stay on the floor, take a foul, and they don't have to do the offense for defense substitution. Because now each player, I think they've only got 2 players on the floor with 3, which isn't ideal, but then we've got one with 1, and then it looks like Webb and Johnson each only have 2.
Tinley Park, you're right, and that's one thing that both teams in last night's final game ran into trouble with. Tinley Park falling to Joliet West, or Tinley Park defeating Joliet West in that one, but both sides got in some foul trouble. Stanford gets it in. Davis in trouble, gets it across. Good defense by Tinley Park. Back into the hands of Davis. He's fouled by Johnson.
Yeah, you run that risk in the full court, man-to-man, running him up the sideline. Eventually one of those guys will peel off and try and steal it at half court. They almost got it, Larry. They got a wrist onto the ball. Just couldn't corral the bounce.
Kennard Davis Jr. has proved in the few games that we've seen Vashon play that he's a force to be reckoned with. Got 10 points today. Make it 11. Tinley Park has challenged him on the defensive side, though.
Absolutely, Larry. And as we see the second free throw here, I'm sure Tinley Park will assign their pressure defense as well.
Davis goes 2 for 2.
I like the decision here. Put Johnson as the inbounder. That way you get Webb as the threat down low. Get guys who normally handle the ball in this situation.
Haythorne across half court. Johnson looking
Great
for
defense.
something. And Harrell loses the basketball and a foul against Davis.
And that's just been the kryptonite so far for Tinley Park, Larry. They've gotten extended away from the hoop, and then everybody else gets sucked up into their man. Someone's got to cut free to the hoop or to the open area, trying to assign some passing lanes. But right now, they've just been stagnant.
Sends Davis to the free throw stripe. Probably not the guy you want at the line in a game like this. Tinley Park trying to claw back into it late. Davis now 3 for 3 in the fourth quarter at the free throw line. Vashon sends no rebounders. All their defenders back. Second free throw rattles in.
Yeah, and the discussion has to be now with this 1-2-2. You can't give the drive kick out 3. If they're going to shoot something, make it be close to the rim.
Richardson plays catch with Haythorne. Pass tipped away into the hands of Stanford. Vashon already leading by 10. In search of the dagger. And Keon Richardson doles out a foul. His 4th. Mosley will shoot 2 as the Wolverines are in the double bonus. So an uphill battle, to say the least, for the Titans.
Yeah, normally you'd say you play the percentages, but down 11, Larry, that's kind of a tough situation to be in, as again, they'll come off, and I'm sure they'll go right back to that 1-2-2.
Wolverines ahead by 12. Richardson, Haythorne, back to Richardson. Had an open bucket, lost the basketball. Haythorne gets it back, under a minute to go now. Titans need to go. Haythorne the floater, short. Webb the board, turn around, almost got stuck. Vashon with the board. Davis ahead to Mosley, and he will dribble around.
That'll probably be it, Larry.
Looks like Tinley Park will not foul. And they're going to pick up their first loss of the TOC after defeating Joliet West in last night's nightcap. And Vashon moves to 2-0. 2 very impressive performances so far in 2 close games here in Washington. It's in the hands of Davis, and he will hold it as the final buzzer sounds. Davis with 14 points. And 15 points from Mason Mosley lead the Wolverines to 2-0. Mason Mosley really had one heck of a performance. He didn't light up the scoreboard by any means yesterday, Cody, but he really rose to the occasion today.
Yeah, he hit a lot of timely shots, Larry. He really was that kick out, catch and shoot kind of role man today, and he capitalized on that situation, and that's why they walk out of here with a 12-point victory.
Vashon will play again tomorrow. Time to be announced, but of course you can watch that action right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. First game of this Thanksgiving Thursday in the books. And we want to take this opportunity to remind you of our great sponsors here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, Kevin Brown Memorial. Brought to you by the city of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. They're the fabric of their communities, neighbors who lend a helping hand and support charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Since you're already neighbors, get together and have a chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how they can help protect them. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in Washington, well underway on Thanksgiving Day. Thanks for joining us on CSM. We're going to send it down to Country Financial Tournament Central with Gavin Russell. Gavin anchoring the coverage all week long in Tournament Central for us. Gavin, fire away.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. I'm with Vashon Russell. He's the head coach for Chicago St. Rita. And, Coach, you guys are 2-0. You've been playing really, really well so far. A couple of dominant victories, but you got a tough one coming up tomorrow. So just kind of recap, first of all, the start of your tournament. 2-0, how you guys feeling?
Yeah, first off, happy Thanksgiving to everyone out there. Hope everyone's enjoying the holidays. We're feeling really good. You know, just exciting to be able to play basketball in front of fans again. Certainly a great tournament. Love the atmosphere. So just really excited for our guys to get 2 wins and definitely have a tough one tomorrow with Yorkville Christian.
Absolutely. And, you know, playing in this tournament, it's a historic tournament. A lot of really good players coming through. You know, kind of what does it mean to you, your guys, you know, coming off the year of COVID and everything? What does it mean to your guys to be able to play in a high-level tournament like this?
It means a lot. You know, obviously Coach Brown was a great guy in the community, and was certainly very fortunate to be here. So just excited for the opportunity, and we're just trying to relish every moment.
Absolutely. And, you know, you mentioned you guys are taking on Yorkville Christian. You're not going to want to miss that one tomorrow. It's going to be a really good one. Hopefully we've got a lot of people in the gym and tuned in here on Clutch Sports Media. But, you know, they've got a really good player. Jaden Shute, committed to go play at Duke. We had him on, interview him earlier yesterday.
Right.
What's going to take to slow down a really disciplined team?
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to take a collective effort. You know, they're definitely more than him, but he's a great player, you know, arguably the best player in the state.
Right.
But so they're experienced. They're a little bit older than us, so
right.
It'll definitely be a great first test for us for sure.
Absolutely, and, you know, you guys have a long season to go. There's a lot of games left to play, so obviously you need really good players to do it. Who would you like to shout out on your team? Maybe some guys that are really key to your program this year.
Every guy is very important, from the first to the last. You know, in practices, our guys come and compete every day. The energy on the bench is great. The guys are on the court. They come in ready, whether they play the whole game, 5 minutes. So want to shout out the whole St. Rita basketball program.
Absolutely. You guys have a great team, real disciplined team, really well-coached team, obviously, I must say, too. But competing in the Chicagoland circuit, you know, there's a lot of just really tough teams out there. I mean, we just watched Tinley Park play. You know, they took on a tough team from St. Louis. But you know, how does this really prepare you for a tough circuit up in Chicago?
It prepares us a lot. You know, this kind of gives us an idea of where we are. You know, coming off last year, we really don't know. You know, we played about 12 games last season and no fans, so this definitely gives us an idea of where we are and where we need to improve.
Absolutely. So as we kind of wrap things up here, you know, anything else you want to add about your team, maybe some special facts or something going forward? What do you want the audience to know at home about St. Rita?
Well, St. Rita, we're a family. You know, we're a smaller school, and we really care about each other and really want to shout out our St. Rita football team. They play in a state championship on Saturday, so we'll be rooting for them. Hopefully we'll have 2 championships, and we'll see.
Absolutely. St. Rita competing in the state championship. Good luck to them this weekend. Thank you so much for your time, Vashon. We're going to bring in another interview here in just a minute. It's going to be James Brown, a sophomore here at St. Rita. We'll bring him in whenever he's ready.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. We'll bring in James Brown in just a minute, of course, 2 big-time players on for St. Rita, Morez Johnson and James Brown. So James is going to join us in just a moment. Once again, we're going to talk to him. He's just a sophomore right now at St. Rita, part of a loaded sophomore class for the Mustangs. And thank you for joining us, James. We appreciate you coming on the show for a few minutes.
Thank you for having me.
Got a few questions for you. First of all, you're playing in a really good tournament like this. You guys are 2-0. From a player standpoint, you know, really how are you feeling coming in with a great start to your season?
You know, I think me and I speak for my teammates as well when I say, you know, I think we're really excited. You know, specifically me, Morez, you know, Jaden coming in as freshman last year and not being able to, you know, play a realistic season. You know, it's really special for us to come in here and play in this, you know, great environment, loud crowds, you know, and just, you know, go out and do what we do and get a win.
Absolutely, and you know, you guys have a really good matchup tomorrow, Yorkville Christian, Jaden Shute. But throughout this tournament, I mean, you guys are obviously watching as fans right now. Who would you say you're excited to see, maybe even play against in this tournament?
Definitely Yorkville Christian tomorrow. I think that's going to be a great game. Got a couple personal relationships with some guys on that team, so I'm excited to play against them. But, you know, I don't really want to look ahead to anybody to the championship, so I think I'm just going to stick with Yorkville Christian tomorrow.
Absolutely. Keep your head straight. Obviously, look to a really good game. You're going to catch that right here on Clutch Sports Media, or come into the gym, cheer on St. Rita or Yorkville Christian, whoever you prefer. But let's talk about your game a little bit. Obviously, you know, you're a big guy. You've got a lot of size on St. Rita, but kind of how would you describe your game? You know, what characteristics would you describe yourself as?
I would say I'm a very versatile player. You know, can play inside and out. Not as well outside as inside, but you know, I still got a little outside. You know, willing passer. I think my defense is pretty well. Got to work on not fouling as much, but I think my defense is definitely good. And my left hand, I think being right-handed and being really well, being able to use my left hand finishing around the basket is definitely something that makes my game a little bit different.
Absolutely. You're a really, really talented player on a really talented team. Who would you say, is a leader on this team? Obviously, you've got a really good team. I mean, I don't want to highlight just one specific player, but who's a couple of guys that you call the leaders that really help this team keep going?
I don't think we have a specific leader. I think we're all a team full of leaders, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
everybody pushes everybody in different aspects. Like there are certain people who push each other on the court. There are certain people who push each other outside of the court.
Right.
So I wouldn't say that we have a specific guy that everybody looks up to and everybody's, going to. I think everybody on the team is a leader in their own individual, unique way, and I think that's something that really makes us as a whole very special.
Absolutely. You guys have a really good winning culture at St. Rita. Now, you're just a sophomore, and, you've got a long way to go in your high school career, so maybe some expectations for yourself this coming year, maybe, some goals going forward that you would like to see some things improved on.
The one main thing that I think I want to see and, myself want to see as a team is I think we all want to win. So I'll keep it with that, whether it's our conference championship, state championship, this tournament even.
Right,
I think we all want to win at the highest level that we possibly can. I know that's something that Coach Russell has really instilled in us throughout this offseason and even last season. Is just coming in, playing as hard as we can for the full 36 minutes or 32 minutes, however long the game is, and doing everything we can to win.
Absolutely, and a couple more questions for you here. Again, we got James Brown from Chicago, St. Rita. What do you got to say about Coach Russell? I mean, really, how is he as a leader, as a coach? What would you like to describe about Coach Russell?
Well, Coach Russell, Coach Russell is my guy. He's a very good coach. He knows what he's talking about, definitely. He's a great coach on the court. I think he's an even better person off the court than he is on the court, which is really something special. He makes a lot of sacrifices for not only me, but everybody on the team. He's always there if you need an ear to listen to or anything like that. So I think Coach Russell's a great guy, and I think me and all my teammates are very blessed to be in a position to learn from him.
Absolutely. So one more question for you. We're going to have to send it back to the booth in just a minute, but on the college front, again, you got a long way to go in the high school, and I don't want to make you say anything that you don't want to, but anything with the college front, maybe some recruiting, maybe some teams looking at you, any thoughts on that?
Thank you. I know it's Thanksgiving, so I'm very thankful for all the coaches that have recruited me or put any interest in me. It means a lot, and me and my family really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate your time, James Brown. We're going to send it back into the booth in just a minute. We appreciate your time once again. We had Vashon Russell, the head coach of St. Rita, and again, James Brown joining us right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're going to send it back up for the next game, the second game of the Washington TOC Day 3, right here again from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, live from the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell.
Thanks, Gavin. That was great stuff with Vashon Russell and James Brown. Cody, we were remarking off the air how well-spoken James Brown was, and that's a great sentiment. Thank you to all the coaches recruiting him. If I'm a college coach, I'm doing my best to go and get him on the recruiting trail because not only the on-court stuff, but right there, he's a good guy.
Yeah, stand-up model citizen from what we can tell. I mean, I'm sure his parents are very proud of the man he's turning into and will be. He's going to make somebody somewhere a very happy basketball coach.
A lot of guys like that here this week in Washington. I know James Brown this morning at the Thanksgiving banquet, Sean Powell, the tournament director, got up and asked everybody what their favorite Thanksgiving food was. He went around the room, teams from across the country, and James Brown was the representative from St. Rita. Next game coming up, we got Colorado Prep of St. Mary's taking on Quality Education Academy. Cody, you saw Colorado Prep play yesterday. Tell me what you saw from them.
Well, it was a team that I really like to get up and down. They have not necessarily a three-headed monster, but they've definitely got an order of how they will kind of attack you. It starts with Langston Reynolds as the main ball handler in the pick-and-roll situation. Then it's Bay and Dongo. He's got a lot of offers ranging from Penn State, Washington, Colorado, UNLV, TCU, Oregon, and he's one of the most versatile bigs we'll see in this entire tournament.
Indeed he is, and as for Quality Education, Bobby Cannon is a guy that stands out, 6'10 sophomore, guy with a lot of length, number 15 in white and purple as a guy to take a look at. And among others, they've got a lot of length on Quality Education Academy. Cody, looking down the roster, Isaiah Sutherland, 6'9", sophomore. Jelante Edwards at 6'5", Anthony Sellers at 6'7". But Colorado Prep also has the size to match it, so a lot of big boys in this one.
Absolutely, and the thing is, when you look at all the size, the way that the game of basketball is kind of changing, all these guys have kind of have a little bit of stand-up and spot-up shooting games to go along with their size, and so that makes defending them all the more necessary on the perimeter.
Yes, indeed, and Colorado Prep, I know yesterday, a lot of drive and kick, a lot of spreading out around the perimeter, and that's really something that we've seen carry over through all the games here at the TOC, both in the National Classic as well as the Washington Invitational. Colorado Prep of St. Mary's in black and neon green coming into your living room, burning a hole into your television perhaps, and Quality Education in the white and the purple. We're all set. First game of the TOC for Quality Education. And Bainadongo was ready to get going before the official was. Take two. And now we're underway into the hands of Dylan Sanders and Colorado Prep, and here we go.
Yep, third time was a charm that time, Larry. A little bit of pregame jitters.
Langston Reynolds, the Northern Colorado commit, directs traffic. Gets it into the hands of Hudson Andrews. High pressure defense from QEA early. Open three for Dylan Sanders, and he takes advantage.
Yeah, great looking opening sequence that time for Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. Good swing. Of course, they find the open man for the rhythm three.
Jeremiah Anderson. Inside to Isaiah Sutherland. The fadeaway is off. Dylan Sanders pulls down the board. Here's Brock Wisney. Back to Sanders. Unselfish play, three from So. Too strong. Good ball handling from Nasir Gibbs. Finger roll off the glass, no good. Colorado Prep in transition. Open three for Sanders. He's got 6.
And talking before we went on the air, Larry, I kind of labeled him as a hustle guard, and he was on the opposite corner of the floor, ran to the near side corner to spot it for that three. He is just flying around right now.
The Pharaohs looking for a response. Omari Bolden, the dribble drive, inside, turnaround, jumper, got it. That was tough.
Yeah, that's a tough shot. If you're Sanders, you'll live with that.
Wisney inside, up and under, and the put-back hammer from Bainadongo.
Yeah, you leave it on the doorstep, and Dongo will clean it up.
A three from Bobby Cannon comes up short. Pirates looking to grow their early lead. So was looking to draw a foul, perhaps on the dunk. He was getting ready for takeoff. He's hacked before he can get to the rack. So he'll shoot 2.
Yeah, this Colorado Prep of St. Mary's team, Larry, they are just so athletic up and down the roster. Just about everybody is either a hustle three-point shooter or they can all attack the rack.
First one misses. Pirates still lead by 6. So spins the basketball and knocks down the second. He goes 1 for 2. Jeremiah Anderson, 6'3" sophomore. Hands off to Gibbs, and he lost the handle. Here comes Langston Reynolds, the finger roll for 2. He turned on the Jets. And a timeout taken by Quality Education Academy.
Yeah, a quick 11-2 run to open the ball game here. I'm sure not the start the Pharaohs were looking for, but you've got to give a lot of credit to the Pirates. They've been out and running early.
Head coach Andre Gould leading QEA out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. One of 2 teams from Winston-Salem. I wonder if they ran into each other at the airport. That probably would have been awkward, honestly.
Yeah, it's kind of like that feeling, when you go on a school field trip and you see another school there. It's just like that awkward tension. It's just like.
Cody, before we get too far into this game, I want to recognize the uniqueness of Quality Education Academy's mascot, the Pharaohs. I love that.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard of a mascot around that where I'm from. A lot of Vikings, Eagles, Bulldogs, and Lions.
Panthers.
Oh, yeah. Panthers aplenty.
Pirates, even.
Cardinals.
Fade away. Too short from Anderson. Rebound into the hands of Langston Reynolds. Heaves it across to Ndongo. Great skills from the big fella. He's going to take it right into the paint to the rack. Almost got the and one to go.
Well, I'm not sure how he fit that ball out of that situation. I mean, he just somehow fit it between both the hands in his face and nearly got it to go.
Ndongo, a double-double guy, had a double-double yesterday against Western Reserve Academy. And his first free throw is off. Ndongo, a highly touted junior. Jelante Edwards gets it to Nasir Gibbs. The 6'1 senior rolls around a screen, jets ahead and kicks. Sellers inside to Sutherland, and he turned it over. Was looking for a teammate in the vicinity and didn't have one.
Yeah, it just looks like the Pharaohs have come out and not necessarily on the same page. Right now, they're not even reading the same book, finding themselves on the bad end of a 12-2 run.
12-2 run to open the contest. Not exactly what you want. And a turnover. Great defense by Sellers. Sellers fighting for space and picks up the two.
Great job by Sellers, establishing the pivot foot, clearing out some space for himself legally and going up strong.
So hounded on defense by Gibbs. Langston Reynolds, the drive inside, finds an open Wisney. Jack in the box is out. Bolden charges ahead. Hands off Edwards, slows it down. Bolden picked up by Wisney. To the inside, fading away. Would have been tough.
Yeah, that's a lot of length you're trying to go over the top of.
Ndongo got through the D, couldn't finish. Here's Gibbs. Gibbs, the finger roll high off the glass and in.
Again, avoiding the shot blocker down low. That's exactly what you got to do. Just kiss it off the top of the window.
Great finesse. QEA showing some life after a slow start. Langston Reynolds, no look dish, and a rhythm three for Dylan Sanders is off. Put back for Wisney.
Yeah, Wisney Johnny on the spot with that one, an easy stick back.
Omari Bolden surveys the zone defense. Colorado Prep sinking into a 2-3 zone, it looks like. Deep three from Anthony Sellers, trying to show off the range. Board goes down to So. Ahead to Wisney. He's turned away by Sutherland. Nasir Gibbs to the right block, up and under, not enough English. Ndongo, the finesse and one.
Yeah, I think that he was trying to ask for So to give it right back to him and throw it up for a lob, but instead gets the and one, so obviously a good decision on his part.
Cody, I admittedly was not on the call for the Colorado Prep of St. Mary's game yesterday. That was you and John Camosa, but immediately you can see why Ndongo has offers from Penn State, Washington, Colorado, UNLV, TCU, Oregon, you name it. A lot of Power 5 schools. He's a Power 5 talent.
Oh, easily, Larry. He's just so versatile in the way he plays, and for a guy of his length, he moves so well, and he's also got quick enough feet to play the perimeter.
Bolden pulls out the step back, and it falls short. Derek Pringer faking around. Has Ndongo in the post for two. lighten up the scoreboard with 7 early.
Yeah, he finished with about 17 yesterday, so he's well on pace to eclipse that in this one.
Gibbs to Bolden, and it's a turnover. Hudson Andrews got up near the rim but didn't have the basketball. Jelante Edwards fakes out a man and gets the transition bucket. Timeout taken by James Sillis and Colorado Prep.
Yeah, probably a good timeout here. Your team gets the momentum with the steal and bucket. Excuse me, they get the steal, didn't get the bucket, and coming back down and giving one up. Just wants a chance to talk, to not let that early 12, 10-point run go to waste.
I'll take this break to remind you of our great sponsors, starting with the city of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftingAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help prepare you for the future. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Colorado Prep on the offensive end out of their timeout, leading by 10. A.J. Kula hands off to Pranger, back to Kula. Langston Reynolds directing traffic, looking for a high screen from Wisney. Drives inside, the Euro step off the glass and in.
Wasn't that a thing of beauty, Larry? I mean, going off one right next to a defender with a hand in his face, still able to lay it in.
A lot of impressive buckets early on from both sides, but the Pirates lead by 12. Jelante Edwards goes inside amongst the trees and picks up the foul.
Yeah, I think they're going to say that one's on the floor, so we'll have a baseline out of bounds coming for the Pharaohs, the first one of the day for them, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of set they go with, and it looks like a 4 low.
Amari Bolden, or rather Edwards, inbounds to Bolden. Defensive mismatch. Up top, Sellers, a deep ball, doesn't get anything. Anthony Reeves the board, back out Bolden, short that time. Board goes to Hudson Andrews. Langston Reynolds turns on the Jets to the right side. Just not enough. Jelante Edwards skip pass ahead to Tyler Ledwell, denied by Pranger. Pranger on the offensive end now. Comes up short. Offensive board, Andrews. Great ball movement. 3 from Kula off. Sellers hauled in the board and was fouled.
Yeah, a lot of pace in that sequence, Larry. Had a good couple looks, like you said, in the open. That driving kick game is really the bread and butter of the Colorado Prep Pirates. And now they're just not getting the shots to fall, but they're still holding on to that 12-point lead because their defense has been so solid.
What's really impressed me about Prep is they've cycled pretty much through their entire bench now, especially that Colin Hawkins has checked into the game now. And each one of their guys has been almost equally athletic and capable of scoring the basketball.
Yeah, it's one of the rare teams in this tournament that doesn't have a lot of drop-off when it comes to their second unit. You could even argue, I was on the call for that game, Colin Hawkins probably had the biggest basket of the game. In their last matchup, he had the corner 3 in transition to give them the first lead of the game, and they never looked back.
Colorado Prep coming out victorious over Western Reserve out of Ohio yesterday. Edwards inbounds to Anthony Reeves. Reeves trying to get baseline against Ndongo, gets through him, the reverse is off. Pranger, jump ball.
Yeah, that time a little ambitious, trying to spin back in towards the middle. Gets tangled up, and we've seen a lot of good defensive stands between a lot of teams just walling up inside the paint, and so far it's led to a lot of jump balls.
Jelante Edwards sends things into motion. Sellers charges ahead. He's got 6 seconds. Sellers nearly lost the dribble. Inside, off balance, almost got it to go, and that's how the first quarter ends. Colorado Prep leads by 12. An impressive start for the Pirates from out west. We'll take this opportunity to remind you of the presenting sponsors here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, Kevin Brown Memorial. Starting with the city of Washington. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at Uftring Auto Group dealers across the Peoria area. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how they can help protect them. Country. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also brought to you by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown, the former Washington Community High School boys basketball coach, loved this tournament, loved this event. And now the tournament is contributing to the battle against glioblastoma, brain cancer. All the proceeds from the TOC going towards glioblastoma research. Langston Reynolds works it around the arc. Inside to Dungo, fade away. Off the window, no good. Anderson across the timeline. Had a little bit of room on the outside, elects to go inside. Gibbs feeds the post and Bobby Cannon, and he turned it over.
I liked what the Pharaohs did that time, though. Went with a little bit of a hockey dribble where you dribble right around and behind the basket. Much like in hockey, you can skate right behind the net, and usually you find a good drop-off pass, but that time, again, Colorado Prep does a good job sealing off a lot of the passing lanes.
Cody, I was about to say it might be hard to dribble a hockey puck.
Yeah, that's kind of the case. I'm sure that doesn't bounce all that too well. Our good buddy Matt Harrington, not here today, but part of the Clutch Sports Media team, would be our, I guess, expert on that.
Probably tell us a thing or two about hockey pucks. Mari Bolden nearly turned it over. He pulls up. Line drive, 3 short. Langston Reynolds, impressive handles. Spins into the lane through traffic, turned away. I think that was Cannon that got his paw on it, and a jump ball called.
I'm telling you, Larry, Northern Colorado's got a good one in Reynolds. He's got a lot of the tools you're looking for. He's a good leader on the floor. He usually has his team in the right spots. He's got good ball handling. He's a really good on-ball defender to go along with all of that.
Dongo there, Power 5 recruit. QEA also has a handful of guys that are getting those Power 5 looks. Nasir Gibbs walks it up. Dribbles around So to the inside. Couldn't get the touch off the glass that time. Ndongo hauls in the contested board. Reynolds up top to Sanders, and it's an over and back.
Yeah, for one of the few times today, the Pirates shooting themselves in the foot. It's not the end-all, be-all because the Pharaohs weren't able to run with it, but now they'll have to set up their baseline out-of-bounds defense.
Anderson trying to get the Pharaohs to double figures, can't do it there. Wisney behind the back to Sanders. Wisney wide open. Can't capitalize. Ndongo, the stick back, in and out. Board goes to Anderson and QEA. Here come the Pharaohs. Skip pass across to Gibbs. Back up top to Bolden. Bolden, wide open lane, easy 2.
Olay defense rearing its head as the Spees are wide open and leads back down to 10.
Dylan Sanders slows it down. Langston Reynolds inside, outside. 3 ball short from So. Hustle defense from Reynolds, almost got it back. Sellers fighting for it. And now a jump ball.
Yeah, I was just about to say maybe the Pirates are falling a little too much in love with that 3-point shot, but again, we see the hustle from Reynolds doing just about everything he can to keep that ball down on this end.
That was Bobby Cannon who was fighting for that jump ball. He immediately heads to the bench. There's Isaiah Sutherland. Cody, I tell you, I was talking about Colorado Prep's athletes a few moments ago, how impressed I was with their bench even. You can say the same thing for QEA. They just haven't put it together like the Pirates have.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see the speed out on the floor and their quickness on the defensive end, but you're right. They just haven't had the floor space to really show it off, I guess, in some highlight fashion on offense, which I'm sure we will see at some point. But you're right, Larry. Just so far, it's been cool runnings for them to this point.
QEA coaching staff led by Andre Gould. Anthony Sellers across the timeline. Head fake, almost slipped before getting it back to Anderson. Anderson, the dribble drive, denied by Ndongo. Big fella can handle the ball too. Open three in the corner for Kula, and he cashes in.
Yeah, and that's the bread and butter, right? They get the one more pass off a quick little swing of the ball, and in rhythm, that's a high percentage shot.
Omari Bolden to Anthony Sellers. Thought about pulling up from deep. Back to Bolden. Edwards fighting through contact, swatted by So. It's a block party.
Yeah, and So with a great effort. Not only did he block it, Larry, but he blocked it right off of the Pharaohs, and so the possession will swing 2 for 1.
So impressive from Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. Won really a dogfight yesterday against Western Reserve. Now picking up where they left off. The Euro and the 2 for Brock Wisney.
Yeah, good looking runner that time. Not necessarily covering the most ground, but going up strong.
Omari Bolden, the teardropper, can't get the touch, but he'll head to the free throw line for 2. Not a lot of whistles in this one, Cody. 3 fouls against the Pharaohs, now 3 against the Pirates as well.
Yeah, I think that's just a testament to the kind of defense we've seen so far. They're either making or missing the really tough shot without fouling, Larry, and I'm sure that's a theme we'll see in the second half as well.
First free throw up and down out of the hand of Bolden. Bolden's up to 5. Anderson heads to the bench. Tyler Ledwell into the contest for the Pharaohs. Second one is down. 2 much needed free throws for QEA. AJ Kula lobs inside, back outside, and a foul on the 3. Dylan Sanders is going to get 3 at the free throw line.
Yeah, almost the 4-point play that time, Larry. And Sanders hit one from that spot earlier, and his other 3-point shot came from the opposite side corner, so I think he's kind of found where he's going to camp out in this one.
Sanders' first free throw doesn't get the friendly bounce. Colorado Prep, so much size at each position, Cody, and that's really what makes them so difficult to beat outside of each player being just plain out athletic. But the smallest player on the roster, at least to my count, is Jeremiah Coleman, a 6'6" junior. Everybody else is 6'3" or taller, including 4 players who are 6'9".
Yeah, we touched on it in the open, Larry. There's a difference between just tall and being athletic and tall, right? And all these guys have quick feet, as we see right now, able to guard well beyond the three-point line all along the perimeter.
Edwards gets the baseline all to himself and turns it in for 2.
And I'm going to call that one the commentator's jinx. As soon as I say that, the gates opened up on him.
Kula has it knocked away as the Pharaohs try to get something going.
Got to strike while the iron's hot, and Ndongo coming on to the bench. Maybe this is the time.
But Langston Reynolds comes back into the contest. He's perhaps been one of the driving forces so far. Open three on the right wing, passed up, and instead Sellers goes inside and gets fouled.
Almost a vicious putback by Sutherland. Got up and ripped the rim down just about, but like you said, Larry, we just haven't seen the athleticism from the Pharaohs come out yet. We know it's there, it just hasn't been showing us yet.
Sellers first free throw in and out.
Well, that didn't last long.
Dongo comes right back in. Had to get his blows.
Maybe 8 seconds of game time.
About what, 45 seconds of real time. So inside, tied up, fouled.
And the Pharaohs are pleading, Larry, for a jump ball in that situation, but they're going to say they wrapped him up on the arm. That's a tough call always for an official to make, but they always have the final word, so foul it is.
So into the corner for Sanders. Dances on the dribble, back to the outside. Rolls through a screen. Finds the open man, Hawkins. Inside, dish down low to Ndongo. Couldn't get the handle. Here come the Pharaohs in transition. Sellers to Bolden. Now Edwards, the teardropper. Up and around into the hands of Hawkins and Colorado Prep. Hawkins, count the foul. It's a charge.
Yeah, the referee sold that one a little bit, held it up like it was going to be a foul. Fooled me and you up here, Larry, but.
Hey, I had to hold up. Said count the foul, not the bucket. There you go.
Absolutely. Again, the Pharaohs doing just enough to give themselves a chance in the final couple minutes of this first half. It's got to come together, though, at some point. They can't count on the Pirates to keep turning it over.
Pirates ahead by 13. QEA needs to make something happen here soon. Halftime approaching. Omari Bolden kicks to an open Gibbs. Fights for the board, doesn't get it. Pranger ahead. Pranger, open so. Has it knocked away into the hands of Sanders. Ndongo, one-on-one in the post, inside, and one!
It's just unfair, Larry. I mean, he's just so lengthy and coordinated with the ball in his hands. And second and one of the game, and he's just so impressive once he gets down into that post-up game.
Checking himself a little bit, making sure no blood. Might have gotten a little bit of a blow to the face. He's all good, and he'll shoot the and one. He got it. Double figures for the big fella. Under 2 minutes to go in the first half. A rough one for the Pharaohs. Now trailing by 16. Omari Bolden. Right side, Nasir Gibbs will pull the trigger from deep. It's off.
Yeah, not a big fan of that shot selection. It may be within his range, but early down the floor, you'd like to see the offense work and maybe try and earn a better look.
Sanders around a screen. Gets it to Ndongo. He's going to charge ahead. Turnaround hook shot. Oh, that's hard to stop. Goodness gracious.
Do it from the low block now at the high post, too. He's got a complete game.
Rebound loose. Ndongo passes ahead. Great ball movement and a slam from Pranger.
And his first 2 points of the game extends the lead to 20, Larry. And we were just talking about a couple minutes ago, this was a 10-point game.
Reeves hounded on defense. Reeves takes it himself. And he's hacked. Eating a cup of water, perhaps? Hey, whatever works. First shot off the mark.
I'm telling you, Larry, if we had $1 for every missed free throw at this tournament, we'd be a rich couple of guys.
Hey, it's first week of the season for most of these teams.
That's true.
Reeves goes 1 for 2.
I did hear throughout the crowd yesterday someone say these must be the most unfriendly rims I'd ever seen, and he may have a point.
Might have to get down and test them at halftime.
Got a step ladder on you? I know I don't have enough bounce for that.
I'll try to jump. Sanders denied by Sutherland. Ball up for grabs, kicked around, and Sanders almost had it right underneath the basket but couldn't field the ground ball.
Call that an E2. Going back to our baseball talk.
Oh, goodness. Nasir Gibbs. Pharaohs with a chance to hold for the final shot if they please. Gibbs is fouled by Sanders.
And Sanders thinking he didn't foul him there, but that's as bad a textbook of a foul as it gets. At any level, you can't have two hands on an offensive player, and that's the case.
Gibbs headed to the stripe as James Sillis not pleased with the call. I don't mind that outfit. A little sweatsuit action on Thanksgiving Thursday.
Just giving himself some room for seconds.
Dongo, ball's in the board. Off the miss, Pharaohs in the bonus, Pirates not. They've got 10 seconds to operate. Langston Reynolds looking for room, gets a screen from Ndongo on the pick and roll. Reynolds keeps it himself, off the glass, the tip from Ndongo, waved off.
Yeah, that'll be basket interference that time. Ndongo had the right idea. He thought that first bounce might have been enough, but coming off the cylinder again, Larry, that's a tough one.
Pharaohs with 2.8 seconds to try and get some positive momentum before the half. Bolden with 1, the half-court heave. Had the distance, but not the line.
Yeah, competitive first half, Larry. I mean, it doesn't feel like the Pharaohs are down by the 19 points that they are, but Colorado Prep of St. Mary's came out and asserted their dominance early and often.
And boy, did they look good. They'll head to the locker room in the catbird seat, 34-15. Colorado Prep of St. Mary's ahead of Quality Education Academy. We'll take this opportunity to remind you of our sponsors this week, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial, because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. CountryFinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Colorado Prep, a dominant first half over Quality Education Academy, 34-15. We're going to toss it down to Tournament Central, presented by Country Financial. Here's Gavin Russell, our man in the studio all tournament long. Gavin, go ahead.
Welcome back into the Country Financial Tournament Central. He's been on before with us, but he's going to join us again. It's Josh Schwam holding down the social media for us. We're a little short-staffed today, so I'm a little out of breath. I've been running around trying to get some things sorted out. Josh has been doing a great job. Helped us secure that last interview with Vashon Russell and James Brown. You can go back and rewatch that. if you're on YouTube, Clutch Sports Media. Did a great interview with Vashon Russell, James Brown. Let's kind of talk about them for a minute because they're part of, one of the best teams in this tournament, Chicago St. Rita. They gave us some great stuff. I mean, they really talked about, they're a team that's very much a family. They're a team that plays with a lot of leadership on their team. And, for a team that young, that's really impressive. Kind of give me your thoughts on Chicago St. Rita.
Yeah, I mean, they were great, on the court, obviously. But first of all, in that interview with you, we went up to Coach Vashon Russell beforehand and said he'd already agreed to talk to us. And we asked if Morris Johnson would want to do an interview, and he said that James Brown is probably a better interview. He's a better talker, and he was great. He told you a lot of good things about that team. He was very energetic, which is always great to see those other guys coming out when their team is not playing. They're not playing today. They're coming out scouting and just watching some basketball. So a great day for them. They're looking great on the court. Morris Johnson committed to Illinois. James Brown, only a sophomore, and as you asked him, he's not committed yet. You don't want to say anything about any offers, but he said he's very thankful, which means he's got some on the table. That kid can ball. So it's been a great week for them, and it's only going to get better. They got a great game tomorrow night against Yorkville Christian. So
absolutely. We're hyping it up a lot, but for good reason. Yorkville Christian, Chicago St. Rita, a must-watch game right here on Clutch Sports Media. But, hey, if you want to come out to the game, you want to be here live in person, it is a different experience. Trust me, being here watching these games, the crowd is amped up no matter who is playing, and you're certainly not going to want to miss Yorkville Christian and Chicago St. Rita tomorrow night. But we've got one going on right behind us. It's Colorado Prep of St. Mary's and Quality Education Academy. They have an interesting name. I know Larry Larson and Cody Roskins were chatting about this a little bit, but they're the Pharaohs. The mascot for them is the Pharaohs. That is an interesting name to say the least, but one that I personally like. How about you?
It's unique. We haven't heard it before, right? And at this point in the tournament, we're running through a lot of different games, a lot of different players. I like it. I'm for a little bit of change.
Absolutely. The Pharaohs is a team that I can't say I've ever heard any other team, let alone, one in this tournament. So definitely an interesting name. But the big story on the court is Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. They hold a big lead at halftime. And I think one of my biggest takeaways, just kind of from a general aspect, big takeaway is the game just moved at a pretty solid pace. Weren't a lot of stoppages, weren't a lot of fouls. It just was kind of in control, in the grasp of Colorado Prep just the entire time. There wasn't a lot of back and forth. Maybe something that Quality Education could stand to change here in the second half.
Yeah, they obviously it's a 29-point game right now, Gavin. They're controlling everything. On the defensive end, on the glass, in transition, Colorado Prep of St. Mary's is totally controlling this basketball game. And they've got the rhythm down. Quality Education Academy cannot seem to do anything about it. Payne Ndongo is having an unbelievable game. He's pinning things against the glass. He's running the floor. He's handling the ball. He's shooting. This is an all-around excellent performance by that team and that specific player. They've been great.
Absolutely. One of my observations sitting behind the producer, we call it our production truck, up there in our little area where we're broadcasting the game from. But one thing I've definitely noticed, the refs are letting them play a little bit. We've seen some hard contact up around the rim. We've seen some rebounds, a lot of bodies moving around, and a few past games it seemed like the whistles had been going off a lot. This game, not so much. Just from a fan aspect, are you a fan of maybe letting them play a little more or a little bit more controlled game?
Well, first of all, maybe they got some turkeys waiting at home. It is Thanksgiving. They might have to get home to a family dinner. No, but it's great when it gets moving. Obviously, these teams are young. They're athletic. They like to play with pace, right. All of them. And from a fan's perspective, it couldn't be much better.
Absolutely. We've got some great games coming up on Clutch Sports Media, live from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We have two more after this. Again, another half, Quality Education Academy taking on Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. We're kind of looking at some of the other games as I will pull them up here. Again,
we've got all of the schedule. No mean to cut you off. The schedule is pinned to our Twitter profile, Clutch Sports IL. And we've got a great graphic by our head graphics man, Joey Wright. Gavin, you've got the schedule for the rest of the night.
Yes, we do have the rest of the schedule here. We've got Winston-Salem taking on Rabun Gap. That is a good matchup right there. The last game tonight, 8:30 game. You're not going to want to miss it. Denmark-Olar and Urbana, both of those teams, they got routed a little bit early on. Both looking, though, to get their first W of the season. Looking at the rest of the schedule tonight, what can you tell our viewers at home to expect?
Well, that late game is certainly interesting because Urbana is a young team. They've got a lot of freshmen, and Denmark-Olar It looks like we're good, actually. We're being sent back to the booth, so we're going to send it back to Larry and Cody Roskins. Never mind. Our production assistant, Francisco Alonso, is giving me false information. The late game tonight, Denmark-Olar has Zachary Davis, who is a University of South Carolina commit. Obviously, that's a big-time player on the floor. And Urbana, with all those young players, those young freshmen, it's certainly a contrast of styles and a contrast of characters, but it should be a great contest. Those two teams, like you said, lost their opening game, and they lost in fairly convincing fashion. So it should be good for them to try to rebound. Davis obviously didn't score a lot. He was much more of a facilitator in that game. But it should be a fun one on Clutch Sports Media.
Absolutely. We're having a lot of fun on Clutch Sports. We're learning as we go. We've had a lot of really good interviews. It's going pretty smooth, all things considered, knock on wood, but, no huge mishaps up to this point. But, absolutely, we've been having a lot of fun here at the Washington TOC. That's why we encourage you to kind of get out, watch these games live and in person. That makes a whole different experience. And, again, it's supporting a really good cause. KB Strong, that's something else we've talked about throughout the week. KB Strong has been huge for this. A lot of proceeds go. You can make donations. You can just get involved by spreading awareness as well. We've talked to Jody Brown. We've talked to several other people that knew Coach Kevin Brown. They're really getting a lot of advocacy for KB Strong. So that's going to wrap it up here for the halftime edition from the Country Financial Tournament Central. Josh Schramm, I'm Gavin Russell. Back to the booth now for Larry Larson and Cody Roskins.
Thanks, Gavin. Appreciate your hard work all week long. Not to mention the one and only Josh Schwamm working hard, getting everything covered on social media. And be sure to follow us on the socials, at Clutch Sports IL on Twitter, at Clutch Sports Media on the gram, as the kids like to say. Colorado Prep ahead of Quality Education Academy. Game 2 of 4 on your Thanksgiving Thursday. Pirates 34, Pharaohs 15. Cody, keys to the second half for both sides. Starting with QEA, they've got their work cut out for them.
I think it starts with just taking care of the ball, Larry. A couple of times there at the start of the game, they kind of got away from themselves, either gave them easy turnovers. I think if you're going to also couple that along in there, you're going to also want to hunt out some better shots. We were talking just before we went on to the air about them maybe not having the greatest system offensively in that first half. The flow wasn't quite there. Look for them to try and hunt out some better shots.
The Pharaohs will start with the basketball, and we're underway. In half number 2, Jelante Edwards passes it in to Bolden, who orchestrates the offense.
Yeah, they came out in a little 1-4 high set, get it down to the low block.
Sutherland tried to pass alongside the baseline, and so picked it off. So, looking for options, has Wisney. Langston Reynolds. Now the drive by Ndongo. Great pass to So for 2.
Good job by So that time, able to corral the pass, square his shoulders up with the backboard, a nice looking power lay-in.
Jelante Edwards. Sutherland. Tipped away from Edwards. And Dylan Sanders doing a good job closing up the passing lanes. QEA trying to get this lead down below 20. Sellers, head fake to the inside, back to the basket. Didn't get anything.
Someone ate his Wheaties this morning. A little bit of oomph on that left-handed flick, but still, you like the idea of taking it strong to the hole, but you got Ndongo and company down there. That's a tough wall to finish over.
The defensive effort has been so impressive for Colorado Prep today. So, fouled, helped up by Sellers. Or rather, So turned it over. So it's going back with the Pharaohs into Bolden. Bolden surveying the floor. Kicks to Edwards. Seen a lot of this ball movement from Quality Education. That hasn't been the problem today. Tyler Ledwell,
Look at
hounded by Ndongo.
Yeah, I was about to say, Larry, great one-on-one defense, squaring up, just looking at their stomach. Don't watch the ball in one-on-one defense as a defender. Watch the stomach. You can't move without the ball.
Edwards inside the paint, turnaround jumper, no. Reynolds dribbling with the head up, was looking for Ndongo, but Ndongo wasn't looking for him.
Yeah, another case of a zig and a zag. Just miscommunication on the pass. It would have probably been a two-handed jam, too, for all we know.
Would not be shocked to see a few more of those in this contest. Colorado Prep leading by 21. Anthony Sellers in trouble inside the paint. Needs to pass it out, and it's pickpocketed by So, all by himself. Clear for takeoff.
Speak it into existence, I guess. There it is, Larry. Another rim punch, and So and company are off and moving in this third quarter.
We've seen a few of these games, Cody. We know how it goes. Ball tipped away from Edwards. Subs come in. Sellers comes in. Gibbs as well. Tyler Ledwell to the bench.
And when you inbound here, you have to have multiple options off the inbound. You can't just allow one guard to be that guy. And much better effort that time of working somebody open.
Anderson, Sellers for three, got it.
Big shot that time, pulls it back to 20 points, and if the comeback's going to start somewhere, I might as well start here.
Ndongo handles the ball himself. Hands off to Sanders, around a screen. Back to So, dribbles around, lost the handle, kicks to Sanders, the tray, nothing but nylon. The celebration to follow.
Yeah, corner specialist Sanders, I guess is what we should start calling him. He's had a couple of those.
It's showtime again.
Instead of showtime, maybe it's so time as again he climbs the ladder.
It's a great one. So time indeed. He's got 7 points for the Pirates, 4 of them on dunks.
We were talking about it, Larry. We love the way Langston Reynolds plays defensively during that halftime break. He is just about as solid as it comes, and he's not the flashiest dude when it comes to it. He'll let you know if he locks you up every once in a while, but he's very humble in the way he guards and has the play to back it up.
Cody, we were talking another point during the break. Sanders hands off to So. Ndongo pulls up from steps in front of the arc and is off. We've seen a lot of impressive play as Ndongo turns away Sutherland. And here comes Pranger. He's fouled.
I think he just,
hard foul.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happened on the takeout, though. I think he may have misstepped, and sure hope he's okay.
Looks like A.J. Cool is going to come get him after the shot.
Yeah, that was a odd-looking takeoff. I thought maybe it was alley-oop time, Larry, but again, Pranger had a dunk in the first half and was going to try for number 2.
First one is up and good. But what I was going to say, Cody, is we've seen a lot of good basketball. We've seen a handful of great teams this tournament. I've been impressed with a lot of them, namely Chicago St. Rita, perhaps at the top of the list. But outside of them, Colorado Prep, in my opinion, has been the most impressive team that I've watched. And that's not a knock on anybody else. That's just how good that Prep has played against a tough quality education academy team.
Absolutely, Larry. You and I were both kind of in that same boat. We thought maybe they may not be the most talented team around the board. They've definitely got the talent, don't get us wrong, but they may be the most complete team when they have it going.
The feed inside to Sutherland, ripped away. Sanders ahead, no look pass to So. Off, Ndongo almost got the board. Kula does. Kula wanted the 3. Instead, Reynolds will pull the trigger. Bank is off. Edwards through traffic to the rack and one.
Uno mas going to the stripe for the one more. And again, a good aggressive take. They finally were able to pull the big out of the paint and get to the hole.
Something to cheer about for the Pharaohs fans here in Washington or back at home. Quality education out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You ever been to North Carolina, Cody?
Can't say I've ever had the pleasure.
I have been there. I think. I think. I'm trying to recall.
Maybe a dream, perhaps.
No, I've been to a handful of states. I've been to South Carolina. I've been to West Virginia. Been to Virginia. I've definitely been to North Carolina, come to think of it. I just don't recall when.
Maybe we'll have to book a trip later this year, Larry, once it
Funny story about trips to North Carolina I'll get to perhaps later in this game or later in the tournament, but Colin Hawkins getting ready to inbound, directing traffic as Sanders is double teamed in the backcourt, gets through it. Great pass ahead, and the layup missed by Hudson Andrews. He's fouled. So,
yeah.
Go ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead, Cody. We got plenty of time.
Yeah, I was just going to say that time when they were coming down the floor, getting the quick contact and able to break some pressure. We'll see if we can see some of the athleticism we've been hearing all about.
Bolden can't get it over Kula. Hawkins to Kula to Sanders, and a turnover. And a timeout taken by Colorado Prep. Cody, the story I wanted to get to was last year there was no Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, of course, due to COVID-19. So what the foundation and the board of directors for the tournament was tossing around was perhaps a series of showcase games around the country that would feature teams around the nation and states that were playing basketball amidst COVID. And most of the games were centered in North Carolina. So I and Joey Wright, also on Clutch Sports Media here, had a lot of talks with Eric Schermerhorn, tournament director Sean Powell as well. And we crafted up a trip where we were going to drive to Georgia, drive to North Carolina, and see a handful of these different high school basketball games. I believe it was December of 2020, maybe a little bit in January as well. And we were going to head to Charlotte. We were going to head to Winston-Salem, a lot of those schools in North Carolina. Point being, North Carolina is a basketball hotbed. They take it seriously. A lot of players in the league coming out of North Carolina. How about the handles from Anthony Sellers? Sellers wants to go coast to coast. Can't get the shot off.
Absolutely, Larry, talking about North Carolina basketball. I mean, Tobacco Road, maybe as about as competitive of a basketball region in the world, you could say. Of course, you got the Dukes, North Carolinas, NC States of the world all down there as well. And you're right, that would have been an absolute treat.
Three ball comes up short. A.J. Kula can't finish. Neither can Pranger, and he puts it in. Having some difficulties with our score bug. Just so you know, Pirates of Colorado Prep ahead of Quality Education Academy, 47-21. 2 minutes to go, third quarter.
I tell you what, though, Larry, yesterday when I had Colorado Prep, it was the Pirates and the Pioneers of Colorado Prep.
Oh, boy. A lot of P's.
Yeah, Tongue Twister City. And
oh, you think that's Tongue Twister City? I got a good one for you.
Oh, let's hear it.
How about Friday night at 6:15 right here on CSM? It's going to be the Pattonville Pirates versus the Pewaukee Pirates.
The who's of Pirates.
Yes, indeed. Open three into the corner for Pranger, off. Cleans up his own mess. Kicks into the corner for Kula. Up top to Reynolds. Reynolds dances on the dribble, and he's pickpocketed.
Sound defense
Here
that
comes
time.
QEA. Pass to the right block. Sellers fouled and got an injury on the other end of the floor.
Larry, that brings up an interesting thing I remember when I'm pretty sure I've told this story before to the Clutch Sports Media crew, but back when I was in high school, we used to have the Alphabet Bowl battle between AHSTW Vikings and the OABCIG Falcons in an annual football game. So Avoca Hancock, Shelby Tennant Walnut took on Old Old Arthur, Battle Creek, Ida Grove. Not to mention local school, Maple Valley, Anthonota, Charter Oak, Ute was around. So, small town schools, how we doing?
Oh my goodness gracious. These two teams not small town schools, far from it, but no less. Some interesting names. Not quite as interesting as those.
No, we were a little out there with the naming, but I gotta say, since I came from Southwest Iowa to Central Illinois, I've been very pleased to see the familiarity you got with some of the high school sports and even some of the bigger ones. You've taken me out to Metamora a couple times.
Yeah.
We've been to Pekin before as well, and now getting to see some other schools from around the state and country as well. It's really kind of opened my eyes to a whole another world when it comes to this kind of aspect of sports.
In an injury timeout here, Langston Reynolds down with an injury on the other end of the floor. Hope he's doing all right. Looks like he's in a lot of pain. And we won't speculate on anything. We're not doctors, but just hope he's okay because, as we've mentioned throughout the broadcast, Reynolds, such a talented player. Reynolds dealing with a great deal of pain right now.
Yeah, it's going to be important for his team to maintain composure. It's always tough to see a teammate and what you would consider someone as a brother go down with an injury, and so got to keep their heads about him. Yes, it's unfortunate, but still a game to be played, and I'm sure the Ferris would have nothing more than to seize an opportunity to get back in this.
Reynolds is going to be helped to his feet. And the crowd will give him a nice ovation. He'll be helped to the locker room. Or rather, the trainer's room, which is located conveniently right off the court. And he's putting no pressure on his right leg. Cody, that's tough.
Yeah, you really hate to see it, especially with a player of his talent finally getting a chance, to showcase it on a big stage like this and against high-quality opponents, and it's really unfortunate to see.
Pull-up jumper doesn't hit anything, partially blocked out of the hand of Sellers. Colin Hawkins. Brock Wisney off the mark. Tip in from Hawkins is good.
Yeah, he came in and gave him clutch minutes yesterday to spark their game-winning run.
Colorado Prep 49, Quality Education 22. Pass ahead. Off the mark from Hudson Andrews. Anderson jets ahead to the left block. Layup up and in.
Yeah, and that's always a tough shot going. Not necessarily against the grain, but outside hand, outside ear. That's where you kind of want that ball to line up so you can just flick it off the window using that right side of your body to shield off the defender.
Dylan Sanders slows down the offense and pulls up from three. And a walk signaled against Brock Wisney. Want to give you folks at home a brief heads up. I'm dealing with a little bit of technical difficulties with our score bug. There will be a brief interruption in the video coverage in between quarters, but we'll be right back. Hopefully, and frankly, we should be back going by the time the fourth quarter starts. Nasir Gibbs, the dribble drive, 16-footer, doesn't have the touch. Hudson Andrews with the board.
Yeah, this will probably be the last shot of the quarter. Larry Sanders hit a couple spot up threes, see if they can get something going in the motion offense.
Colin Hawkins open downstairs. Gibbs with 2 seconds. Gibbs gets the shot off. Got it! And they waved it off. I thought he got it off in time, but he did not. And after three, it's Colorado Prep 51, Quality Education 24. And we will be right back on Clutch Sports Media. Bear with us. We tweak a few things. And we're back, just like that. Hopefully everything's up to snuff, as you might say. Fourth quarter of action between Colorado Prep and Quality Education Academy. Cody, just before we stepped away, we saw a buzzer beater that was waved off from Gibbs. I thought he got it off in time, just in the nick of time, but the officials waved it off.
Yeah, I'm floating in the same boat as you on that one, Larry. I thought he just got it off, but no video replay at the high school level, and so we will stick with the call that was made.
Hey, plenty of replay on Clutch Sports Media if just you rewind on YouTube. Bucket from Brock Wisney opens the closing quarter of action. Cody, I think we've buried the lead a little bit here. Colorado Prep has held Quality Education to 24 points through 3 quarters. Wow.
Yeah, you could say that's pretty impressive, especially with the athletes they've been gifted with. And look at this one, Larry.
The kick off. 3 ball from Pranger there. Jelante Edwards fouled by Colin Hawkins.
I think a lot of that has to do, Larry. We had touched that there's not really a drop-off from the Pirates bench coming from their starting unit. So I think, especially when the Pharaohs had to dip into the bench unit, so to speak, it really was like them going against another starting 5. And that's such a tough ask, and that's kind of how they built up this lead, just a couple of runs here and there.
Anderson, the finger roll, got it. Nice move by the sophomore. Three ball from Andrews is off. Anderson passes ahead to Sellers. Now a deep 3 from Edwards. Comes up a little bit short. Board to Pranger and company. How about that pass? A little bit high for Andrews, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was going to put up the floater off the Euro and just flicked his head to the left and found the open man.
Hudson Andrews, good job off the high pass. Anderson dishes backwards to Sellers. Works around a screen, and for 3, he cashes in.
It's the second of a couple of those that he's knocked in off that kind of rhythm jump shot, stepping into it. I really like his follow through. He's got a really nice looking jump shot.
Dylan Sanders, Brock Wisney now. He'll try the tray and dial it up.
Right back at you, big fella. Says big man can't play on the perimeter.
Colorado Prep has just had their foot on the gas all day long, and an and one from Nasir Gibbs on the other end. He's slow to get up. Good to see he's all right after an acrobatic bucket.
And if I'm not mistaken, Larry, with this free throw, that would be 3 straight possessions with a 3-point result.
Indeed. Lid's coming off the basket for QEA a little bit.
Borderline line change, Larry, is 3 bodies coming in, and we see So and Dongo come back in as well. Kula also getting off the pine.
And a brief delay before the inbounds pass. Gibbs heads to the bench. Omari Bolden into the contest, if I'm not mistaken. Hawkins feeds Ndongo. Spin move. How about that move? Puts it in.
Just covers so much ground, Larry. That little spin step, not necessarily a hop step, but it's just so hard to guard.
So in transition with Ndongo, playing catch. So off. Ndongo, no. Rebound out to Kula. So great ball movement. Hawkins from deep. Off. Rebound still loose. Ndongo almost got it back. Edwards fell out of bounds, so it stays with Prep.
Yeah, great effort that time, and I think they're actually going to give this one back to Quality Education.
Perhaps a foul against Prep. And a step back is down for Omari Bolden.
Well, it's a good thing we're indoors, Larry, because it's raining right now, and threes just rattling in from everywhere.
Hey, we do have a tarp in here just in case. That ball knocked away from Brock Wisney.
You can definitely say we learned our lesson from football season, right, Larry? The couple of rainy games that we've had out there on the gridiron, and never leave home without it.
No kidding. Night at Peoria Stadium comes to mind. Dumping rain. No finish from Wisney. Ndongo fouled. Braced by Sellers before he hit the deck.
Yeah, he got whacked again, and that's one of those you just got to foul him hard enough so he can't get the shot up and get the and one on you. So good on the Pharaohs for accomplishing that, but down 35. It's necessarily a high point, I guess you could say.
First free throw up and in for Ndongo. He's having one heck of a ball game. Up to 15 points now. He's been a standout performer. Dylan Sanders also in double figures with 11. Ndongo goes 2 for 2 there. And Cody, if you're the Pharaohs here, first game of the National Classic here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. What do you got to do to improve for the next game as Bolden starting to pour it in now, back-to-back conversions for him. But they're going to face some more tough competition here in the next few days.
Yeah, that's really the million-dollar question, Larry. And you can't really just say it's, first game of the tournament. That's always easy enough. But Sanders rattles in another 3. But you got to find a way to, guard the pick and roll, I think, a little better. When Reynolds was in the game, they really shredded him with that. And got to shore up the defense just a little bit more. The shots will eventually fall. This team's too talented to not have them go their ways. They've hit a couple here in the fourth quarter, but I feel like those are the two things they really got to improve on.
Bolden can't make it 3 in a row. Ndongo fouled. Count the bucket.
Must be a special today, Larry. 3 for 9. 3 and 1's going to get him 9 points if he puts this one in.
Boy, has he been impressive. Remember the name by Ndongo. 6'9" junior. High-level recruit for Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. Can't convert that and one. And it's knocked out of bounds. Going back with the Pharaohs. Thanks for joining us on your Thanksgiving Day. Hope you've enjoyed some time with the family. Maybe had some turkey or ham if you prefer. Coming up next on CSM, Winston-Salem Christian versus Rabun Gap at 7 p.m. and Urbana and Denmark-Olar at 8:30.
Urbana, home of the Fighting Joey Wrights.
Yes. Step back try, misses left from Bolden. Rebound Prep, in and out of the hands of Sanders. Great ball movement. Hawkins weaving in and out of traffic and a find. Derek Pranger, the finish.
And this team is just feeling it right now, Larry. I mean, the ball movement's good. Defense is even better.
Ball fake and the 3 from Anthony Sellers. That was a clean move.
Absolutely. Got him jumping for joy on the jump shot fake and bring him up and knock him down.
Embracing his time in the Midwest, saying, "Oh, let me squeeze right past you." Cash in the 3.
There may not be a more cliche phrase in the Midwest than "ope."
Of course not. I'm surprised neither of us said it earlier when we both said the same thing at the same time.
I still got 2 more games to do. It might come out of me at some point.
Ope.
Maybe if we get a really good dunk, we'll go, "Oh, there it is."
Maybe when a Midwest school plays. I mentioned turkey a few moments ago, Cody. If you have your choice on Thanksgiving, turkey, or ham, what are you picking?
Turkey. Turkey, and it's not close.
That doesn't surprise me. You're a pretty traditional guy. Favorite side?
Do desserts count as sides?
That's a whole separate discussion.
Okay, well, if we're not going to count that, I'm going to go with, depending on what side of the family it is.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm going to either choose the stuffing.
All right, I like that.
Or there's some really good dinner rolls that my aunt makes.
Okay. I'm a big fan of stuffing. Some people call it dressing. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think those people belong in a psychiatric ward.
Oh, my goodness. Might be a bit of a reach. Me personally, I'll call it stuffing. Maybe some of our viewers prefer dressing. Leave your mark in the comments. Let us know what you call it.
Hashtag team stuffing.
I'm right there with you. Me personally, it's the cranberry sauce that does it for me.
Ooh, that's a good call. Good pull.
Stuffing also criminally underrated.
Absolutely. Now, Larry, if we're going to go on this, we got to finish it off with the third leg. Get the go-to dessert.
Dessert, pumpkin pie.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the what side of the family. It's either pumpkin pie or lemon cookies.
Colin Hawkins in and out. Lemon cookies, I like that.
Yeah, my same side of the family, different aunt, makes lemon cookies, a little bit of powdered sugar on top. Let me tell you, enough to warm the soul.
Have you ever had a lemon bar?
Oh, absolutely.
Those are delicious. Pull-up three for Bolden. He's heated up in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they're really starting to take the lid off the basket right now. Looks like that rim's about the size of a beach ball.
Bolden with 14. Hawkins, the drive and kick to Andrews. Bolden ahead in transition to Sellers. He's pickpocketed into the hands of Reeves. Bolden inside, right hand layup is good.
Good control going to the rim, able to shift the ball to the opposite side of the defender.
Hawkins, impressive job keeping the dribble. My goodness, is he gonna finish? You bet.
Got to run through the tape in life, even when there's some obscurity in front of you. And that time, Hawkins left, right, and center.
Sellers has it ripped away. Right back into the hands of Jelante Edwards. He doesn't hit anything. Sellers will go to the line.
Yeah, an airmail that time, but good job corralling the second effort opportunity and putting it up. And that's now 4 fouls on Andrews. Sure, they'll sub him out as Ndongo looks to be checking back in.
This game well in hand by Ndongo. Doing a great job for Colorado Prep of St. Mary's, leading them to a convincing victory. They'll be 2-0 in tourney play. Pranger,
Ooh.
The Euro and the jelly. Everybody on this prep team can play.
Man, that was impressive. Nice little pass fake, get the defender moving in the middle of the air.
Deep three comes up short from Sellers. Pranger all alone with the hammer. He's into double figures. Omari Bolden tries to get by Sanders. He draws the whistle.
Good game for Sanders, 14 points, only just now picking up his second foul. He's had a couple of steals and rebounds to go along with his day. Excellent effort.
Who hasn't had a good game for Colorado Prep? Looking down the scoreboard, you've got Sanders with 14, Pranger with 10. Not all the starters on the floor right now. And also, we do want to say Langston Reynolds went down with an injury back in the third quarter. It appeared to be his right knee. Hope he's doing okay. Went to the trainer's room. We haven't seen him since. How about another two-handed jam? Hudson Andrews.
Everybody getting above the rim today. This Colorado Prep team, everybody watch out. When they get it rolling, they have the potential to be one of the best teams in the tournament.
Pull up from Edwards. Rebound for Prep. Colin Hawkins is just going to dribble it out. And the Colorado Prep of St. Mary's Pirates move to 2-0 in the National Classic at the Washington Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 77-45, your final.
Yeah, just a dominant performance. Colorado Prep came out on that 10-0 run to open up the game and never looked back. Great day from Ndongo again. Just an all-around dominant performance. For the Pharaohs, they've got a lot of stuff they can build on this one. Again, first couple games of the season, still trying to get their feet under them.
Quality Education Academy has plenty more games ahead of them. They'll be back in action tomorrow as well as Saturday here inside the Torrey Gym. We want to take a moment to thank our great sponsors today and this week at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. And Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And the KB Strong Foundation, cause behind the TOC, raising awareness in the fight against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. All the proceeds from the TOC go towards raising money for research in glioblastoma. We're going to toss it down to the studio here momentarily, but Cody, the next matchup, Rabun Gap taking on Winston-Salem Christian. Winston-Salem Christian got in last night. This is their first game of the TOC. Rabun Gap has played one game. They played Life Christian last night and struggled a little bit in a loss. We're going to toss it down to the Tournament Central now. Gavin Russell standing by. Here's the Country Financial Tournament Central.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Been with you all week long. We've had a number of guests and many different people come through here. We really appreciate you joining us for all of our coverage. Lots of extended coverage we have here on Clutch Sports Media. Just in addition to the great games we're seeing at the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC, we're working on getting our next guest. It's Brian Tibbs. He does a lot here for this tournament. I believe he's in charge of the ball boy, ball girl experience, as well as some things with the TOC camp, the Country Financial three-point shootout that we had here earlier on Clutch Sports Media. So we're attempting to get him in the studio, but at the moment we do not have him, unfortunately. He's coming in with us right now. We'll talk to him for just a few minutes in between games here. Thank you so much for joining us, Brian. No problem. You just come up, push that up right there to turn it on. Thank you so much for joining us, Brian. We appreciate you coming over here. So, you know, I believe you told me you're in charge of the ball boy, ball girl experience. Yeah. Obviously, that's big. You know, it takes a team effort to, you know, and it's really great for the kids as well. Kind of tell us more about that.
Yeah, so we just always try to find ways to engage the community and get kids involved. So one of the ways we worked out over last couple of years is getting ball boys and ball girls assigned to certain teams. Awesome. And so they pick a team and they hang with them all week long. Yeah, it's just a real good way to get the youth involved and to really have them get a really good experience here at the TOC.
Absolutely. You know, in addition to that, you know, what can you tell us more about your involvement with the TOC? Yeah,
so my role is really just to engage the community in any way possible. So one of the other big things we did is these clinics. Okay. And so we did youth clinics in October, 2 of them. Coach Schermerhorn worked with us. So we had 160 kids in October at those clinics. And then we also had a second clinic just on Wednesday morning. Oh, wow. And Western Reserve Academy came, ran the clinic for us. So the kids in our community got to experience and hang out with kids from across the country. It was really, really a good experience.
Absolutely. Yeah. And, you know, right now, obviously, you guys have already done a lot with the kids in the community, but maybe somebody watching at home, maybe down the road in the future, maybe next year, they'd like to get involved. How can they get involved with your program?
Yeah, just keep a lookout on social media through the TOC, through KB Strong, through the Washington Park District. And we always advertise those clinics. And those kids that participate in those clinics, they get a clinic shirt. They get it free to the TOC. Okay, wow. The entire session. Awesome. So the value is there's more value in just having that T-shirt. Absolutely. And they get to hang out with some of the players. It's just a really fun thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, can you tell me a little bit more? I'm not sure how long you've been part of the TOC or how many years you've been coming. Kind of tell us about your experience with the TOC over the years.
Yeah, I've known Coach Schermerhorn for a really long time. I've known his dad, been around them since I grew up with them, and moved here to Washington. And new coach is just the coach here, and assistant coach, and then head coach. So my involvement really stepped up over the last 4 or 5 years as the committee grew. So now I'm a committee member and I really see my role as just finding ways to get people here in unique ways and unique experiences, such as ball boy, ball girl. And so one of the new things we did this year that I'd like to mention is we offered a 3-point shooting contest for middle schoolers. So we just did that today at 2 o'clock. It was a great experience. We had 16 girls and 15 boys that came and shot, and middle school kids from around Central Illinois. Country Financial sponsored that, so they worked with their agents in each of their towns.
Awesome.
Yeah, just as another way to get people here and experience the TOC.
Absolutely, and you're on the committee, so kind of take us, you're with all the people that help run this thing. What goes into putting together, new things to introduce to the TOC? I mean, how do those ideas come, into a thought and then maybe put into action? How do those things work?
Yeah, really, it's bring an idea to the committee. We talk about it. Will it work? Will it won't? The schedule's pretty well set, so finding gym time is a lot of times a challenge. So if it's something in the gym, like one of the ideas we'd love to try to figure out is a dunk contest.
Absolutely.
Everybody love that. I mean, that I would really that would be
absolutely,
awesome.
Absolutely.
Don't know if our backboards would hold up, and I don't know when we would do that.
Right.
So some of those things, just those are ideas. Like, that'd be fun. But any way that we can get more kids involved, and ultimately they then invite their families, and they get to experience that. The TOC's meant a lot to my family. Coach Schermerhorn and his family have meant a lot to me over the years. So can't say enough good things about them, about the tournament. Sean and Jody and everybody who put so much time and effort in making this and bringing this to our town. Let's get people from Central Illinois here.
Yes, absolutely. We want people to come, not just in Central Illinois, but all over to experience the tournament. It's really an awesome experience to come out here, be at the games. We're glad you're with us here, but get out to the games if you can. It's really a different experience. But throughout the week, we've been talking about KB Strong, and obviously, you're with the committee for the TOC, but the involvement with KB Strong is big with the TOC as well. So kind of what can you tell us about KB Strong and your involvement with that?
Yeah, I mean, the tournament really over the last 2 or 3 years took a drastic turn towards instead of just about basketball, it's about something much bigger than basketball. Basketball is the avenue to help raise some money for a deadly disease that took Coach away from us. Still kind of stings. Tough time here in our town. And anything we can do to help with glioblastoma research is done 15 minutes away in Peoria. Some of the best researchers, some of the best doctors are right there in Peoria. So if we can put a dent and maybe help them raise some money here through this event to help with some of the research and hopefully eventually find a cure, that's way bigger than basketball at that point. So,
absolutely. And we talked about through the week. We had Jody Brown on to start out the week. We want to make sure people know they can get involved online. If you come here, they've got a tent set up in the multi-purpose room by the concession stand. So lots of ways to get involved. Why would you encourage people to get involved? Obviously, help find that cure, but why is it so important?
Yeah, I mean, it's there is a 0% survival rate from glioblastoma. 0. There are no survivors. So if we can, 100 years ago, there were other diseases that had the same thing. They started working in research and found ways to treat and hopefully cure. So we feel like we're right on the cutting edge of being able to help fund and provide some help to the leading research hospital looking into glioblastoma.
Absolutely.
Right
so, but you said, a lot of this help comes through basketball. People enjoying the basketball, coming, just buying a ticket. So, in the way of basketball over the years, this year as well, what are some favorite memories of yours, just being able to watch certain players or teams? I mean, it's all been really good, but if something stands out, what is it?
Boy, I mean, if you don't mention Zion Williamson and his dunks and his one block that he put in the upper level here, I mean, Zion, Tyler Harrow just lighting it up. I mean, those two names are the very first that come to mind. They just lit it up here and for different ways and when Zion was just kind of starting to break out, we feel like this tournament sort of put him on the map. And then after that, he just is all over the place. It was just a fun thing to have him here in this gym, see his highlight reel, and see the Washington W in the background from here.
That's really awesome. We really appreciate your time, too. Thank you for coming on us. Tell us more about the committee. Tell us more about the experience, how people can get involved with KB Strong and with the TOC as well. Thank you, Brian, for coming on with us for a few minutes. We're going to send it back to the booth in just a couple of minutes here, but we're here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Again, Brian Tibbs just joined me here between games right now. We just saw Quality Academy of Education take on Colorado Prep. That was a big win for Colorado Prep, but again, a really good game, a lot of really big plays. You know, you're sitting down by the court. You know, just from your experience, you're sitting down kind of towards the corner, so being court level, what's that like being court level?
These kids are so athletic and so big and just so good. It is just fun to watch them, fun to be right down there. They are just getting after it every single play. The coaching is phenomenal. I mean, it's just good basketball. These kids will be in the NBA someday.
Yes.
It's just fun to watch. They're just so athletic, so big. It's awesome.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a lot of great action coming up for you. We're going to send it back to the booth. It's going to be Joey Wright and Cody Roskins on the call, Gavin Russell and Brian Tibbs. We're live from the Country Financial Tournament Central. Up to the booth now.
Thank you, Gavin. Great conversation with Brian Tibbs, and welcome back into the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium at Washington Community High School. It's the third game of the third day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A good one for you, the Rabun Gap Eagles and the Winston-Salem Christian Lions. Getting ready to go, the Eagles played a big one against Life Christian yesterday evening, maybe the game of the tournament so far. Cody, they were on the opposite end of that. Life Christian Academy's Hansel Emanuel going to town, leading Life Christian, the Lions, past the Eagles, but a team that's capable, a team that has the ability to bounce back. A tough one for them now with the Lions of Winston-Salem Christian. A deep roster, as deep a team as we'll see. It's going to pose some problems. It's going to be a fun matchup to watch.
Yeah, I had that game yesterday with Life Academy and Rabun Gap, and they really did hunt out some really good and quality looks, Joey, but they just never fell for them. They really probed the three-point line well. And I'd be interested to see. It's always discouraging to go out there and shoot a lot from the perimeter, know you're open, and just not have them fall. Will that affect their psyche today, or are they going to continue to try and hunt out those three-point shots?
It's going to be interesting to see. There are the Winston-Salem Christian Lions, fresh off their introduction. And on the other sideline, the Rabun Gap Eagles, coached by Garrett Kelly. Their starting lineup looks like this. Zane Vernon, a sophomore in the starting lineup, as is Masani Mendez, another sophomore. He's number 10 in whites. Being introduced now is Paulius Matalonis, pardon me. He's being introduced now. And rounding out the lineup for the Eagles, Nate Bradford, and coming out onto the floor as well, the other starter. Didn't catch that, Cody. That would be. They've switched some numbers around on us, so pardon me. We'll get back to that. For Winston-Salem Christian, they have already been introduced. We can go through their starting lineups. Quante Berry, number 2. Camion Shell, number 3. Christ Essendoko, number 20. Lewis Walker, number 23. Rayshon McMiller, number 24. That's how the Lions stack up. Who catches your eye in this one, Cody?
Well, I'm just looking down, up and down the roster. The 7-footer, I think, has to be a note. Again, Essendoko. Get ready to go here.
Underway in Washington. Glad you're with us on Thanksgiving. A happy Thanksgiving to everyone watching at home. In off the glass, missing on the first shot, Quante Berry. Rebound to Essendoko. No good down low, and here's the Eagles, their first opportunity of the tournament. Down low and off the glass. Count it for Nate Bradford. Now the rest of the starting lineup for the Eagles does look like this. A couple of uniforms correct on this roster that don't resemble the Eagles' green uniforms. In the starting lineup is Domas Kazunas as well as Bradford. Missed that earlier, got that back now. Up top is Shell. Shell to Berry. Berry stops, pops, short off the rim. A rebound and out in transition. The Eagles will run it. Down low, Bradford off the glass. In transition, the Lions down low, and a finger roll, count it, for McMiller.
Yeah, quick start for both teams. Still knotted up at 2. We see a little 2-2-1 pressure. With all the size each team has, it's going to be important to go at the shot blockers, protect the ball when going up.
Berry drives, baseline, stops, feed down low, and a nice find for Lewis Walker. Walker gives the Lions their first lead of the contest. Winston-Salem Christian, obviously from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The Rabun Gap Eagles from Georgia in transition. Getting out is Barry with two hands, slams it down, and a timeout called by Rabun Gap.
Yeah, probably a good timeout here, Joey, trying to kill the momentum early. Winston-Salem, not necessarily fresh off the plane they got in last night, but they're off and running today.
It's off to a good start. There are the Lions fired up after the two-handed finish. Glad you're with us today on Thanksgiving Day, the third day of the Tournament of Champions. That will run through Saturday. We are about halfway through the tournament at this point. We've seen some great action so far. Timeout soon to break. Real quick, Cody, what's been your favorite moment of the tournament so far? Because we're going to have a good one in store with this matchup. But when we look at the totality of this tournament, even as we're not quite to the halfway point, we've already seen so much exciting basketball.
Well, Joey, there's a couple that stand out. Hansel Emanuel, of course. How can you not throw his name out there? A one-handed wonder. He's an absolute stud at the guard spot for Life Academy. Is quick press break. But to answer your question, Joe, I would say that game as a whole, we saw Washington student section kind of adopt them as a de facto home team for that game, and that was very special to see.
Nice find for Vashon McMiller. Washington student section was here for the Panthers game that immediately followed Life Christian and Rabun Gap, and they really got behind Emmanuel, as you said. It was pretty much a home game for Life Christian. Any team in the country would have been hard-pressed to come in here and score a win against the Lions. New set of Lions looking for a win against Rabun Gap tonight. 8-4 in the early stages. There is a look at Rabun Gap head coach Garrett Kelly.
That might be another thing, Joey. Underrated in that Washington game, the student section, the Orange Crush. Me and Jonathan Michael had a chance to jump into that madness last night, and that was a lot of fun.
Orange Crush, one of the best student sections in the area. Lions looking to get out and run. Nice move in transition. It's Camion Shell.
This team is just so athletic immediately. You can see it on display, Joey.
Stopping for a three and dropping it in. Say hello to Nasani Mendez, the sophomore. And on the other end, Rabun Gap responds. Winston-Salem Christian forces in another turnover and another score. That's Quante Berry out of bounds at the timeline.
Yeah, this pressure defense is starting to get to him, and immediately you saw the big-time jam result in a lot of head-tapping action for the bench, saying on his head as all the big men getting after it. As you can see, Rabun Gap's huddle erupting with some frustration.
30-second timeout called. 5 minutes, 10 seconds left first quarter, as you see on the bottom of your screen. Cody, what's Winston-Salem Christian doing right now?
Well, they're forcing the turnovers right now. They're just flying around, active hands on defense, and they're not necessarily looking for a hunted out shot. They're not coming in with a preconceived idea of what they want to try and get. They're just looking for the best open available shot. And so far, it's been just a lot of unselfish play. The one more passing, and a lot of it's resulted in some nice layups.
Transition game, key to this one in the early stages. Rabun Gap out of the timeout. There's Nate Bradford, 2,000 career points for these Eagles. Gifted scorer. Winston-Salem looking to build on this lead. A turnover and a good chance for Rabun Gap. They get it back to Bradford. Nate Bradford, fine down low. Now to the corner, goes back to Bradford. His three is in. And that's a big response for Rabun Gap, who needed some points. And a foul down low. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just going off of that point, Joey. Bradford struggled in their game yesterday. Looks to have bounced back a little bit in this one, but it's still early. 14-10 game, but already both teams getting up and down. You see that scoreboard on the right-hand side for the Lions. Everybody on the floor has scored.
To the line, Lewis Walker, the 6'5 sophomore, talking about Nate Bradford. Part of the Tournament of Champions Dandy Dozen, entering the tournament. One of the top 12 players in a tournament. Washington Tournament of Champions, filled with alumni that have played basketball at the highest levels, including former first-round picks Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson, Andrew Wiggins has played here as well. Anthony Bennett, another #1 pick, played in the Torrey gym as well. Bradford offers from a couple of high major schools, mid majors as well. Mentioned 2,000 career points in his time at Rabun Gap. Now it's the other 23, Lewis Walker for Winston-Salem Christian at the stripe. Gets the second to fall. Lions are ahead by 6. Bradford crosses the court, goes to Troy McPherson, fresh into the game. McPherson, a transfer from Rochester, New York. And scoring that time is Vertez, Somber Vertez, fresh into the game for the Eagles. Down low, still loose in the paint. Couple players giving chase, and a jump ball it looks like. And the arrow will favor the Eagles.
Yeah, again, just great hustle on the floor that time. That'll flip the possession arrow, but it'll stick. Kieran try and shift out of the backcourt against this great press.
Loose ball, turnover, and nearly an errant pass. Zion Collins did a great job of catching up with that. Feed to the corner, 3 on the way. Short off the iron. And Cody, looked like Walker was going for the tie up there. Instead, he'll get called for the foul. Just the second foul we've seen thus far, and the first against Winston-Salem Christian.
Yeah, just a little tie up that time, trying to go for, again, the jump ball, Joey, because that would have been possession back to them after the previous jump ball. But got a little too much of the arm.
Inbound Rabun Gap. Here's Bradford. Will bring it ahead. Bradford find to McPherson. McPherson lost it. 2-on-2. Now people starting to get back. Down low is Walker. No. Rebound. Collins. Off the bottom of the glass. Out of bounds. And Rabun Gap will take over. So Cody, after Winston-Salem kind of looked like they were going to start opening this one up, Rabun Gap has come around, closed the gap a little bit, playing better. What are they starting to do right?
Well, I think they're getting the ball down low, Joe. I wouldn't say they've necessarily cleaned it up. They've still had a lot of turnovers here out of their last handful of possessions, but got to take your time breaking the press. Obviously, it's not an easy thing to do. You got to fill the lanes and move. Great job of doing that there.
In the corner, Kazunas, no, turnover. Jarius Nordum, oh, and a block. What a block in the low post, Theo Anatori.
Yeah, great job, Joe. Again, you called it. Getting up, getting the ball, and no hand. They're going to need more of that to stay in this ball game with how high-powered Winston-Salem Christian has been so far.
Theo Anatori, who traces his roots back to public school in Asheville, North Carolina. Coming up big defensively, only stands at 6'1", uses all of it. Rabun Gap now on offense, it is Anatori. Anatori goes over, it's McPherson. McPherson plays catch, it's Mendez. Mendez back to McPherson. McPherson looks, finds Anatori, 3 on the other end, no. And has to get back defensively. Now to the corner, 3 on the way from Nordum. In, and he got it from the corner.
Yeah, good looking jump shot again, hunting out that corner 3. Able to find it in transition and starting to become danger time.
Jarius Nordum, the senior, as that's what Bradford can do, Nate Bradford. Bradford, a captain, no surprise there for Rabun Gap. Here's McPherson. McPherson crosses, has a lane, and it's stolen. He had a lane, but it was ripped away by Isaiah Washington from behind. Now Life Christian to the corner. Looking for space down low is Collins, and Collins with an offensive foul, a charge. First offensive foul we've seen in this one.
Yeah, not necessarily a charge that time, Joey, but he got him with the hook. You can't hook your elbow and try and turn around a guy, even at the college level, and obviously that's the case down here at the high school level, but a good call by the officials.
Officials have been on top of it all tournament long. They really seem to be letting these players play basketball. I've not seen an abundance of foul calls, although Cody, the nightcap yesterday, Tinley Park and Joliet West, we did see a lot of fouls. It was interesting to watch that one down the stretches. Everyone was in foul trouble. Lions get the rebound back to the corner. 3 from Nordham, hit one a minute ago. Doesn't have number 2 on the night. Nate Brafford the rebound. Brafford past Collins. Collins called for the foul. Tough foul to take there, Cody, not past the timeline.
Yeah, and that's going to be his second already, and I'm sure it's not coming as late as he would have preferred it. Still a little bit of time here left in the first quarter. It's going to set him up for a critical time in the second.
95 seconds left in the quarter. Devin Brafford, that would be. Ball in hand, he's fouled. Devin Brafford, a sophomore. Garrett Kelly would say he runs like a deer. Lanky frame, 6'10". I think I can see where he might draw that conclusion.
Yeah, definitely not the most muscular build, but his size and skill with the ball kind of makes up for that.
Down low, and Winston-Salem's going to get out of this. Here's Raphael Gay. No, off the backboard. Rebound recovered. Or that is Isaiah Washington, pardon me. Gay is in the game. Washington number 11, Gay number 10. And a 3 on the way. Deep 3 if it had fallen. Lions the rebound out in transition to the wing. 3 on the way. No. 2 missed threes in a row. Brafford the rebound.
Yeah, and we're getting up and down in this one, Joey. Both teams just letting it fly, and I like to see that kind of pace of play, but right now neither team really able to take the lid off the basket.
We have entered a bit of a scoring drought. It was at one point 16-12. Since then, only a handful of points. 3 for the Lions at 19. Eagles have scored 1 basket, a 2. Up the floor, it's Vernon. And Zane Vernon crosses over. Vernon to the wing. 3 on the way, off. Still loose, rebound corralled by Anatori. Anatori. And the putback from Devin Bradford, or Brafford, pardon me, not Brafford, but rather Kazonis.
Yeah, good putback that time, trying to avoid the offensive basket interference. It's a great job of just tapping it forward and gets the friendly bounce off the back iron.
Domas Kazonis has come alive of late, the 6'11 junior. Here's Nordham. Nordham now, it's Raphael Gay. Now it's Borodin. Off. There was a whistle before the buzzer, Cody. We'll see how they call this. And we will have free throws after the end of the first quarter from Zion Collins. Pending those free throws, 19-16. We will have a moment for our advertisers in a moment, but first it's Collins at the line. The sophomore guard. And he will get 2. Bit of a rare play to see free throws after the buzzer. Does happen from time to time. And Collins could make it a 2-possession game right here. And he gets the first to fall. Quarter break will not officially begin until he knocks this one through, and he's got it. 2 free throws at the line for Zion Collins, and that's how the first quarter will end 21-16, favoring Winston-Salem Christian. Opportune time to thank our sponsors tonight, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 TOC. And, of course, by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court today. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Second quarter underway. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com, and a happy Thanksgiving. Physical play as the quarter begins, and a three on the way, and falling. Jerson Borodin knocks it through, the senior.
Yeah, again, hunting out that three-point shot. Raven Gap thought they may have gotten fouled on their last trip down.
Three on the way from Bradford, no. And a foul there. Trying to tie it up was Theo Anatori. Anatori mixing it up with Zion Collins, and a foul. There's a look at the Lions bench. Lions traveling all the way from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Rabun Gap Eagles from Georgia. Up the floor goes Collins. Collins spins, goes back. Three on the way, deep three short from Borodin. And Anatori triggers the next possession for the Eagles. Here's Vernon. Vernon, kick, wing, three, off the back of the glass, back attachment to the rim, and a feed back down low. Winston-Salem in the passing lane, an easy steal for Nordham. Nordham pushes the pace. Borodin tries to drive. Cut off by Devin Bradford. Looking and taking a three is Nordham. No, Nordham has 1 3 to his name tonight. Can't add another one there. Bradford gets back in transition, and that's Nate Bradford.
Yeah, good job shifting left to right that time. Joey able to avoid the smaller defender attempting to take the charge. Going up easily, staying composed for the easy two.
Up the floor go the Lions. Ball in the hand of Isaiah Washington, who steps back and draws contact on a three, and he'll get 3 free throws at the stripe. Heads up play from Washington.
Yeah, another tough call that time going against the Eagles, Joey. You like the idea of contesting and pulling up on a three-point shooter, but can't get a piece of the arm and send him to the line for three.
Free throw on the way from Washington is in. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Thanks for spending your Thanksgiving evening with us. There's football on right now. There was football on earlier today. But if you are one of the, I shouldn't say one of the few watching us, but if you're watching us, you've chosen high school basketball instead. Appreciate you hanging out with us.
Speaking of which, Joey just got the alert. My Saints are about to take the field.
That's right.
Big one against Buffalo.
Saints Buffalo tonight. That'll be a good one. A little post-turkey football. Cody, I have not checked any football since we've arrived in Washington. I haven't been on my phone much at all.
That's right. Your Cowboys played earlier today.
I was going to ask if you knew the score of that, because I don't know a single thing that happened in the Cowboy game.
Can't say that I do. I did see that it obviously kicked off, but after being on the call with Larry for the first 2 games, hadn't had a chance to really get on the phone. We'll have to look that up at halftime.
I'll have to check it at halftime indeed. What a move down low, and what a score.
We do know, Joey, that however the Bears, big populace of Bears fans in the area, got their dub against the Lions today.
They certainly did on a last-second field goal. Camion Shell scoring that time for Winston-Salem. And look at that, almost a collision. Somehow a three in the corner and counted. What a play from Luke Arnhart.
Do you count that as an assist, Joey? I mean, it wasn't really a pass as much as it was just kind of rolled to him.
Hey, right place, right time. Arnhart won't complain. There is Hassan Doko back into the game. He'll have 2 free throws.
And Hassan Doko had a posterizing two-handed jam earlier against Bradford. He's going to get 2 more to the line. He's had a solid morning as well. Shouldn't say morning, afternoon. It's just about 7:30 here in Washington.
It is. It's dark out. More on that in a minute. He has 2 points to his night, but when he has been on the floor, he's been in on a lot of plays. Was a starter for the Lions in this one. We get into this part of the tournament, nearing the end of day 3. Awareness drops. The internal clock becomes a little less reliable. It feels like 7:20 in the morning just as well it does as 7:20 at night. Bit of a delay here. As you can see, bottom of your screen, one of our officials with the mop taking care of a little perspiration or perhaps some sort of spill in front of the Rabun Gap bench. They get that taken care of and we play on.
As a manager of the Bradley team, Joe, I can tell you that not exactly a very fun job having to run the sweat.
Some would call it a perspiration timeout. And we play on. Official gives the signal. We're good to go. Saw the bench jump in there and help out.
Oh, yeah.
Sindoko, the second free throw, no. Rebound corralled by Kazonas.
And that could be the difference in this one today, Joey. With all the size both teams have, whoever can win the battle on the boards may have the upper hand.
Off the glass, no. Rebound, Winston-Salem. Sindoko got home and got it to the corner. The Lions wanted baseline. Eagles got home and said no, and a three on the way from the top of the key. Short, blocked. And that was Kazonas who got in and blocked it.
Yeah, expanding the range a little bit on that one. Missed a couple of them from in close. Decided to step out and see what was offering.
Kimi and Shell, the inbound pass. Sindoko turns around, finds the corner. And now driving is Barry. Barry didn't have it. Still loose. And the Eagles recover. Sindoko almost got there in time. Couldn't do it. Step and a nice move from Mendez. Mendez looks to the glass. No. Still loose. And the rebound brought in by Barry.
Yeah, Winston-Salem, Joey, they've done a good job of getting up and down, but that one is off the mark. They haven't been able to really capitalize on all these second chance rebounds.
That time the Lions do, though. It's Kimi and Shell. Shell has had a nice effort, 6 points.
Yeah, he's chipped in a good amount here. Giving his team good minutes. See another turnover. That's been a common theme throughout. Gotta wonder, Winston-Salem Christian started on such that hot run, Joey, to start the game. It's that 8-2, 6-2 run to open it up, and since then, it's kind of stayed at about that difference, and the other team really taking the advantage early on.
Just north of 4 minutes to play here, second quarter. Winston-Salem up. Three, bit of a deep three if it goes. It doesn't. Vashon McMiller wanted it. Eagles get out and run. Stopping is Arnhart. Arnhart top. Kazonas, what a feed down low back to Arnhart.
Yeah, that one had a little bit of steam on it, Joey. Lucky you didn't break any fingers on that one.
Vertez, no dice. Lions moving it forward. Fine down low to an open Barry. Barry moving in. His two doesn't fall. Stepping back. Oh, would have been a great shot if it had fallen from Walker.
Got to get on the floor.
And the Eagles come out of it with it. Now they run. They've got numbers, but trying to take it himself is Vertez. Rejected. And now the Lions with an advantage and an easy two to cap that sequence from McMiller.
Yeah, the half-hearted Euro steps get swatted away. No means no. And coming the other way, the easy two. Winston-Salem Christian. Putting it on them early, up 10, and a whole line change coming in for the Eagles. Joey, a fresh 5 coming onto the court.
What do you think the rationale behind that is? You know, trying to bring in maybe perhaps some fresh legs, keep your starters rested before the second half, get them maybe some bonus rest before halftime?
I just think they're trying to match up better with the sizes. Winston-Salem Christians, you see a nice little layup down low. They're just trying to match up a little better. Down low again. Both teams blessed with some size.
Nate Bradford, and a response on the other end from the other 23, Lewis Walker.
Yeah, now we see the little 2-2-1.
Here's Bradford. Bradford splitting the lane. Rejected down low by Sindoko. Eagles get back to clean it up. In on the score is Vernon. Zay Vernon, the sophomore.
Yeah, and a block's only as good as the rebound that follows it, Joey. And you can block all the shots at the rim that you want, but eventually you're going to have to grab that rebound. And so far, that's been kind of the common theme. Maybe not making the first shot, but following it up with a great second effort. That's where the bulk of both teams' points have come from.
You can win the rebounding battle, especially on the offensive end. It's going to set you up for success. Whistle and a timeout called by Winston-Salem Christian, wanting to talk things over. Halftime draws 9. See if it's a 30 or a full. It is a full, and we'll use this opportunity to thank our sponsors tonight, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. Fast, easy, safe, and secure. Visit UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 TOC. And, of course, by the KB Strong Foundation. More on the KB Strong Foundation as we move along. And what a slam that time from Esendoko as play resumes. And Bradford fouled on the offensive end.
Yeah, great inbound play that time for the Lions, Joey. They go ahead and send Esendoko around the top of the free throw line with a little backside screen. It initially was a screener. It's a great job of hunting that backside block.
The big man can get up into the air. And as Bradford was fouled, and the Eagles are entering bonus territory, he's at the line in the 1-and-1. One more game tonight on ClutchSportsIL.com, part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions Thanksgiving slate. Denmark-Olar and my alma mater, Urbana High School, doing battle after the conclusion of this game. You and I are back on the call for that one. Winston-Salem can't quite get it going in transition. Vashon McMiller was open, but the pass a little wide.
Yeah, I really like the adjustment there by Garrett Kelly, head coach for Rabun Gap. Joey going with the pressure, trying to force the issue in the turnover here. Again, no shot clock in the high school basketball in the state of Illinois, so this 2:05 really not playing out like it would if there was a 35 or 30-second shot clock. Trying to steal a couple of possessions here never hurt.
Theo Anatori gave to Bradford, and Bradford knocks in a deep three.
Yeah, ring up the cash register. Bradford already up to 18 in this one, Joey, of the 32 for the Eagles.
Stands at 6'9", but flashes the range. And on the other end, Esendoko off. Turnover. In transition, fly the Eagles. What a fine back. Eagles couldn't get anything going, and now the Lions try to do something, and they do. Quante Berry, and one.
Yeah, hooping the harm coming for the Lions. Joey, strong take to the rim, had options off to his left and right. Decided to take it himself with a little bit of impunity. He's going to get rewarded for the hoop and harm.
Berry at the charity stripe for one more. Berry has been all over the floor for the Lions today. 6 points. Balanced scoring as we look at it for Winston-Salem Christian right now. 6 points from Berry, 6 points from Shell, 6 points as well from McMiller and Walker as well. The only player on the floor who does not have 6 points is Esendoko, who has 4, and his 4 points may be the loudest for Life Christian so far. What a finish down low from Bradford.
Yeah, not just points, 19 and 20 again, kissing it off the glass. This is just Bradford's world, and we're just living in it right now, Joey.
Kazonis hauls in the loose ball down low, keys the offense now for Rabun Gap. Bradford picked up by Shell. Bradford tries to split the lane, he's fouled.
Yeah, it's just whoever offense time. Whoever wants to try and guard him, Bradford's coming at you, and he's probably coming at you with a little bit of steam, Joey. I'm not sure you could really crown anybody else to be the player of the half. Already 20 points, a couple of boards, 1 rejection to go along with it. He's had a heck of a half.
Bradford earned recognition in the Dandy Dozen, the 12 players to watch at the Tournament of Champions this season as designated by the tournament. Showing why now, up to 19 points, 21 points on the half for Bradford. Could make it 22 here and can't, but still 21 points. 6'9" frame, showing why he's got a lot of interest from a lot of different schools across the country. And down low off the glass.
And that's how you do it, Joey. Take one for the team. We just talked about trying to steal possessions, and in a 4-point game, taking one right into the chops. Great job by Bradford and company. Again, they'll have to work against the 2-2-1, but they're going to get one more say in this half.
And Bradford gets the inbound pass. Do you think they hold for the final shot here?
I would assume so, but if they get a nice look that they like, they'll probably take it.
3 in the corner. Short. Winston-Salem can control the narrative here, but it's intercepted. And a dish down low. Nifty passing, and Cody, that's where the extra pass steps in and hurts you. Mendez trying to get one more pass in, and he was fouled actually as he got that in. Looked to me like he kind of traveled as he was trying to get rid of it, but they'll say Shell came in on the foul, and he'll have one more.
Yeah, and that's 3 on Shell, Joey, but that's one of those situations, 1 on 4, you're kind of nervous who you pass it to in that situation because nobody really knows who's diving into the paint or spotting up, and good job just taking it to the rack.
Just under 20 seconds left in the half, but the line is Mendez. No good on the first. In comes Vertez, the junior, pardon me. Mendez, the sophomore. Eagles have not been able to erase the deficit, but they get it back to a single possession game now. Here's Kamian Shell. Shell has his pass intercepted, and the Eagles can get one more shot here. Splitting the lane and scoring. Count it for Anatori. 7 seconds left for the Lions off the inbound pass, another steal. Clock running out. I don't think that shot was off in time, and it won't matter. Somber Vertez not able to score, and that's how the first half ends. What a half it was. Eagles come out onto the floor. They're fired up. They trail by 1, but they've got all the momentum in the world. Second half's going to be exciting.
Absolutely, Joey. Great close to the half. We talked about stealing possessions. Again, it shows its head, this time in favor of the Eagles, able to cut it down to 1, and we're going to have a great one in store in the second half.
It's going to be fun. We'll head down to Country Financial Tournament Central in a moment. But first, a word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. And financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court today. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Cody Roskins, this is a treat indeed. Gavin Russell is in Country Financial Tournament Central with Jim Mattson. Excited to hear what Jim Mattson has to say. We'll send it down to Gavin Russell. Gavin, take it away.
We're here now. I guess we didn't get the official cue, a little mishap there, but we're here with Jim Mattson. Jim, we appreciate you joining us here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Jim, you've been doing this for a long time, and you're all over Central Illinois. You're watching a lot of high school hoops, a lot of high school sports. This tournament, though, what makes it so special?
I think there's a lot of things. Obviously, right now we have the charity element with Kevin Brown, and for those of us who knew Kevin and worked with Kevin and saw how he inspired basketball and inspired communities at Washington, and I believe such a Catholic, Kevin Brown means so much to the area. So to honor his name and to honor his vision and to fight for KB Strong is important. But I just think it's a celebration of basketball. Right now, we got a team from Georgia against a team from North Carolina. I've never seen North Carolina or Georgia basketball except for this week. Right. It's fun to see how teams from Wisconsin, teams from Illinois, teams from the suburbs, teams from downstate all play and all kind of share a bond of basketball. So I always think it's kind of a celebration of basketball, and obviously the stars are big. But I just like to watch the coaches and the different styles.
Absolutely, that's so true. We really are having a great week of basketball here at the TOC. And, we've got some really good players in this tournament. Kind of talking about that, you're obviously filming, you're looking for the big highlights. Who are some of the big players in your mind that stand out? Guys you're excited to watch, guys you're excited to see throughout the rest of the weekend.
Well, I mentioned yesterday, I never thought this tournament could top Zion Williams.
Yeah.
And I think Hansel, Emmanuel Donato, was wowing the crowd more than anybody I've ever seen here. So you got to get out and see him tomorrow. I think 4:45 tomorrow. But if I could see one game in the tournament, it's 9:15 tomorrow, and I can't because I have the 10 o'clock news. But tomorrow, Yorkville Christian against Chicago St. Rita. St. Rita's got probably 4 Big Ten guys. I mean, they're young.
Right.
But and Yorkville Christian was shooting, a great shooter, and again, kind of a physical, not that Yorkville Christian's not physical,
right.
But a physical powerhouse Chicago team against a real sharp shooting team led by maybe the best shooter we've seen in years in Illinois.
Very, very true. And, we've had some local teams in this tournament as well. Metamora, sure. Washington come to name as well. Even some of the Springfield teams, Joliet, Kankakee. Yes, absolutely. So you look at some of these local teams. Obviously, you cover a lot of local high school sports. What's kind of your outlook for the local teams? Who do you think is going to maybe come out on top, be some of the best in the area?
Well, I think it's as balanced as it's been in a long time. I think Metamora and Washington, my gut was Metamora's a little ahead of Washington. Obviously, we haven't seen Washington as their best player, Drew Lewis. But on the other side of the river, Peoria Notre Dame's good. I think Peoria Manual's a sleeper now. A lot of people are talking about. And in the Big 12 conference, now the Class 4A, so we don't have to worry about them in the state tournament. Right. But Normal Community's loaded. So, I think in the middle line, it's probably a Metamora-Washington battle. In the Big 12 conference, I think it's Peoria Manual, Peoria Notre Dame, and Normal Community. So it's going to be fun. I don't think there's a clear-cut favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of really good basketball coming up here all season long in Clutch Sports Media. Obviously, you'll have highlights for 25 News here in Central Illinois.
Yeah. Shout out because we've had Clutch Sports on in the sports office all week. So when we're not here, we're watching the games and enjoying the coverage. So it's great to have all the games on free streaming, and we've been getting phone calls where to watch them when we tell them Clutch Sports, and people are happy. So appreciate what you guys are doing.
No, that's awesome. We really appreciate your support as well. But I want to ask you about something, maybe jog your memory a little bit here, not to put you on the spot, but you've covered it for a long time. So over the years, obviously you think of Zion, you think of sure. Anthony Davis, but maybe a little more specific memory, maybe something a little lesser known, but something you can kind of remember, something that's been interesting to you, maybe a special player that many people maybe forget about or don't think about as much.
A couple years ago, the Deborah, Missouri team came in here. I never heard of them in this town of about, a school of about 100 in Missouri, and they scored about 100 points a night and passed the ball and shared the ball. And their style was a lot of fun to see. Tyler Hero put on a great show. You could see his balance in shooting, and you could maybe project him as a future NBA player. You mentioned Anthony Davis was a wow. The very first year, I vividly remember Sean Powell, the tournament director, saying we'll have NBA players. And that very first year, DeAndre Jordan was here with some great players.
Wow.
And so there's been some unbelievable moments. I remember Alec Peters leading Washington to a title. And that was super cool to see the hometown team win. And Alec was as good a player, turned out, as anybody in that field, as we found out at Valparaiso and out into pro basketball.
Absolutely. And, we're kind of switching gears a little bit here. We talked about Kevin Brown all week long. It's a big thing, KB Strong. Obviously, there's a lot of ways you can get involved. You come out to the tournament, donate online, get, spread awareness too. But, you knew Kevin for a lot of years. You covered his teams for a lot of years. So just some memories about Kevin. How would you describe the guy, the way he coached, but just as a person as well?
Well, it's hard not to say demanding right off the bat.
Right.
I tend to be demanding at my job. I want every 10 o'clock news to be great. He wanted every performance to be great. He wanted his team to be ready every night. As far as relentless, he was out scouting more than any coach I ever met. He worked hard at practice, so he was relentless, demanding, but passionate. You talk to Kevin, and after a big win, he was happy for his players. After a gut-wrenching loss, he was hurt for his players. After his players graduated, he was sad that he didn't get to coach them anymore. So he was just so caring for his players and so loving of his players. And I think that's, as a parent now of 3 daughters that I don't have any boys, but that's what you look for in a coach to me, is someone that cares about the kids and wants the best for them. And I always felt that way for Kevin.
That's so true. And again, you can get involved in KB Strong against a fight for a deadly disease. Come out to the tournament. You can go to the booth they got set up there. We talked to Jody Brown earlier in the week as well. She's so great. We really appreciate having her on the Clutch Sports Media, Country Financial, Tournament Central. Jim, we appreciate your time. We're going to have to send it back up to the booth for the second half. But, yeah, absolutely. We'll keep getting those highlights. We appreciate you coming on. We're going to send it back to the booth. Gavin Russell, Jim Matson, thanks for watching.
Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Jim. Welcome back topside, the Raymond Artori Gym in Washington, Illinois at Washington Community High School, home of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Cody, I'm inclined to agree with Jim Matson. It's going to be a good second half. That might even be an understatement. A 1-point game as the second half draws near. What caught your eye in the first half? What are we looking for in the second half?
Well, I was really impressed with the athleticism from the Lions, Joey. They really came out and played a hard-nosed brand of basketball in those first couple of minutes. But afterwards, they never really found their way in the second quarter. We saw the way they closed. They're going to have to try and find a way to take care of the ball a little bit better. And also, they're going to have to close out on shooters a little bit more, as we saw the Eagles rain in a couple of long balls late in that second quarter.
3-point shooting key late in the first half. If you're just joining us for the second half, it was a second half that, or rather a first half that was controlled by the Lions by and large. Winston-Salem kind of getting out, building a 6-7 point lead, and Rabun Gap able to draw closer. Once Winston-Salem, Cody, built that lead, it was kind of back and forth. It's a 1-point game now. Rabun Gap looking to control this one, take control of this one, and keep it going to the end. 35 seconds to the second half. Keeping an eye on the second half on Nate Bradford for Rabun Gap, Chris Desendoko for Winston-Salem Christian. Both players part of the Tournament of Champions Dandy dozen that would be entering the tournament. 12 players to watch. Desendoko, a commit to Providence College. Big man has 4 points in this one. A couple of loud baskets, though, those 4 points. Even if he hasn't scored with a ton of volume, Cody, he's made an impact with that dunk earlier. We saw 2 dunks, I believe, from him thus far. And Nate Bradford, still uncommitted. A lot of looks from very prominent schools, high majors, mid majors. Keeping an eye on Bradford, who leads all scorers with 21.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of D1 colleges walking around. Like you said, a lot of these guys still uncommitted and getting kind of late in the recruiting process. So I'm sure a lot of them kind of whittling down their choices, and we'll have some exciting decisions for these young men coming pretty soon.
Few better tournaments in the country to raise that stock for college offers than the Tournament of Champions. We're underway in the second half. Matalionis knocking it through for the Eagles.
How about that pass? I'm not sure how he squeaked that through. On the floor, throwing it just out in front enough. His teammate to run underneath it and score the easy 2. And
stepping back for a deep 3 is Quante Berry. And the scoring starting off in Q3.
Yeah, and again, they're going to go against that 2-2-1 pressure. Gave them some troubles earlier in that first quarter, but they solved it in the second. We'll see what they do now.
All the way to the basket and dropping it in is Bradford.
23 for 23. I mean, that guy can just hoop, Joey. Like we said, Bradford hasn't made a college decision yet, but he's going to have his fair share of offers after this tournament.
He is filling up the bucket tonight. Desendoko off on his 3. Big man showing range from anywhere on the floor, and up go the Eagles. Opportunity, trying to get to the basket. Matalionis, no. Still loose. Rebound, Desendoko. Pass tipped. And out go the Lions. Here's Berry stopping. Assesses. Goes to Desendoko. Now to the corner, and McMiller blocked by Kazonis.
Yeah, great job by Kazonis poking that one free. Again, deadlocked at 42 all these possessions, even though we still have a whole 8-minute quarter down the stretch and 6 minutes and some change left in this one. All these possessions will add up, and with the way teams have been shooting at the free throw line, those are obviously not a given.
Goes back up top of the key. It's Nasani Mendez. Mendez stops, foot just inside the line, as you see. Off. Desendoko the rebound. Tied up at 42. Got a good one here. Early stages of the third quarter. A rebound. No, can't clean it up himself. Was Berry. And now in, he gets it and 1. Timeout.
No, Joe, it's not the
no and 1, pardon me.
Yeah, just going to go ahead and take a 30-second timeout from the bench to the side of Winston-Salem Christian. 2-point game. I really like the adjustment that the Eagles have made defensively, Joey. They're taking Desendoko, and they're not necessarily putting 2 bodies on him to stop him from scoring, but just to keep him off the glass. They've got enough talented guards that can rebound to go up and try and claim some of those 50-50 balls, and right now that's kind of been the difference, keeping them in this game and keeping Desendoko off the glass.
Such an adept team at spreading the floor. And really, 2 teams with kind of similar styles in that regard. Guys with headliners. You look over at Rabun Gap, they've got Nate Bradford, but deep rosters You zero in on one guy, as you just said, tough to contain the other guys. Especially, I mean, look at the scoring on the floor right now for the Lions. Just read you the point values as we go down 6-4, 6, 11, 6. That's balance.
Yeah, and then you look at the other side, when it comes to Bradford, it's whoever wants it. You want to get scored on, line them up, and Bradford will take it to the 10.
Bradford, kick corner, 3 on the way, and dropping it down is Anatori.
Dime dropping the lights, and again, a great pass, drawing a lot of attention to find a teammate, but right back at you as Adoko.
I was going to say, just down there, down low, makes it happen in the low post. Essendoko, Bradford, his pass nearly intercepted, but he gets it away to Mendez. Mendez underneath of Essendoko. Big man forces the miss, and off the glass, a score from Vashon McMiller.
Not quite cherry picking, but first one out on the break, and Essendoko misses it. Oh, what a ball fake! Beautiful ball fake. You can talk about presence of mind, able to get the big fella off his feet.
Maybe the basket of the tournament right there. Caught everybody in the gym off guard. Down low, trying to respond is Bradford, not Bradford, pardon me, wrong 23, Lewis Walker. And that will end with an offensive foul against Walker.
Yeah, great job that time by Bradford, walling up, not coming in to the offensive player and being, I should say, the focus of a foul there. Able just to corral the rebound, gets fouled himself, and good start here for the Eagles.
Bradford will inbound, shovels it into Vernon. Kazonas, pass back to Bradford. 2 Bradfords on the Eagles roster, of course. Eagles fans know well Nate Bradford and Devin Bradford. Should clarify, Nate is number 23 and a player that has caught the eye of a lot of prominent college coaches across the country. Off the back of the glass, here's McMiller. McMiller and Shell. Shell spins and scores.
Yeah, good job protecting the ball that time. Hit him with a little bit of a spin cycle, but able to keep the ball in the outside hand and score it.
Call it a little shy of a free throw from Kazonas. Still loose, tapped around, and Bradford seems to know, Cody, just where the ball is, gets to the right spot and scores.
Yeah, Johnny on the spot again. Bit of a tip drill. Just putting it right back up and in. He had one of those in the first half as well.
And he comes away, or rather that's Kazonas with a block, and they will whistle some contact on there. No, is that a clean? It is a clean block.
Yeah, just a sub whistle coming in that time. The Eagles getting hype after the block, but now they've got to set up in their inbound defense. And last time this was Essendoko ducking in for a bucket.
Trying to catch my own rhythm back there. A great block from Kazonas. Interception from Bradford. Bradford catches up with it, shovels to the corner, and a 3 on the way. Off the mark from Anatori. To the middle of the lane, off is McPherson, and Winston-Salem gets another chance. Winston-Salem leading by 1.
Yeah, that was about as close to leaving it on the doorstep as you get, Joey. You've got to convert those in a game like this. Or again, it's just like a seesaw affair, back and forth.
Camey and Shell. Shell to the wing and McMiller. Miller up top to Essendoko. Feeds down low and a charge. That time they'll call the offensive foul against Walker. And heads-up defense there from Rabun Gap because Walker caught the pass, was just trying to establish himself. Rabun Gap with the wherewithal to draw that.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was necessarily him taking a charge, Joey. I think that was just him. You can't really post up and walk your man in like that. I mean, there's a difference between posting up and then gambling for position. And that time he was a little out of control. Good job by the officials to catch it.
Inbound pass, and here's Anatori. Anatori back to Bradford. Eagles looking for the lead. Bradford going against Barry. Now a feed behind him. Feed back to Arnhart. Luke Arnhart off the glass.
Yeah, nice job, though, faking the handoff. A lot of teams try and not necessarily switch off that, but play it close.
Isaiah Washington short on the 3. Bradford the board. Bradford ahead, was looking for Arnhart. Intercepted. And trying to tee up a 3 is Nordum, and he connects. Jarius Nordum.
Big time bucket that time, able to swing the momentum off the half-court steal.
Still loose. Winston-Salem running. It's Nordum again. Nordum, 3 in the corner now on the way from Barry. No, off the mark.
That's going to be another foul on Lewis Walker, Joey. He's gotten into a little bit of foul trouble now, and that's his fourth. One more, and he's done.
Foul trouble was such a big part of the Tinley Park Joliet West game that was the nightcap of day 2 last night. There's a look at the Winston-Salem bench. Cody, that last game of yesterday, a bit of an archive issue, not available to watch on demand, nor is the second half of Washington Kankakee. Everything else from yesterday you can go back and see for free on our YouTube channel. But to recap that last game of yesterday, Tinley Park Joliet West, that is as good an example of how foul trouble can impact the end of a basketball game as I've seen in a while. For the longest time, nobody fouled out, but you looked up and down the scoreboard, you had Joliet West and Tinley Park with guys at 3 fouls and 4 fouls. Almost nobody on the floor was free of foul trouble, and both teams really had to change the way they played because of it.
Yeah, how about the rebound that time by Urbana? Climbing the ladder against the 7-footer to get the rebound.
Rabun gap down low. Shot from Urbanus contested, still loose. Essendoko hauls in the rebound. Up we go to Zion Collins. Off and a foul. Should be Anatori called on the foul. And it is his 3rd foul. Cody, 3 fouls, about 10 minutes left in regulation. How concerned are you?
It's tough to say, Joe, just because he took a while to accumulate that 3rd foul. See the quick steal.
Gets it back, pushes ahead, and off the glass and in from Mendez.
Yeah, just to finish that point, I'm not too worried. I'm going to trust my guard to go out there and perform well, just like the rest of his team. Not really foul heavy, like we've said. Both teams have played well in that regard.
Barry fouled on his way up. 2 free throws coming for the senior. Starter for the Lions. Barry with 2 points. Pardon me, Barry with 11 points, was looking at the wrong part of the scoreboard. That foul, big from Anatori, who now has 4, so maybe now you get a little more concerned, and he'll come out of the game here.
Yeah, he's going to have to.
Yeah, he will come out of the game.
Yeah, he's going to have to grab some pine, Joey. It's just the old adage, you want to keep him for later down the stretch, and you can't do that if he picks up another senseless foul in the 3rd quarter. A little bit of strategy here coming from head coach Garrett Kelly.
Garrett Kelly from Asheville, North Carolina, formerly coached at Radford. Trying to help his Eagles erase a 3-point deficit. Inbound to Vernon. Vernon to Bradford. Bradford contested by Barry. Barry gets in, gets the arm in there. Nearly forced it loose. We go under 90 seconds to play in the 3rd. Here's Vernon. Vernon traveled.
Yeah, it's a tough break there for the Eagles. Joey just drug that backside pivot foot. Of course, cannot do that at any level, although some would say you excuse it a little more at the professional level, but here in high school, referee's pretty much always on top of that.
You had that feeling the way Life Christian, or not Life Christian, but rather Winston-Salem Christian was playing defense, that last possession for Rabun Gap was going to end in a turnover. Now they've got it cooking on both ends of the ball. Lead up to 5. Essendoko the score. Eagles need a response. 3 on the way that would have done that, just short from Vernon. And a football pass to the other end of the floor. Hauled in. And nearly a bucket for Zion Collins, but he's fouled and he'll have 2 free throws.
Yeah, just recapping those last 2 sequences, we saw Essendoko. Good reverse layup, clap right back at the Eagles on the other end. After the miss and run out, going to the foul line. Good little sequence there for the Lions.
So Collins goes to the line. Collins, 2 points, 2 fouls to his name so far. Off the rim and falling to the hardwood from Collins. .56-51. Rims back in.
Yeah, touching every square inch of that orange cylinder.
The old toilet bowl falls through. 6-point game. Vernon lost it off his foot. Bradford quick to get back there for Rabun Gap, and out of bounds. Bradford touched it last. Heads up defense from Barry. Barry got in, knocked it loose. Bradford nearly kept it in, but the laws of physics didn't agree, and Collins will inbound. Now 36 seconds left here, Cody. You're up by 6. How conservative are you here? Do you try to hold it, or do you try to attack, get that quick basket?
I'm a big fan here because you can't really go 2 for 1 because there's no shot clock at the high school level. I'm going to try and hold for the last shot.
Here's Collins, and Collins traveled. And a big unforced error there, Cody, regardless of if you wanted to score quickly or not. You leave the Eagles with plenty of time to really play things how they want.
Yeah, and again, that kind of stuff just can't happen down the stretch in a close game like this. We're staring at a 6-point game. Eagles getting the ball, trying to cut into it, but we've seen them made a couple runs so far, and I get the feeling they've got one more in them still.
Quick to push it across. See how they play the end of the third quarter, needing a basket here. They don't want to let this lead get out of hand. Vernon spins, does a good job of not traveling, and a nice find to Nasani Mendez. 7 seconds, 6 seconds left for Winston-Salem Christian. They've got to get something going quick. 3 on the way from Nordham that would have beaten the buzzer, but it falls short, and that's how the third quarter will end. A 4-point game. It's going to be a thriller in Washington. Break it down, but first we'll sneak in a quick word for tonight's sponsors. They've attached their name to a good one in this one, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you. Your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Kevin Brown really did make an impact, Cody, on everyone around him. That's been the coolest part of this year's tournament for me, is just going around talking with people who either coached with Kevin Brown, played for Kevin Brown, just knew Kevin Brown in any way possible, and just hearing the impact that Coach Brown made on them. I did not personally know Coach Brown, but just from talking to everybody, you get the sense of just how great a man he was and how much he meant to this community.
Absolutely, Joyce. We see don't mean to cut you off, but great hustle here is Bradford. One of the few times today gets denied near the rim.
Down low is Bradford. Bradford contested by Esendoko. 2 players in the tournament's dandy dozen, and a foul called. 2 free throws coming up for Rabun Gap. Would make it a 5-point game.
Yeah, great job, Joey. Back cutting there. Defender lost vision on both man and ball. Good job by Bradford finding him in the paint. An even better job at getting the defender off his feet. If he would have gotten the and one to go, this place would have gotten a little more electric.
It is a pretty good crowd in here, all things considered. Nearing the 7:30 time stamp on Thanksgiving. Pretty good crowd has turned out to watch 2 of the best players in the country in Bradford and Esendoko.
And not nearly the capacity crowd we had yesterday for Hansel Emmanuel, and then, of course, the Washington home team game last night, but still great showing.
Absolutely. In your Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, you're going to have a couple more fans in the building, as Esendoko gives the fans in the building right now a reason to get up. Thursday, a little lighter. You know, a lot of fans would be viewers, spectators at home with the family, but I know a lot of them watching on our broadcast right now on ClutchSportsIL.com. They've got a good one. Don't go anywhere. Quante Berry will bring it ahead.
And Joey, with that last basket, Esendoko increases his total to 12 on the day.
Here's Washington off the cylinder. Or that would be the rim, I should say. Yeah. Semantics. Rabun Gap cut it to 3 with a 3. They'll go for it in the corner, in and out. Would have been big had it fallen. Nearly a turnover as Nordham is able to catch up with it. Nifty pass, nifty find down low. Washington goes up and draws a foul. Cody, a little bit of hesitation there, it looked like, from Washington. It looked like he was maybe trying to pop it outside and reset the offense, but wisely decided to take it up and drew contact in the process.
Yeah, and it's fortunate that he did because the foul wasn't even on the guy that was blocking his shot that time, as once again Vernon picks up a foul. And as we see it again, Joey, this game down the stretch, neither teams, no matter who's playing, have had a lot of trouble at the free throw line.
Free throws have been a theme throughout this tournament. We saw free throws really impact a couple of games yesterday. And through is Washington. So a 7-point game. Up the sideline go the Eagles. Vernon. Vernon looks down low for Bradford. And a foul called.
And that's going to put 4 on Collins.
Foul trouble starting to play a role, I should say, in this one. 4 fouls for Vernon. Theo Anatori, 4 fouls for the Eagles. Not on the floor right now. He is on the floor right now. He picked up his 4th foul late in the 3rd, playing through it. In transition, the Lions, and a feed to Washington.
Yeah, wasted opportunity there, Joey. Again, the Lions have a chance to really try and put this one out of reach. They get a great block and stop on the defensive end. Again, just the fast break connection is not there.
Mendez ahead, nearly lost his dribble, gets it back, finds Bradford. Bradford a 3, dials it up from long range.
Again,
Bradford.
Again, it's just Nate Bradford's world, Joey, and we're living in it. 28 on the day out of the 58 for the Eagles. Struggled yesterday, but came out on a mission.
Winston-Salem Christian responds on the other end. It's Quante Berry and a timeout called. And Nate Bradford, how much can you say? Making a huge difference in this one. 6-point game down the stretch. Gonna be a good finish to this one. We'll keep it right here and recap that one. So how do you stop Nate Bradford, Cody? That I think is question number 1.
Well, it's tough, right? Because you don't want to throw a double team at him because, again, there's so many other shooters on this Eagles squad that can knock it down from the perimeter. We've seen that to this point today. I think, especially when they're trying to isolate on the wings, Joey, got to have one high-pressure defender and then one not necessarily protecting the paint, but definitely as that weak side defender, almost protecting it as like a not their pick and roll, right? If one gets beat, you have to have someone there to take off, and then it just becomes hustle defense after that. Got to play the passing lanes and try and come up with the steal.
Easier said than done the way Bradford has played tonight. 28 points, as you mentioned, out of the 58 for the Eagles has made a huge difference. But as Winston-Salem, unquestionably, we'll zero in a little bit on Bradford. You know, they've got guys up and down the roster. You look at Anatori, you look at Vernon, Mendez, that they can go to. Kazonis has played well tonight as well, number 34 in white. Rabun Gap, the ball in hand now. Another 3 would make it a 1-score game. And Bradford looks baseline. Lost it on the way up. Clean steal for the Lions. They've got a chance to build something as Berry feeds to Washington, who gets up and drops it down. Count the basket and 1.
Yeah, Uno Mas, one more at the line for him, Joey. That puts him at 7 points on the evening. We'll go to line, try and make it a 9-point game. Again, the Eagles, whenever they seem to make a run, the Lions have an answer.
But the order getting a little bit taller. Free throw would make it almost a double-digit lead. At some point, Cody, the paradigm shifts a little bit. No shot clock in the IHSA, and that really allows the team with the lead to control things and kind of play with things if you can build it to a certain point. Here's Berry again, once baseline, up and under, no dice.
Yeah, a little too strong on the reverse layup that time, Joey, but good job by the Eagles taking away that first option.
Asindoko got up, couldn't block it. Kazonis couldn't score it. In transition, Berry with one hand, buries it down.
Yeah, and you hate to say that maybe that one pushes it out of reach. A 10-point game feels like 15 or 20 at this point.
Three to respond, short of anything for the Eagles. Heads up play to knock it out of bounds was Isaiah Washington. Threw it off a Rabun Gap player's foot, didn't catch who it was. Bradford will contest the inbound, and Cody, it's going to be tough. Rabun Gap, you can tell, kind of starting to look for threes, but the two works just as well for the Lions. It's Jarius Nordum, and a timeout. Or no, not a timeout, Cody. Pardon me there. I want to make sure I get that call right. I was looking elsewhere on the floor. Official made a call.
Yeah, it's a foul call. It's going to go against Esdoko.
A couple of Winston-Salem Christian coaches come over and talk to him. There you get a look at Garrett Kelly, Eagles head man.
Kind of a curious call there, though, Joey, because it was in transition, so it had to be away from the ball. And this will set up the sideline out of bounds. And if any team at this tournament could shoot their way out of a 12-point deficit with about 4.5 minutes left, it would probably be the Eagles.
They play an exciting brand of basketball. This is one of their better tests yet. Played a good one yesterday against Life Christian. But Hansel Emmanuel and company, that's a very good Life Christian team. Let's not just say it's Hansel Emmanuel. Ultimately proving a little too tough for him. It's going to start right here with 2 free throws from Bradford that could make it a 10-point game. And he knocks down the first. Next one, Cody, a game that I'm really looking forward to, Denmark-Olar and Urbana. Stay with us on ClutchSportsIL.com for one more go-round tonight, Thanksgiving at the TOC.
Yeah, Joey, you're high school alma mater in Urbana, so I'm sure you're excited to be able to get the chance to call one of their games.
Always look forward to it. Don't get the chance to do a ton of Urbana games, but I always like looking at Verdell Jones' squad when I get the chance.
Tough call that time against Anatori, Joey. Fights, able to scrap for the loose ball, but instead going to get labeled for the foul. That gives him 4, and just a tough break again. The Eagles never really were able to put a dent into this lead. Halftime being the closest it was at the 1-point deficit. Took the lead for a little bit, but after that, it's been all Lions.
70-60, and the Lions really opened it up in the fourth quarter. Stood at a 1-point game. About 5 minutes of gameplay ago, and since that point, the Lions cranked it up. The big dunk from Quante Berry, a play that we'll watch back and maybe consider a turning point when we tell the final story of this one. As Isaiah Washington, or pardon me, Mantalonis inbounds it. Eagles get out and run it. And now in the hands of Camion Shell. Still time left, though. The Eagles, they can string together some stops, a couple of quick scores, far from out of it. And a turnover there that starts things off. Out of bounds off the hand of Isaiah Washington.
Looks like Vernon maybe got banged up a little bit on that play, grabbing his right leg, a little bit around the knee, but again, the sideline out of bounds coming in from McPherson, and looks like head coach Garrett Kelly is going to go ahead and stack the floor with shooters.
Luke Arnhart back in will replace Fearson on the inbound. And you've got to figure that this is the Eagles' last best shot. It's Vertez looking, kicking to Arnhart in the corner. Doesn't have it, and here we go in transition. The Lions up in an easy lay-in. Taking a little off the top is Rayshon McMiller.
That gives him 10 points on the evening, and again, it's just time to throw up the 3-ball.
Another one from Rabun Gap, no dice. Watch out, Esendoko stepping around and dropping it down. In transition, the and one.
It looks like we have a down Eagle on the opposite side of the court, Joe. You hate to see that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, though, it was a great take. Euro stepping through the paint, especially for a big man. Had a really tough first half, able to rebound nicely here in this one. Has got himself up to 14 and looking for .15. Could really help his squad out and push it to a nearly 20-point game.
Holds the arm and walks off the floor, does Luke Arnhart. Hope he's okay. And Essendoko continues to build on the lead. And a testament to the Lions offense, Cody, as Bradford creates an acrobatic three. We'll make it a 14-point game, but I was just getting ready to say it seems like it became a 17-point game out of nowhere as the Lions offense just turned it on in a hurry.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Joey, Bradford's going to make some college coach somewhere a very happy man. 33 points on the afternoon. He's almost got half of the team's total points at 63, and so he's having one heck of an afternoon. It's just a shame it's coming with his team down 14.
For a while, he had keyed the Eagles to right within striking distance. Lions pulling away up 14 now. After the Bradford three, we'll step aside quick for a quick word for some of tonight's sponsors. Starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your trip here for the TOC. By Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading. The Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial. Picture this, you finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, an incredibly worthy cause in the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation, named in his honor, does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com to learn more.
Yeah, it's just time for Bradford to get the ball and for everyone else to get out of the way.
See what he can do. Dials up a deep three and knocks it down. As pure a shot as we've seen all night long.
Cha-ching. Again, Joey. Just dialing it up, and that'll give him well over half of the team points. Now up to 36.
And an 11-point game. Eagles might not be done yet. Winston-Salem Christian can't fire on the other end. Still loose. They get it back. Watch out down low and rising up for a strong layup. Not quite a dunk, but it's Lewis Walker.
Yeah, grabbing his left knee, maybe the reason he wasn't able to get up all the way to flush that one. It would have been a highlight reel play. I'm sure that would have made the socials for the Clutch Sports media crew, but Bradford fouled. He's going to get a chance to add to his already tremendous afternoon.
Bradford has been all over the place tonight.
For anyone at home wondering, though, he's not even close to the game high in points. Of course, coming to Zion Williamson, who was here a handful of years ago and dropped 50.
Well, I tell you, I see what you're saying, not close, but if he can get hot, stroke in a couple of threes, 38 points, he might wind up being close for the night in. I don't think he's got 4 more threes left in him, but the way he's played lately, you never know. Down low, and what a finish, I should say, from Barry.
Yeah, sweet-looking finish that time, and once again, we'll just see Bradford go to work, and Essendoko, again, he's had a great second half. He came in with not a whole lot of production after that first half, but all the way up to 17 and only just now picking up his second foul.
Bradford nearly got the 3 the old-fashioned way, now settles for 2 at the charity stripe. (81-67). 37 points for Bradford now on the free throw, I should say. 13-point game. Thanks for sticking with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Denmark-Olar and Urbana up next, and still might have some fireworks left in this one based on the talent we have on the floor. Essendoko looks for space. Doesn't need much space to finish that one. Finger roll.
Yeah, a little bit of finesse from the power big man that time, and a bit of sloppy passes showing up here.
Loose ball, transition look for the Lions. And how about the game Vashon McMiller has keyed a lot of offense down there. He's been in on a lot of plays. Now has 12 points and a 3 in the corner from Bradford.
I'm telling you, Joey, he can hoop up to 41 out of the 71.
It's now the single best scoring performance we've seen this week at the Tournament of Champions, this year at the Tournament of Champions. 41 from Bradford, still loose. Bradford has the ball in hand. Steps back, knocked from behind, and a loose ball in transition. Berry, two-handed easy finish. A little point as he came down, I like that. Points for style for Quante Berry, the senior, steps up. Not quite as authoritative as the dunk he had earlier. We'll have a technical foul, I think, on the hang.
Yeah, hanging on the rim, not allowed at the high school level, Joey. So, actually, no, excuse me, it is going to be a technical foul, but it's not going to be on the Lions. It'll be against the Eagles for, I believe, something McPherson had said.
Free throw off at the stripe from Essendoko. Well, how about that? Berry gets away with one. Personally, I got to say I'm a fan of that one. It probably should have been a technical had the situation been different, but I don't think anyone in this gym cares. Hit the little point at him coming down. Essendoko off the floor now. Second free throw.
Yeah, and for the Eagle fans in attendance, Bradford gets a ovation as he heads to the bench, and it's the final five on the roster's turn to play. And I hate to say it was necessarily in blowout fashion, but what a treat for us to be able to watch Bradford playing this one, Joey. Ends up with 41. Flirts with the double, couple of blocks as well.
That'll be the 7th highest scoring effort in tournament history, or tied for such. 41 points. Incredible outing for Bradford. 35 seconds left. And a couple ticks under. As set to inbound is Raphael Gay, who came in and played a little bit earlier. Zion Collins fouled, and free throws coming up for Collins, the sophomore.
And this will try and put him to 90 as they clear the right-hand side of the scoreboard, so we momentarily lose our stats, but
there you get a look at the not Winston-Salem, I've got my teams crossed up, the Rabun Gap bench. Nate Bradford, again, tied for the 7th highest single-game scoring mark in Tournament of Champions history with 41.
In a tournament, Joey, that has a lot of history of NBA talent in it. That's definitely some elite company.
List of TOC alumni goes on and on. Zion Williamson, who holds the mark at 50.
Adam Miller, just a couple years ago, who's currently down at LSU.
Adam Miller, Ace Wolf, brought a lot of fans out here 2 years ago at LSU. You look at Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Bennett, a couple of #1 draft picks. Anthony Davis probably chief among that group. DeMarcus Cousins has played here, as have several NBA players, but this one belongs to Winston-Salem Christian, coming in and getting the job done, taking down Rabun Gap 90-73. That's the final score. A complete performance, a team effort for Winston-Salem Christian. Cody, that's what catches my eye when we look back at this one.
Absolutely, Joey. Again, dominating performance for the Lions. Great game for Bradford. Again, a treat to watch, but there's only so much one man can do. They really didn't have that section option today, and once the Lions went out on their final run, it was all gas and no brakes.
And a 90-point outing for Winston-Salem Christian. They move on, and we move on. Our next game tonight, the Urbana Tigers and the Denmark-Olar Vikings. Going to be a good one coming up in about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Gavin Russell down in Tournament Central. We'll get to him in a moment. I'm going to head down there and join him between games myself. It's my debut in the studio at the tournament. Looking forward to that. But that will wrap it up for this one. A quick word for some of our sponsors before we send it down to Gavin, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Uftring. Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading. The Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial. You finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it, because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. By the KB Strong Foundation. Last but certainly not least, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court today. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Gavin Russell in our Country Financial Tournament Central. I'll join him in just a moment, but while I'm on my way down there, Gavin has all the latest. Gavin, take it away.
Welcome back to the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. We're here in between games. We got one more for you tonight. We've got Urbana and Denmark-Olar coming up for you. I'll be joined by Joey Wright here in just a minute, so we hope you enjoy hearing from Joey. He just was on the call for the last game. He'll be on the call for the final game as well, but he's going to join me in the studio. I want to talk a little bit about the game that we've seen so far, the tournament that we've seen so far, but we got to first of all highlight what in a performance we just saw from both of the teams that just played. Rabun Gap and Winston-Salem went at it. Winston-Salem came up with a huge victory, but we have to talk about one of the best individual performances that we've seen of the entire tournament. Nate Bradford, 41 points. I believe that is a high for any player individually in a tournament this year. Definitely an impressive performance. He was doing it inside. He was shooting the three ball. Really, he was doing just about everything that you can want out of a player. Unfortunately, Rabun Gap does fall short to a really, really talented Winston-Salem team. Really balanced team. And as we get things going here in the Country Financial Tournament Central, we're going to have Joey Wright come on with us in just a moment. Him and Cody Roskins were on the call. Remind Joey to make sure his microphone is on. We've had some problems with that on our end, but Joey, thanks for sitting down with us for a few minutes and joining us here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. You're on the call for that last game, and Nate Bradford, just an incredible performance.
41 points for Bradford, seventh highest single-game scoring mark in tournament history, or tied for seventh. Just an incredible performance, as you said. Scoring from anywhere on the floor, knocking it in from deep range late in that one. He's a fun player to watch. He's going to be big for Rabun Gap this season.
Absolutely, and then we look at Winston-Salem. Winston-Salem, they played a really balanced game. They had several guys in double figures, a couple of guys nearing the 20-point mark or getting over that 20-point mark. What can you tell us about Winston-Salem?
Just a balanced roster, as you said. When one guy would pop up and make an impact, two more would pop up and get open and do things. When we looked at the scoring, midway through the third quarter, it was 6-6, 2, 11, 4. I mean, everyone was making an impact for Winston-Salem. When you're going against a player like Bradford, who has interest from a lot of high majors, a lot of mid majors, anyone with a good scouting report has an offer on Nate Bradford. You need to do that to take down that team.
Certainly that is the case. Now, we kind of look at that game. It was close at halftime, stayed close to start things out. It feels like Winston-Salem, though, just opened it up and took a huge lead in the blink of an eye. Basically, if you weren't watching, you really would have never really known, what was able to get them going out there to kind of maintain that big lead.
They were able to get out in transition, force a couple steals. Rebounding was good all game long, and they just got after it. The transition game big for them. That's where it started. There was the big dunk from Barry that really sealed it late. That was kind of the exclamation mark. After that, Rabun Gap had a couple chances with Bradford, but you kind of had the feeling that was all she wrote.
Absolutely. Rabun Gap got routed a little bit, so to speak. It was a tough loss for him. What do you think they need to do to rebound next game? It's a long tournament. There's a lot of games to be played. What do they got to do to rebound?
Rabun Gap's just got to remember to, it sounds cliche, but the fundamentals. You can't put it on the floor. You got to rebound. You got to do the little things right. It's a terrific Rabun Gap team. Beyond Bradford, they've got a lot of guys on the roster that can make an impact. Just couple turnovers. They got to limit transition opportunities, especially like a team like Winston-Salem Christian that's so adept down low. That'll kill you. So it's gonna be they're gonna be okay. They lost to a Good Life Christian team yesterday, led by or headlined by Hansel Emanuel. It is a deeper team than Hansel Emanuel, but he gets a lot of the spotlight. Didn't go their way yesterday either, but they're going to be okay. They're going to be a fun team to watch.
Certainly is the case. Now, we look at the next game coming up. It's the game you'll be on a call for, so you're going to have to hustle back up there in just a couple of minutes. But Urbana, Denmark-Olar, both these teams are winless to start things out this season, but both are very talented, both very deep. There's some young guys on both of these teams, but certainly headlined by a lot of skilled players. What can you tell us about those guys?
Well, both teams winless because both teams ran into a juggernaut in St. Rita that has really impressed in the tournament this year. St. Rita is going to be a force to be reckoned with tomorrow night. So, you take it with a grain of salt. Loss number one. Right. Urbana's my alma mater, so I've been seeing them off and on for a couple years, so I'm a lot in high school. My junior year of high school was Verdell Jones' first season at the helm of the Tigers head coach. A team that has obviously evolved in the last 6 years or so, but they still play the same way. They play fast. They play an up-tempo game, so Denmark-Olar's got to be ready to watch those transition opportunities. They've got to limit turnovers. They got to play a fundamentally sound game. But Urbana, Jermontre Young's been there a while, knows the deal. Maybe probably the guy when you look at these Tigers is Young. Excited to watch it play out because I think it's going to be a really good game. You look at the first game of the tournament for both those teams, St. Rita was not going to be toppled.
Yeah, and then you mentioned Verdell, Jones coaching Urbana. You obviously were able to see two different coaches at the helm of the basketball program. What can you see in a difference, over the years with him coaching this program, leading this program? What are some differences you've seen with him?
Well, the first 2 years of my high school career, head coach was Vashon Russell. Had a great relationship with Coach Russell, was a manager for Coach Russell. Those Tigers played a bit of a slower brand of basketball, more predicated on passing it around, finding the open look. Verdell Jones Tigers, more so. It was an immediate change. They're going to run and gun, play a little more, I don't want to say more exciting brand of basketball, but a brand of basketball that lends itself more to high scoring. So they can score. If they can get the defense down and create those opportunities, pardon me, a little frog in my throat, they're going to be okay, and it's going to be a high-scoring affair.
Yeah, that's so true. And, Denmark-Olar, on the other hand, they've got a big player, Zachary Davis. He's committed to play at South Carolina. So anytime you get a guy like that committed to go play at a big school, you've got a really good one right there. But as a team, they got to put it together. Again, ran into a really tough group, start things out. But what's it going to take for Zachary Davis and Denmark-Olar to get the first W?
Got to succeed down low. That's where it starts. And, Urbana, no stranger to playing against Division I talent. Both these teams played against Merez Johnson from St. Rita. So going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Both teams. If you play at the Tournament of Champions, you got to be ready to take on D1 players. Urbana's going to be ready. Going to be fun. I've got to bounce up there, get ready to go, get settled in. But excited to watch and see how it all plays out.
Absolutely. That's so true. Thank you for joining us, Joey. Good luck on the call up there. He'll be on the call for Urbana and Denmark-Olar. We're going to keep it here for just another minute as Joey heads his way up there. We appreciate you joining us here on ClutchSportsIL.com, Clutch Sports Media on YouTube. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all those good things. Let us know who you want to see in the studio. We've got a full day of coverage tomorrow. Obviously, the big feature game tomorrow is Chicago, St. Rita, and Yorkville Christian. You're not going to want to miss that one right here on ClutchSportsIL.com if you can't make it to the game. Also, you can support KB Strong, big cause for this tournament, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Make sure and support KB Strong. If you come out to the game, head out to the concession area. You can find their tent out there. Talk to Jody Brown and the other volunteers out there with KB Strong, or spread the awareness, get online, donate some money, all those really good things. So thank you so much for joining us. I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're going to throw it back up to the booth. Joey Wright and Cody Roskins on the call for Urbana and Denmark-Olar.
Thank you very much, Gavin. I'm Cody Roskins, filling in here for just a couple seconds till Joey Wright makes his way back to his seat. But you're right, Gavin. Urbana and Denmark-Olar fixing to be a good one. Of course, we've got none other than Zachary Davis, the 3-star, according to 24/7 Sports. The South Carolina commit will be on the floor today for the Vikings. And as Joey resets his headset, we're ready to have the lead man back with us. Joey, welcome back from the studio.
Good to be back, Cody. How'd I look on camera? How'd I look in the studio?
Oh, you're built for radio.
Oh my gosh, I should have expected that. I gotta tell you, it is so cold out there. Oh my god, I'm wearing a jacket now. Didn't want to take the jacket off. It's so cold out there. Gavin Russell has done a great job all week. Glad I was able to join him out front ahead of this one.
Yeah, it's been a great day so far, Joey, and Gavin Russell's been putting in work all week long for us, but between Denmark-Olar and Urbana, your all high school alma mater, should be a good one. But my eyes, Joey, of course, I've already touched on it. It'll be on number 2, Zachary Davis. Didn't have the greatest game last time out, but then again, we just saw Bradford come out and drop over 40 after not having a great outing. And a lot of these athletes, when they come out after a poor outing, are looking to score the ball. And I imagine Zachary Davis with nothing more to improve upon his 14-point effort last time out.
Well, and this is a much different game, as Gavin and I kind of touched on. In the first game either of these two teams played, neither team able to overcome Chicago St. Rita. But let me tell you, I mean, St. Rita's as complete a team as the tournament has this year, and one of the better teams that's played in the tournament. You look at the last couple of years, this is a bit of a more even matchup, I think. I think it's going to be a good one down the stretch. Zachary Davis is going to lead Denmark-Olar, but Urbana's got some guys. I highlighted Jermontre Young. It seems like he's been there forever. His brother Jermail played a big role on a couple of Tigers teams as of late. Kevin Cobb was impressive against St. Rita, especially in the second half of that loss. So, I don't know. I think this is going to be interesting. Zachary Davis, 6'8", going to play in the SEC, an imposing figure. You're going to look at the Denmark-Olar Vikings being introduced right now. Christopher Sanders, there's Zachary Davis. But this is as good a matchup as we could hope for to close out day 3.
Absolutely, Joey. And just going up and down the roster, so you notice not a lot of size for the Urbana Tigers. Of course, again, your high school alma mater, but Denmark-Olar, plus with a little bit of size, of course, Zachary Davis with the 6'8" frame. You also go down the roster to Brandon Johnson, the 6'9", 240-pound senior. Other than that, everyone is about 6'4" and below. Venture over to Urbana. They got a couple of 6'7" guys on the roster, but other than that, they're a little more around that 6'1", 6'2" range. So size differential, I guess down low, you definitely give the advantage to Denmark-Olar, but for Urbana, it just doesn't matter about this, size really on the perimeter. We've seen a couple of big bodies be able to drive today, but I think you'd really have to give that advantage again to Denmark-Olar.
Denmark-Olar, definitely a big team. They can do a lot in the low post. We'll see if Urbana plays the perimeter. As you were alluding to, you don't need a lot of size to shoot. I guess it helps if you've got size and can close out. But
right.
It'll be interesting. This is going to be a good one. Glad you're with us on your Thanksgiving evening. We move into the night. Last game of the third day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is underway. Denmark-Olar starts things out. It's Brandon Johnson. Johnson looks to Davis, and Davis, as tall as he is, can run the point, does just that. South Carolina commit. He's going to stay in his home state, Denmark-Olar in Washington from South Carolina. Urbana from about 90 minutes away. Just about 45 miles west of the Indiana border. And here's Kevin Cobb, impressive the other night against St. Rita, drops it in, and the Tigers tie it up at 2.
Yeah, 2 tough shots to open up the game so far, Joey, because we saw Davis kiss one in off the glass, and then on the other end, the Tigers able to even it back up.
3 on the way from Young, off, rebound, still loose. Young hauls it in. Brouchard Young, kick to the corner, and Johnson a 3 off the mark. Perimeter strong early on, or at least a big focal point for both teams, moving towards the baseline. Young watches it go out of bounds.
And Brouchard Young, Joey, fouled out of their last contest, but had a big impact early on. Got caught in some foul trouble and had to sit basically the entirety of the second half before he inevitably fouled out.
Here's Davis, 3 short of the mark. Davis, another one of those players in the tournament's dandy dozen, 12 players to keep an eye on as this tournament moves along. 3 on the way from Johnson. Another 3 misses. Denmark-Olar playing the perimeter and feeding it in off the glass is Young.
Yeah, and already we see the size advantage for Denmark-Olar, playing advantage on the boards. To get 3 or 4 possessions out of that one and finally put it in the hole.
Ball fake now, pass out. Urbana dropping to Jermontre Young, who drops it in return. Young, 5'10" senior. Leader for this Tigers team, one of the Tigers' key players. Davis. Davis, again, as tall as he is, great ball handler, great facilitator. It's Ja'Cory Williams. Williams goes back to Davis. Davis trying to find Johnson down low, but he rolls it out of bounds.
Yeah, not a great pass that time by Davis. He quite literally just underhanded the ball in there instead of taking it with two, stepping through and delivering a good bounce pass. And if not that, you got to fire it off your forehead for a good pass over the top, but I'm sure he'll clean that up from now on.
Tigers in the corner and a 3-ball from Kevin Cobb. Tigers offense, Cody, struggled to get much going against St. Rita, but Kevin Cobb was probably the biggest bright spot offensively for Urbana and picks it right back up here with a big 3.
Yeah, but going back to that, Joey, who doesn't struggle against St. Rita? I mean, Gavin had alluded to it tomorrow, a big game for them coming up tomorrow, but 2 dominant victories for St. Rita, and it made everybody look like mincemeat so far.
Bit of an aberration for both of these teams in tournament opening losses to the Mustangs. Free throw, first of 2 off the mark from Davis. Good crowd has hung around to watch the final game of the day here on Thanksgiving, no less. Cobb trying to find Malcolm Morris. Morris also played a big role for the Tigers against St. Rita. Pass intercepted. Jermontre Young finds Cobb. Cobb deep 2, no good. Young is there for the rebound for the Vikings. Young runs it, tries to find some space down low, and he doesn't need much space, Cody. Zachary Davis creating.
Yeah, does a great job of snaking to the rim that time. Again, a defender in front trying to take the charge. Great job of just sidestepping, picking up the easy 2.
Back to Cobb. Cobb, pump fake 3 on the way. In and out. Still loose down low. Look at that battle and a foul called. It's going to be our second foul of the evening. And the second, or rather the first, I should say, against the Vikings. Officials pause briefly to confer. Off camera left, Verdell Jones calls out an audible, knocked out of bounds. It'll stay with Urbana. Filkins getting the inbound going, and again, knocked out of bounds. Despite an appeal from Hercules Davis, Vikings head coach, it'll stay again with the Tigers. What are you looking to do here, baseline out of bounds play, Cody?
Well, you got to get into space, can't force it between the passing lanes. Just run to about half court, and well, as we say that, of course, it's stolen.
You probably don't want to turn it over to Davis, who goes coast to coast. Zachary Davis, if I could use a hotkey for my voice, I'd put one on Davis, because that's a name we're going to be calling all night long.
Yeah, he didn't have a great start out last time, but already up to 7.
Foul called there as Cobb tried to drive to the bucket. And that will be the first foul against the Denmark-Olar Vikings. Wasn't a foul a moment ago when I called one out. It was an out-of-bounds call, and that foul the first on Tykeem Ross. Tigers looking. Kevin Cobb short. Hauled in by Morris, and his shot tipped back. Vikings get out and run. 4 on 3. Floater was too high from Brouchard Young. And now the Tigers. And Jermontre Young. Jermontre Young to Kevin Cobb. His 3, pure from the corner.
Yeah, and that's going to be a recipe for disaster if the Vikings want to try and walk out of here with the win. Can't bank on Young to do everything, and right now that's already 8 points for Mr. Cobb.
Has almost all the Tigers' points. 2 more coming from Jermontre Young, and an and 1. Count that for Tykeem Ross.
And you know the saying, Joey Boardman gets paid. And that time able to go up strong, finish. Also get the free throw to tack onto it.
Ross making an impact as a freshman on this Vikings roster, lone freshman on the squad. And his 3, or not 3, free throw. You know what? I made a mistake there too, so I can't be too critical, but the free throw doesn't hit anything on the way down, and Urbana takes over.
Now working against that half-court man-to-man defense. Trapping out of the corners, another takeaway.
In transition, Davis, no, still loose, out of bounds. Urbana will get a shot. So as the Tigers facilitate to Cobb, Davis obviously the guy that Denmark-Olar is going to run through. A couple of substitutions. In for the first time for the Tigers is Chris Roseman, who played big bench minutes against St. Rita.
And for Urbana, Joey, I'm not sure there's a tougher of an opening game than St. Rita out of Chicago, playing the Chicago Catholic League. It's one of the top teams in the state annually.
And the same goes for Denmark-Olar. That's a tough team to run into, traveling all the way from South Carolina, although that was a good matchup to watch. Looking at Zachary Davis versus Merez Johnson Jr., sophomore for St. Rita, committed to play at Illinois. And a three from Roseman.
And Roseman spotting up as well. It's raining threes early right now between Cobb and Roseman. He's going to have to try and help his Vikings out on the perimeter.
And out of bounds, knocked away by Jermontre Young. It'll stay right here with Davis. Davis feeds to Jaquari Williams at the free throw line. Ross with contact. A lot of humanity down there. Knocked out of bounds off of the face, I think, of Rosemond.
Yeah, great play that time by Jaquari Williams. And just to throw it back in play, and that's kind of the idea there, right? Just living on a prayer, trying to send it off one of the opposing team.
Foul called is Cobb. A little too aggressive there. Pretty clean game so far, just 3 fouls. There's Verdell Jones on the inbound. And Tykeem Ross puts the Vikings back at a 13-13 tie.
Yeah, great gather dribble that time. No one else around. Just go up strong, secure the lay-in.
Tigers kick to the corner, and Cobb, his three, off. Malcolm Morris the rebound, double team. Feed out to Gideon Kapongo, who did not play against St. Rita. And a three on the way from number 3, Jermontre Young, and he knocks it down.
I'm telling you, Joey, the Vikings are going to have to close out on shooters. Right now, they're just surrendering the open 3 ball. They may lead to another loss.
Zachary Davis was looking for Cavante Davis. Tigers force the turnover, and Morris is fouled. So Kapongo will inbound. Kapongo has been a key guy for this Tigers team for some time. Kapongo, one of a couple of juniors on the roster. More on the Tigers in just a moment as Young goes after that one, and a one-handed slam in transition from Davis.
And they're going to get Young for a delay of game call there. Can't grab the ball once it comes out through the net. First warning for him. Next one will be costly.
Next one will result in a technical foul. Tigers still lead by 1. There is Zachary Davis. Davis, you see, he's not the biggest 6'8" player you'll see in terms of, you know, a big frame. Rather lean in that 6'8" frame, but can do a lot. Down low, he shows that there. 2 well-coached teams, Cody. 2 very fundamentally sound programs. Hercules Davis leading Denmark-Olar. Verdell Jones, of course, the head coach of Urbana, as we've talked about tonight. But I like that decision from Zachary Davis, going back to that dunk a moment ago, to maybe take a little off the top. Wasn't the flashiest thing. When you can get up and dunk it, it's an effective way to score. Pretty safe basket. Didn't show all the flair yet. Knows the Vikings need that point. Knocked around, knocked back. Cobb gets out in transition. Chance for Chris Roseman, but that pass tipped and knocked away by Cavante Davis.
Yeah, great job again by Davis. Joey getting back in transition. Looked like the Tigers maybe had a chance to score in transition, but because of Davis, have to play in the half court.
There's Hercules Davis, head coach of the Vikings. 3 in the corner, off. Still loose. Rebound, Cavante Davis, and a foul on Roseman. It's going to be Roseman's first, the Tigers' third. Compared to the last game, Cody, where we saw a lot of guys wind up in foul trouble late, certainly compared to, I know I keep throwing this out there, the Joliet West Tinley Park game last night where everyone was in foul trouble. Clean start to this one. And a floater from Young falls. Well, I was looking at the monitor when he threw that up, Cody. It almost looked like an alley-oop pass. Took a lot off there, and that's the definition of a shot that just kind of floated through the net.
Yeah, absolutely, Joey. And again, though, one thing I'm just paying attention to, though, on the defensive side of the court or whatever for the Vikings, they're surrendering a lot of these insert passes into the wing and corner, which if you're going to trap, that's fine. But like right here, you've got 2 skip passes available and nobody to guard it.
Cobb attacking basket. Open man in the corner is Kapongo. His 3 off. A rebound for Davis. The Vikings watch as the Tigers get back defensively. Roseman bit. That left something open for Davis, and Davis finishes.
Yeah, great job by Davis. Double clutching in the air, shifting around the Tiger again, trying to take the charge in the paint. Davis showing you again why he's listed as 3-star recruit according to 24/7 Sports.
Making it happen. Kevin Cobb looked as though he was going to put it on the ground. Hesitated for a minute. Now the Tigers get a 3rd pass down to Morris. Off. Morris couldn't hang on to it. And out of bounds off number 1. We'll give it to Christopher Sanders. Number 1 for Denmark-Olar. Sanders will trigger. Here's Young at the buzzer. Off. Fell way short, and that's how the first quarter will end. Denmark-Olar 19, Urbana 16. We are locked in a good one in Washington. Glad you're with us on your Thanksgiving. What I said is evening earlier is actually deep into the night now. We'll take a quick word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, and more. CountryFinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, late Washington Panthers head boys basketball coach Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the floor. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. You know, Cody, I always get asked, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? My answer is just ask the folks at Uftring.
I'm going to ask you better. Where do you get the capital to buy 100 used cars in 1 month?
Again, ask Uftring. It's a 3 from Kevin Cobb that ties us up at 19.
Yeah, and he's got 11 of the 19 so far for his squad. And like you said, Joe, he was solid in the game against St. Rita. One of the bright spots is
2 on the way from Young. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just trying to finish the thought there while the action was in play. But good-looking zone that time shown by Urbana. Kind of like that 2-1-2 hybrid. Not necessarily a 2-3. They were playing a little more up in the middle. Just kind of throwing the timing of Denmark-Olar just a little bit off.
Jermontre Young bringing it up for Urbana. If you're just joining us, the Tigers and Vikings going back and forth in the early stages of this one, second quarter just underway. You don't want to let Zachary Davis get out in transition, but a nice find for Sanders there. Tigers force a transition opportunity now. Down low is Young, and Young fouled. A couple Vikings in on that one. Wasn't sure if it was Williams or Young that will pick up the foul. We'll see on that. It is Young that picks up the foul, his first.
And again, Brashad Young was in foul trouble yesterday.
Right on cue.
I better just stop talking at this point, Joe. I just can't get it out of the way for you.
It's Jermontre Young knocks it through. Well, Jermontre Young might prefer you keep going. Tigers playing aggressively. There's Young in the passing lane.
Yeah, great job intercepting by Jermontre Young.
Young has 8 points, second on the Tigers to Kevin Cobb's 11. Both on the floor right now. Down low, what a finish that was from Roseman.
Yeah, nice hop step by Roseman. Again, he hit the 3 earlier, so he had to play and respect the jump shot that time.
Vikings in trouble. Corner 3 on the way, and count it for Kevonte Davis.
Yeah, he might be the impact player so far for the Vikings. I mean, not necessarily stuffing the stat sheet, but he's doing a lot of the little things. Good job on the boards, boxing out, and he's even saved a couple of possessions for the Vikings.
First basket of the night for Davis. Here's Young. Back to Kevin Cobb. Cobb wants baseline. Getting up was Young in front of him, but Cobb's got it anyways. Hits the deck as he gets back on the defensive end. No worse for wear. We play on. And the intensity in this gym, Cody, as you see there with Cobb falling, really picking up. Here's a 3 on the way and in from Sanders.
Yeah, and Christopher Sanders again spotting up and answering the answer. Brings them back within 1. Again, these two sides continuing just to trade buckets.
Gideon Kapongo for the Tigers. Has a little bit of space. Vikings get in, close out. Malcolm Morris there to finish.
Yeah, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities down low. That's his first points of the day. He's cleaned up quite a few rebounds, but a lot of the time, second chance effort's gone awry.
Morris, to my eye, going back to the Tigers opener against St. Rita, was a guy that got a lot of looks in the offense before they kind of moved towards Cobb a little bit more in the second half. And Young floats it in off the glass.
Yeah, does a great job again, Joey. Nobody stopped the ball. That's rule number 1 on defense in the half court. Got to stop the ball. It's the only thing that can be scored in this game. And again, the Tigers just going at him quickly.
10 points now for Young. 2 Tigers in double digits. 1 Viking in double digits is Davis. And hustling back is Chris Sanders. Big basket there for Sanders.
Absolutely, Joey. And again, we're back within just a handful of points. This game's got the feel being close throughout.
Down low, and there's Malcolm Morris coming alive. Last couple of minutes for the Tigers. 2 baskets, up to 4 points. Is Morris, and a free throw on the way, and rattling through from Jaquari Williams.
Defense just non-existent right now, Joey, going back and forth. That time only 3 Tigers back to guard 5 in the easy elbow jumper.
Malcolm Morris adjusts his position, grabs his own rebound, and is fouled hard. 2 free throws for his trouble coming up. 3 different brackets in the Washington Tournament of Champions, including this part of the City of Washington Invitational, but you've also got the Titan Industries Shootout Series, just 2 games in that tournament, including one that involved St. Joseph Ogden, not too far past Urbana on Interstate 74 heading west. But all this a long way to say that the way this game is played and with how many points we've seen, maybe this belongs in the Shootout Series based on the brand of basketball and the name of that bracket alone.
Yeah, you could definitely frame it like that. But again, Joey, it's kind of early. Both defenses still trying to figure it out. I'm sure they'll come out in halftime and tighten things up.
I'm glad you said I could frame it like that, because I took way too many words to say something that probably didn't make a lot of sense. Across the floor goes Denmark-Olar, and it's Zachary Davis. Davis looking for Brouchard Young. And a free throw doesn't fall from Sanders.
Yeah, and that time Sanders had a man and Young adjusting. Again,
Cobb doesn't have that one.
No, not that time. But again, Joy, they've done a good job attacking the zone, just haven't gotten them to fall yet.
Sanders, no. Young, Davis, yes.
And again, Zachary Davis just probing around the rim. He's cleaned up a lot of those loose balls so far.
3 on the way from Jermontre Young, and he fires it in. Jermontre Young heating up from downtown now. 13 points for number 3.
Yeah, between Cobb and Jermontre Young, they're combining for 26 of the 35 of the Tigers.
Young the rebound, Davis the rebound. Zachary Davis and 1.
Yeah, and a little bit of flex that time from Zachary Davis, going up strong, gets the harm and the hoop. He's going to go back to the stripe and try and bring his team back within a point.
Tigers and Vikings back and forth, orange and black versus blue and yellow. If you're just joining us, new to the Denmark-Olar Vikings from South Carolina, Zachary Davis committed to play college ball at South Carolina. Going to play for the Gamecocks. Kevin Cobb back to Jermontre Young, back to Kevin Cobb, and the extra pass pays off for Cobb.
One of the most high percentage shots in all of basketball, Joey, the one more pass to the corner. Again, Cobb has been lighting it up.
16 for Cobb, 13 for Young. See how Denmark-Olar counters. Again, if you're just joining us, here's Davis, short. Cobb in transition, tries to run. Davis can't get up in time, and Cobb floats it home.
Yeah, Tigers on a little bit of a run here as Cobb now up to 18.
Down low and off the glass, count it for Tykeem Ross.
Yeah, it's going to be important for the supporting cast for Denmark-Olar to show up here. Right now, they're just getting outgunned.
There's Jermontre Young. And a foul called there. Want to see who they call this on, Cody. Not sure if it perhaps caught your eye.
Yeah, it's going to be on Davis, but they almost rung up. If not, they maybe did ring up Kevin Cobb for clapping right after that, as they're still having some chatter about it.
Officials are going to signal, and now you get a good look there at the conversation between one of our officials and Hercules Davis. Davis calls something out. We're going to have a timeout, if that indication is correct. Or no, perhaps the official just extended his arms. Taking a minute to sort this out. Tigers, when it's all said and done, will inbound with Gideon Kapongo. Whatever happened, Verdell Jones and Hercules Davis didn't seem all that upset with the outcome. So on we march.
Absolutely, down sub 2 minutes left in this second quarter, Joey.
What a finish down low from Roseman. And there was a little contact. Roseman able to finish either way. Probably a good no call there, Cody, but just enough defense that made that a tough finish for Roseman.
Yeah, tough finish again, and Roseman's giving him a nice little boost here. He's got up to 7 points now for the Tigers.
All the way over to Young, his three off. Loose down low, look at that fight for the ball. Jump ball called. That arrow will favor Denmark-Olar.
And Malcolm Morris again just doing the dirty work down low, Joey. Trying to scrap for every loose ball. He's got a tough assignment down there with a couple of tall bodies in the 6'9" variety for Denmark-Olar, and he's handled the task well.
There's Verdell Jones, calls out some adjustments. Daquez Dowling now to Sanders, back to Dowling. And Brandon Profit. Profit goes back across to Williams. Williams down low. And what a finish from Brouchard Young.
Yeah, and Brouchard Young's been kind of quiet in this one. He's only got the 6 points. Maybe playing a little more conservatively after he got in foul trouble last time out.
Another three on the way for the Tigers. Kapongo off on that one. Running in transition, the Vikings. Setting it back up. Dowling. Dowling goes down low. Feed, no. Second chance, no. Third chance, tapped in. Scoring is Young up to 8 points now. And that's how you stay with it in the paint.
Absolutely, and again, the concentration down low good. That time from Young. Pulls his team back within 3. So we're under 40 seconds to go here in quarter 2.
Jermontre Young stays with it. 35 seconds left. I would ask Cody if Urbana holds for the last shot, but the way this game has played, there's my answer. Before I could ask the question, Kapongo's foul.
Absolutely, and we're going to get him going up, so this will be 2 free throws and chance to push that lead back to 5, and that's the second foul on Young.
5 fouls for Denmark-Olar, just 4 for the Tigers. Bonus probably won't be a consideration before we break for halftime. And at halftime, stay with us in the Country Financial Tournament Central. It's Gavin Russell with Charlie Schermerhorn. Charlie, an 8th grader, son of head coach Eric Schermerhorn, Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn, that would be, won the Country Financial 3-point showdown today at 2 o'clock right here at Torrey Gym. Excited to hear from him. Tigers running it with 10 seconds left in the half. Roseman stays with it, looks, finds Young. Young slows it down. Tigers will hold. Jermontre Young with 4, with 3. Steps back with 2. Fires what would have beaten the buzzer, but it falls short and wide right, and that's how the first half ends. Really good one in front of us here, 42-39, Urbana over Denmark-Olar. Cody, as we've talked about ad nauseum so far, both these teams losing to St. Rita in their first game of the tournament, but they have flipped a switch. You can tell both are eager to put those losses behind them because we've seen plenty of offense. Both teams scoring at will.
Absolutely, Joey. And on paper, we knew kind of this matchup would be a little closer, right? St. Rita, a little more high-powered, so to speak. And of course, they've got just so much talent over there. Again, playing in the Chicago Catholic League. And between these two, you really haven't seen much of separation. Young's been solid for his side. He's still waiting for the supporting cast to show up. Maybe that's, of course, coming off his right-hand man, Richard Young. He's chipped in a couple, up to 8 now. He did pick up his second foul, so got to watch that a little bit. But on the other side, you're talking about Kevin Cobb and company. He's chipped in early and often, already sniffing 20 points in this one, and he's been solid throughout. And so maybe that's the big focal point for the Vikings, maybe not trying to get the offense going, but trying to slow down the Tigers.
Defense is going to win this game. We'll break for the studio. First, a word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in a month? Cody, we just went over this. You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community. CountryFinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, by KB Strong, and the KB Strong Foundation, I should say. The Kevin Brown, wow, I can't get this one going. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. And Cody, I joke there as I kind of flub that read a little bit, but the KB Strong Foundation, very worthy cause, tremendous presence here at this tournament. Learn more at kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Down to Country Financial Tournament Central, Charlie Schermerhorn and Gavin Russell.
We are back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central, and once again, joining me is local celebrity Charlie Schumacher. He's a three-point contest champion. Really, you've done it all today, Charlie, for us. You joined us on the show, done a little camera work for us, so you've been all over the TOC today, but it's also given you a chance to catch a lot of the games, catch a lot of the action, and we got another really good one going on here right now. It's Denmark-Olar and Urbana. Urbana with a slim lead at halftime, but some individual performances definitely to look at. But just starting as a team, both teams playing pretty close. A lot of people involved on both sides. Some of your observations from the first half.
So one of the main things I realized is it's a high-scoring game. I mean, both teams have put up a lot of points so far, but one of the big things that caught my eye is how much transition buckets both teams are getting. Now, the Titans are starting to get a lot more half-court possessions now, while the Vikings spend most of their time running up and down the court, scoring off a transition play.
That's very true, Charlie. And, again, we've looked at a very high-scoring game. We had a high-scoring affair on the last game, Winston-Salem and Rabun Gap. We saw a big performance there from Nate Bradford with 41 points. Joey Wright, who came down and joined us for a few minutes, mentioned that was tied for 7th highest scoring individual performance in tournament history. That's through a lot of really good players, too. Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson have all played in this tournament. That was the 7th best performance we've ever seen, so we hope you got to join us for that one. If you didn't, you can always go back and watch that one, but we've got a good one right now. Urbana and Denmark-Olar right now on Clutch Sports Media at halftime. Again, this is the final segment from the Country Financial Tournament Central for the night. We'll be back tomorrow. Looking at some of the individual performances, though, for tonight's game, Urbana and Denmark-Olar. Starting with Urbana, two players really standing out to me. It's going to be Kevin Cobb with 18 points and Jermonte Young, who's obviously the featured player, but Jermonte Young, 13 points at the half. Thoughts on Urbana's top players?
So, I mean, they're doing a great job just getting down the court, and, I mean, they're getting good looks from their teammates. I mean, I feel like, obviously, they're finishing the play off, but their teammates are giving them some really good looks.
Absolutely. Kevin Cobb and Jermonte Young, obviously, big parts to Urbana's team. And, you know, one thing I've noticed, especially from Kevin Cobb, really shooting the ball well from outside.
Yeah.
They're really finding that corner, as you mentioned to me. You know, they're facilitating the ball really, really well. They're getting everybody involved, and it's felt like maybe 3 or 4 times already Kevin Cobb found himself in one of the corners to knock down a 3, so that's big. Jermonte Young all over the floor. I mean, he's a very versatile player. As we know, the big player, though, on the other side of things, Denmark-Olar's Zachary Davis, committed to go play ball at South Carolina. He's got 15 points, and that is by no means a slow start, but he's capable of a lot more, and we should look for a big second half from him. But first half thoughts on Zachary Davis.
So, like you said, I mean, not one of his greatest showings, but he's still on pace for 30 points, which obviously it's really good for a high school athlete. I mean, just like I said, transition game, they're getting up and down, they're getting good looks. I mean, he's pulling up, he's driving in the lane. Everything's working for him.
So true. Zachary Davis, again, a very versatile player. He's a guy that he can score from outside, but I think his biggest thing, he's been able to kind of get all over the paint, get in the mid-range, and, you know, mid-range is such a lost art of the game. You ask a lot of people that, coaches, so many players just want to take the three-point shot. That or they want to take the layup or the dunk. There's such a big market, though, for that mid-range game. I think Zachary Davis, one of the best players in the tournament, to just be inside the three-point line, scoring all over for sure. So definitely a big second half coming up from Zachary Davis, Kevin Cobb, both leading Denmark-Olar and Urbana for their respective teams. But we've got a big day tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. We've got some big games later on tomorrow. Let's just start out with the schedule, though, get you guys prepped and ready. Starting things off with Metamora and Joliet West. Just some quick thoughts on that one. Metamora haven't won a game yet. Ethan Kaiser, Metamora's key player, hasn't been the same. What's going to take for Metamora to get the first W?
Metamora is a great team. I mean, they got the size. I mean, they got the skill. They're athletic. And obviously, Ethan Kaiser, he can jump out of the gym. He can shoot. I mean, they've got all the components to win, except the teams they've been going up against have just been that much better than them. And I feel like in the tournament, that's really what we're showcasing. But now what they need to win is they need to start playing as a team a lot more. I mean, I feel like Kaiser, he shoots the ball well this tournament. I mean, I feel like maybe just a little bit more out of him, and they'll be perfectly fine to go.
Absolutely. You know, they have come up close in a lot of games. I mean, Tyson Swanson, Zach Schroeder, they've got a lot of components for that team. We saw Colton Kaler here yesterday talk with Danny Greaves, head coach for Metamora. Just talking about just keep grinding out, playing their game, not trying to do anything overly fancy for the Redbirds. So they're going to take on Joliet West. They're a tough team as well. So interesting to see that early matchup at 9 a.m. So be up bright and early for that one. St. John Bosco and Tinley Park taking things on next. Saw Tinley Park yesterday. We saw them today. They're going to take on St. John Bosco. They're a California team. Both teams have a lot of talent. Anything stand out to you there?
I said this earlier, but, I mean, Bosco is so fun to watch. I mean, they play super hard. They get up and down the court, and really, they're really strong. I mean, they can shoot the three ball, and they're super fun to watch. So, definitely, if you're going to come to a game, I come to all of them, but, I mean, that game's going to be really good.
Most definitely, and as we get later in the tournament here, we've got a lot of good games. We're actually going to have to cut things off short here, not able to get to the whole schedule. That's a little taste of what you'll see in the morning, though. Metamora, Joliet West at 9 a.m. bright and early here on CSM or here in Torrey Gymnasium. St. John Bosco and Tinley Park at 10:30. We're going to send it back up to the second half. Denmark-Olar and Urbana. Joey Wright and Cody Roskins on the call. For Charlie Schumhorn, I'm Gavin Russell. Have a good night. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thanks, Gavin. And that's Gavin Russell in Tournament Central with a champion in Charlie Schumhorn winning the three-point showdown right here on the hardwood floor of Torrey Gym earlier this afternoon. That's Charlie's second appearance in the studio today. The first one, he was holding a big old trophy with a custom Country Financial ball. Congratulations to Charlie on winning the boys portion. at least, of the three-point showdown. Back to the action here. It's a good one. Urbana 42, Denmark-Olar 39. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com tonight, the nightcap of day 3 of the TOC. I'm Joey Wright with Cody Roskins, the entire Clutch Sports media team. Happy to be in with you on Thanksgiving. Hope you guys are coming out of your food comas, as Kevin Cobb, far from in a coma after the first half. Although maybe if the bleachers had been a little closer going down to the floor, he might have been in one there. A little contact in the corner. A physical game, Cody, is what we think we're going to see in half 2.
Yeah, I think we'll see more of the same of what we saw in half number 1. Two teams that really like to stroke it from behind the arc, but on the other side, of course, Denmark-Olar was also able to get it done in the paint. They won the rebounding battle, but it hasn't really translated to the scoreboard yet.
Cobb giving chase to that one, but it'll stay with the Vikings. Leaders for both teams. No surprise that Zachary Davis, South Carolina commit, headlines Denmark-Olar after half number 1. 15 points for the senior. Tigers led by Kevin Cobb's 18 points, 13 points for Jermontre Young. Malcolm Morris inbounds, and we're back underway. Young brings it up for the Tigers. Young, floater, rolls in.
Case of the shooter's touch that time. They switched Zachary Davis onto the Urbana point man, and that extra length might help him out, but that time able to get the floater in the paint.
One step in was Brandon Profit. Down low is Christopher Sanders. Tigers run down low. Good look at Young as he gets a similar shot to go for the second straight time.
Yeah, another tough take, and that's exactly what you want to see. And an offensive foul, Joey. We're going back the other way.
Tigers firing on all cylinders to start the second half. They've opened their lead up to 7, largest lead of the night for the Tigers, and there's Jermontre Young, man behind it all in the second half so far.
And he'll be a focal point again, and got to remember Cobb can also play off of him so well with his shooting ability.
We were talking at halftime about the potential that this Urbana team has if they can get the offense firing like they are tonight. They've also got, keep an eye on Jimmy Nixon, who we won't see at the TOC. We'll see him a little later in the season for the Tigers. Big transfer from St. Thomas More. Small private school in Champaign County. Not overly small, but smaller than Urbana, about half the size. Pretty good history of athletic success for the Sabres, and Jimmy Nixon comes over. Will make an impact for the Tigers later this year. For Denmark-Olar, real quick, what do they have to do to right the ship here?
Again, it all starts on the defensive end. Defense leads to stops, and stops lead to buckets. And right now, you can't trade bucket for bucket when you're down 7 points. As talented as Young is, that'd be tough.
Step back. Davis was looking for the 3, didn't have it. Rebound. Layden Daniels brings it ahead for the Tigers. Slows it down. Tigers looking good on the boards. And from downtown, another 3 from Rosemont.
This Tiger team full of snipers, Joey. That's now 3 players on the court in double figures.
Here's Davis. Controlling. Dishes over to Young. Young feeds down low to the low post. Nice pass, better finish from Brandon Profit. Although, Cody, that might be a little unfair because that was a terrific find.
Absolutely. Great find and even better finish. High off the window, even though there was a guard on him. No chance of getting the block.
Now over to Rosemont. His 3 in and out. Rebound hauled in by Sanders. And Chris Sanders runs. Find down low to Profit. Or Profit, rather. Down low, not quite. He was trying to get there. Floated one up. Now he goes down low and finishes.
Yeah, he gets a friendly roll off the back iron. But again, the Ole defense down low. Joey's not going to get it done. The lead won't last if that's going to be the case.
Young pushes to Morris. Morris to the corner and Cobb. His 3 in. Pure from the corner. Urbana putting on a clinic from three-point land. Quick stop. Verdell Jones calls Malcolm Morris over. And I believe this will take the form of a timeout.
Yeah, this will be the masked timeout, Joey.
It appears that way, and it will be a timeout. The Tigers were a little more eager to break it than the Vikings. Tigers have opened up a 9-point lead. And Cody, you never want to make a bigger story of anything than is there, but the 9-point lead might feel a little bit bigger. The Tigers have really played a good game here in the third quarter, especially from downtown. What adjustments does Denmark-Olar need to make, being that the Tigers have the hot hand right now?
Well, again, I touched on it in the first half. You got to close out on shooters. Right now, the Tigers have shown you nothing but the ability to make the deep three, and right now Denmark-Olar has shown no ability to adjust or willingness to adjust on it. They're just content in sticking in just inside the arc and letting Davis and company go to work offensively, which so far hasn't netted them much.
Here's Davis starting things out for the Vikings. They go to the corner, now back to Sanders. Sanders pass intercepted. Tigers trying to set something up. Who else but Cobb? Kevin Cobb finding Layden Daniels down low, and what a block. Rooted away by Young. Young to the corner, and Davis. Davis goes to work. Not open that time. Tigers sending it down low, and one. Count it for Kapongo.
Nice dish down low, Joey. All starts off on the great defensive effort to get the rebound and run. And the Tigers blowing it open here in quarter three.
Kapongo puts the Tigers ahead by 11. Could make it a 12-point game with the free throw. Up no dice. Rebound Morris. Tigers could really swing this one here. Deep two on the way from Young. No. Denmark-Olar the rebound. Nice find to Davis. Davis goes back to Williams. Williams swings around to Profit. Now back to Profit after a quick stopover with Sanders. Here's Zachary Davis. Guarded by Young. Gets a great screen from Sanders. But they can't connect with Sanders down low. Out of bounds, last touched by the Vikings. Bouchard Young was hassling Layden Daniels. Montre Young pushes it ahead. Floats one up and gets it to fall.
I mean, he is just automatic right now, Joey. Didn't have a stellar first half. Had a solid one. Chipped in a couple points from behind the arc. But here he has just been running the show and shows no signs of slowing down. Watch out, Joey.
Kapongo gets out and runs with it. Floats it up. And it drops down for Kapongo.
That might try and get up and try and dunk that one.
Not a bad thought. Davis with an easy finish down low. You know, even if, and I don't know Gideon Kapongo's game well enough to know if he can dunk or not, but even if you can't dunk, Daniel's a little off on that shot. You want to go to the rim a little strong, maybe make people think that's coming. Block, Kapongo, three, off. Short, Davis the rebound. Davis pushes, and reverse layup, no, and there's a dunk. Count that for Davis.
An absolute thunderous finish at the rim, Joey. And there's a down Tiger just along the baseline, but how about that? Putting an exclamation point on that possession.
South Carolina commit with the dunk of the night. Down Tiger, you're right, and we'll pause to allow him a moment of privacy. Want to make sure he's okay before we identify him. That stops the clock at 2:46, as you see at the bottom of your screen. 11-point game. Urbana leading, and Jermontre Young now helped to his feet. Just when the game had reached a bit of a lull for Denmark-Olar, Zachary Davis there to get it going for the Vikings. And it looks like Young will stay on his feet, and he's helped to the bench. Not helped to the bench. He gets over there under his own power. We'll hope he's okay. And he will stay. He wants to stay in the game anyways. And he will. Jermontre Young will stay in.
I like that, Joey. I mean, as a leader on the floor right now, if you've got the ability to play, I think you owe it to your team to stay out there. Obviously, you don't want to ever have to play through a serious injury, but his presence just means so much on the floor for the Tigers.
Davis down low, feed ahead to Young. Young spins, loses it out of bounds, last touched by Young. The brief injury timeout there, Cody, changed the way that dunk felt. You know, you get a little pause to think about that if you're Denmark-Olar. And now you know you can do it, you know, when things weren't going entirely as planned. You get that spark from your star player. Maybe shows you that there's some light at the end of the tunnel. Do you think that fires up Denmark-Olar to erase this 11-point deficit?
Oh, absolutely, Joey.
Roseman to 3, short.
That'll also help fuel the fire.
I was going to say, Denmark-Olar can really parlay this into some momentum. Sanders will inbound.
Just feels like the Vikings, Joey, are just about ready to get on a run of their own after the Tigers opened up this second half on fire. Feels like Zach Davis and company ready to take one right at Urbana.
He's walking it up the floor with some composure, guarded by Cobb. And you can tell he's confident. But the Vikings do need to string some scores together. One dunk is not going to be enough right now. Pass to Davis, intercepted by Cobb. Cobb gets out, runs it, and is blocked. Down low, Jaquari Williams steps up and swats it away.
Yeah, again, we talked about the size difference between these two teams in the open, and right now the paint just not an option for the Tigers.
Kapongo will inbound. Looks for Morris. Morris had to come to that pass, but Brouchard Young reached in and has called for the foul, wrapped his arms around Morris.
Yeah, pretty routine call that time, Joey. There's no problem with playing close to the man like that, but you can't go over the top of his shoulders to try and reach for the ball, and that was the case that time. But this has been a problem for the Tigers so far today. The inbound, never a sure thing.
Young out, Davis in for the Vikings. Inbound goes to Cobb, well contested by Profit. To the corner, and Kapongo. Kapongo's been big in the third quarter. Cobb has been big for the Tigers for the whole game. Puts it on the floor. And it will go towards the Tigers.
Yeah, kick ball. We'll go back to the Vikings now, Joey.
It's Verdell Jones, 6th season at the helm of the Urbana Tigers, beginning on Tuesday night. Second game of the 2021-22 season. Feed to the corner. Now back up top to Zachary Davis. Davis finds the basket, or I was going to say follows his shot and finds the basket, and that's how you do it. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, and that takes him up to 21 on the night. Again, when you're shooting the ball, you're usually the first one to know if you missed or not, judging by how it comes out of your hand, and able to follow his own miss for the putback too.
Pongo slows it down, under a minute left, third quarter. 9-point game. You've got the feeling that this game could swing in a big way in either direction next couple of points. Tigers can start some work towards running away with it. Vikings could get back into the game with a couple of defensive stands. Mr. Montre Young. Looks like the Tigers, Cody, are going to run this one out.
Yeah, I like this decision, Joey. Again, you can't go 2 for 1 because there's no shot clock, right? So if you put up a shot, there's any time left, automatically they're going to run down the floor and have the last say of things. So if you have the opportunity here, I would 100% hold on to this for the last possession.
Young, with 10 seconds, gets it in motion. Splits the lane, looks for Morris. Morris lost it off his foot. And now with 6 seconds and change, the Vikings will get one more chance after all.
This will be a big 6.5 seconds coming up here.
Big possession to end the third quarter. Not a lot of time to tell the tale. Let's see what the Vikings do. Football pass over everybody's head. Out of bounds, last touched by Sanders. Now it flips back to the Tigers.
And if I'm the Tigers, Joe, you got to catch this ball and get downhill in a hurry. If there's a kick-out option, take it. But you've got probably time for 3 to 4 dribbles, then you got to get a shot up.
Basket would make it double digits entering the fourth. That can be a big mental block to overcome. Pass and a foul on the inbound. Kevonte Davis must have reached across the baseline towards Morris.
Yeah, you can't reach across that plane, Joey, on the inbound line, and officials will have a quick conference on. Yeah, and that will be the case, Joey. It looks like he crossed that plane.
Hercules Davis can't believe it.
So if I'm not mistaken, Joey, that should be a technical.
That's what I was thinking too. We saw the official flash the X. Maybe he's a Cowboys fan. That was Des Bryant's signature celebration.
Oh, good golly.
Cowboys with a tough loss to the Raiders earlier. And Malcolm Morris or not Malcolm Morris, but rather Jermontre Young drops in the 3.
Yeah, now he's up to 20 points, so he could be up there with Mr. Davis as well with 21 if he puts this one in.
2 fall for Young, and the Tigers, after all this gets sorted out, will have another chance to inbound. Just under 6 seconds left. A crazy end to the third quarter. Tigers ahead by 11. 3 would put them up by nearly 15. Cobb to trigger. Looking, finding Young. Young with 5, 4, 3. Goes to Cobb in the corner, and he
stepped out of bounds.
Yep, looks that way. I think one official said he stepped out. The other said foul. They will say he stepped out. So now Denmark-Olar can throw up a prayer. Goes in at the horn. A pass is how the third quarter ends. Jaquari Williams threw something up, but not in time. And the Tigers up 11, entering the final frame. Cody will get all that unpacked in just a moment, but first a word for some of our sponsors tonight, all of our sponsors tonight, I suppose. Starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. Visit UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him. On and off the court today, the KB Strong Foundation, that bears his name, does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to impact treatments and a cure for glioblastoma, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Down low and to the corner, 3 on the way to start things off, and it's a strong start to the final frame for Denmark-Olar. Big 3 for Williams.
Yeah, that's going to get him started off on the right foot that time, Joey. Great find along the baseline. Hit him right in the numbers, able to let it fly and cuts the deficit to 8.
It's back to an 8-point game, as you mentioned. And, Cody, as much as we talk about Urbana, for good reason, there's Jermontre Young with a big finish down low. Denmark-Olar, just a couple of big scores being right back in this one. Here's Williams. Williams finds Kevonte Davis to Zachary Davis, and a foul. The first foul of the half against the Tigers. Would be the case if that had been a foul, but it was a travel.
Yeah, that stumped you up a couple times today.
Yeah, a little bit. Well, especially last night. I tell you, that Joliet West game, Tinley Park game, not my best work.
Not enough fouls in that game for the next 4 games of the tournament.
That's right. Probably as many fouls in that one as we've had today combined.
But just going back, Joey, that last bucket by Young, that gives him 23 on the afternoon for the Tigers, and that leads all scorers.
21 from 21 as well. Cobb, dynamic duo for the Tigers. Foul there. Urbana will maintain. Kapongo will inbound. So still no fouls in the half for the Tigers. They're still looking at a goose egg under the FLS on the scoreboard. 5 for Denmark-Olar, and as we say 5, it's a 5-second violation on the inbound. We've seen a couple of inbound play rarities tonight. The technical foul a moment ago on, I think it was Young who reached over, and now the 5-second call.
Beautiful in-out game that time, Joey.
Viking set it up for a 3. Williams didn't have it. Knocked in a big one a moment ago, and Young sets up the Tigers offense, goes back, finds Cobb. Cobb looks for a lane, and a foul called as Cobb drove towards the basket.
I think that one's going to be on Brandon Profit. That will be the case. That's number 2 on him. He's chipped in 4 points today for the Vikings. Still trying to find a way to cut into this 10-point deficit, Joey. Cobb's been the main man right alongside Jermontre Young. Both of those guys combining for almost 50.
If you are on the floor for Denmark-Olar right now, you either have no fouls or 2 fouls. The only players on the floor with no fouls to their name, Christopher Sanders and Jaquari Williams. Cobb at the line, missed the first, misses the second. Still a 10-point game.
I'm telling you, this tournament and free throws, there's just been nothing easy about that charity stripe.
Those rims aren't kind. Here's Zachary Davis. Davis looking down low. Broussard Young turns around, travels on his way up to the basket. So 2 travel calls on that end of the floor in just a couple of possessions.
And Joey,
before the inbound, go ahead.
Yeah, and just talking about that last basket, it looks like Davis is talking to his teammate in Broussard Young, just saying, go up with the right hand. He wasn't on you. And it's that hesitations, but really killed the Vikings so far.
Under 6 minutes to play. Thanks, Charlie. Got to thank Charlie Schermerhorn before he departs. Jermontre Young knocks in a big 3. Charlie heading out for the night. A lot of help today and yesterday on the Clutch Sports Media camera. Today after a big win in that 3-point shootout. Gideon Kapunga will inbound for the Tigers. There's Hercules Davis. Back to Young, who crosses the timeline. Malcolm Morris off on the mid-range J. So we work back into our rhythm here. Here's Davis. Davis for the Vikings. A 3. Had the right line. Didn't have enough power on it. Still on the in for the Vikings. Davis moves through the paint. Up and in.
Yeah, again, as solid as a game he's had, Joey, that's the thing that killed the Vikings yesterday. Not much of a second option outside of Davis.
Jermontre Young pulls it back. Down low, Malcolm Morris swimming and knocks it through.
Nice up and under move. Joey shows the ball on that ball fake, establishes that pivot foot going up strong. Nice little touch on the hook shot.
3 on the way from Williams. No, Davis the rebound, and 2 free throws will result. And you've got to think, Cody, these might be the biggest free throws we've seen. If you can get it to 11 here, you can maybe trust the defense to come up with a stop. Get something going on offense, but you can't cut it to single digits soon. Davis hits the first.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Joey, but the thing is, even if he puts these 2 free throws in here, which is halfway through doing, they're going to need more than just 1 or 2 stops. They're going to need some stops and some scores as well to go along with it. Right now, they've had trouble taking the lid off the basket.
Here's Cobb. Cobb picked up by Ross. Cobb, an off-balance shot, doesn't fall. Sanders pushes, and a foul called on Young. There's Sanders coming out of the crowd.
Hercules Davis, head coach for Denmark-Olar, not thrilled about that call from the official. Maybe wanted not necessarily a clear path foul, but maybe thought it was a little more something to that.
Davis pulls up a deep 3. Can't connect. Rebound Ross. Ross can't put it back. Still loose. Davis, a 3rd chance effort. No. 4th chance. No. 5th chance. No. Rebound Denmark-Olar. It's loose. Urbana's going to get out of that. And a foul at the very end.
Yeah, Joey, I mean, again, we talked about the size advantage that Denmark-Olar had. You have 5 chances, but again, it's only as good as the basket that comes after it. Has just been the story of the game right now. Denmark-Olar can't buy a basket on those second chance rebounds.
It's a way to boost the rebound line of the stat sheet, but it won't do the Vikings much good because it's going to end with free throws from Cobb and the 1-and-1 bonus. Well, I got to say, even though that didn't favor the Vikings, tremendous effort down low. You can't knock the hustle. Cobb at the stripe. No. Loose. Denmark-Olar needs that rebound, and it's off the foot of Morris.
That's big time, Joey. Again, there's still about 4 minutes at 3:53 to go in this fourth quarter. Still time for the Vikings, but it's got to start here. Showing a 2-1-2 zone.
Davis goes over to Williams, now goes over to Young. Young's three off, a little bit short. Vikings have left a lot short from the perimeter, and the Tigers in no hurry to bring it up. 3.5 minutes to play, up by 12 points, pardon me. 4 threes if you want to break it down like that. Spinning is Morris, and a foul.
Yeah, and that's a tough foul to give up, Joey. It's been great. It was great defense defending that high post-up action that time from Malcolm Morris, but you can't come right back into him immediately and knock him off balance. That, of course, will be a foul every time.
So it sends Morris to the charity stripe. Morris with 6 points. He's played most of the game for the Tigers. If you're just joining us, 26 points from Jermontre Young, 21 points from Kevin Cobb, leading the way for Urbana. 24 points from the South Carolina commit Zachary Davis, paving the way for Denmark-Olar.
Yeah, that airballed free throw got Denmark-Olar chirping at Malcolm Morris.
Foul called, blocking foul against Urbana as Davis tried to take it to the rack. Davis had probably the play of the game earlier on a authoritative slam on that hoop right there on Jermontre Young earlier. Young was able to keep going and has continued to propel the Tigers to the lead. Vikings need these free throws. First one in from Davis.
That'll put him up to, I believe, 25 on the day, Joey. He's one shy away from tying the leading scorer.
Knocked it through, 26 points from Davis. The Vikings not out of it yet, but they've got to get going in a hurry. That might be a start. No, it's not. Roseman nearly lost it, gets it back. Roseman in trouble. Gets to Young. Young attacks. Loose rebound. I think Davis recovered that, but they say his foot was on the line. I think that's where it would have gone out of bounds. There's Verdell Jones. Well, there's a net and Verdell Jones. A great look at a net and a good look at Verdell Jones. There's Chris Roseman attacking. Oh, man, I got to take a minute, Cody, and thank our entire crew quick. Larry Larson behind our computer along with Gavin Russell. Technically, it's Gavin Russell behind our computer. Larry Larson, our director. Josh Schwam on our social medias. Francisco Alonso running our camera tonight. Tigers get out. Here's Roseman. Roseman attacks. Feeds down low. Kapungo adjusts. Doesn't have it. Morris flips the rebound up. Knocked out of bounds. And it'll go the way of the Vikings.
Yeah, and I think Cobb thought that the Vikings were the last team to touch that. It would have been right next to him in the corner, but instead you're right, Joey. This has got the potential to become very interesting down the stretch under 2.5 minutes to go in a 59-67 game. Cut that down to 2 possessions if they're able to get a basket here.
Timeout called by Denmark-Olar. This game's not over yet. 2.5 minutes to play. Thanks for sticking with us tonight on ClutchSportsIL.com. There's a look at the Urbana huddle. Tigers looking to close this one out. Want to take a quick moment, Cody, on a personal note. Want to give Jason Liggett a shout out. Jason has been with Urbana Public Television for 14 years, set to wrap that tenure up here in the coming days. Jason and I worked closely when I was at Urbana High School. Worked alongside Jason doing a lot of Urbana games for UPTV, football, basketball, probably the primary two. We also did a lot of baseball and softball. Jason, a tremendous mentor, friend to me over the years. Want to congratulate him on 14 great years at Urbana Public Television. That's where I got my start. Down low, and Denmark-Olar's starting to dig into this one as Zachary Davis makes it a 6-point game.
Yeah, down to 6 with 2 minutes. Change left, Joey. This game far from over. On the Tigers, I'm putting the ball in Dramontre Young's hands, letting him go to work.
Young has 26. Second now among all scorers, but leads the Tigers. He's guarded by Christopher Sanders. If the Vikings are going to get back into this one, they've got to dig in here. Tigers could probably go a long way to putting it away with a basket. And that basket could come in the form of 2 free throws from Young. If he were to knock down both, the going would get a lot harder for Denmark-Olar. On the way and in from Young. So it is a 3-possession game. 7 points, second free throw. Count it. 8-point lead for the Tigers. Davis tries to create, extends the arm, a blocking foul. He'll go to the line. Good news is, Cody, he got to the line quick. Beggars can't be choosers. Vikings probably would have preferred the and one there. Nothing they could do about it. And Davis kind of assuming that leadership role here in the late stages.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to critique, though, Joy, but definitely at the high school level, they always try and teach you, if you're going to attack that left side of the rim, go with the left hand. Now you can absorb the contact like he did, but you have a little more steady and stability and control on that shot with the left hand, and the time just doesn't fall for him.
Zachary Davis, free throw is in. 6-point game on the 1 conversion. 2 attempts at the line there from Davis. Here's Cobb. Cobb looks to Morris. Morris goes back to Rosemond. Up top, controlled by Young. 80 seconds left.
Again, no shot clock, Joey, so they can chew a good amount of this time off.
No urgency from Young. Brings it back. Settles himself. Drives in, drives out. 65 seconds left. Turnover. Here's Davis. One-on-one. Watch out. He takes a little off and lays it in. It's a 5-point game under a minute to play. Rosemond goes to Kapongo. Kapongo slows it down. Top corner goes to Young. Young nearly lost it, and he's fouled by Brandon Johnson.
Wow. What a sequence of events yet again, Joey. Under 50 seconds to go in a 5-point game. Young, I thought, was initially going to try and Euro there and go up strong, but again we see Dramontre Young down. He's been getting hit hard just about everywhere on the court. He's been down on the baseline, 3-point line, and now off to the far corner.
There's Young, pops up. Cody, I'm no doctor, but looking at him there, it didn't look like he was necessarily injured, just maybe shaken up the way this game has gone. Back out for the free throw and knocks it down. 6-point game. Still technically a 2-possession game. If you really stretch those 2 possessions into 3 points apiece, make it a 3-possession game and go a long way for the Tigers, and does just that, does Young.
And I like the idea of putting on the full court pressure. If you're going to foul, that limits a 3-point shot. And yeah, they're going to call that on the carry, Joey. That's probably a good call. Forced along the sideline. And that time just came up and under the ball and scooped it with the hand.
And nobody argues that. You see a smile on the face of Hercules Davis. Zachary Davis himself knew that was going to be called as soon as it happened. And the Tigers appear to be on their way to their first win of the season in their second game of the season. Dramontre Young will push it ahead. Clock at 35. Young bumps into Johnson, and a foul call. And now Cody kind of reaching the point where these are just the formalities.
Yeah, just putting the last bit of stats down for Mr. Young. He's had a heck of a game. Up to 30 and looking for 31 and 32.
Missed the first. Urbana bringing everyone back defensively. Got the second. Jermontre Young, 31 points, matches the efforts of Zachary Davis. This one's not over yet, but Davis, not the guy there that time for Denmark-Olar. Kapongo rises high, gets the easy two, and swatted away by Rosemond out of bounds. It'll stay with Denmark-Olar, but that might be the exclamation mark on what will be the Tigers' first win of the year.
16 even on the clock, Joey, and again, a 10-point game. You're right, it's all but over, but doesn't mean we won't see Young try and stuff the stats a little more.
Davis, selfless find down low to Tykeem Ross. 7 seconds left. Tigers just need to get it in. Goes to Jermontre Young. He's got the ball in hand. He'll finish with 31 points to lead the Tigers to a 74-66 win over the Vikings. Urbana in the win column this year, and despite a spirited effort, a really good Denmark-Olar team that was a lot of fun to watch tonight falls to 0-2. Cody Roskins, your final thoughts.
No, again, just a great effort. Again, we see a lot of volume scoring coming from Cobb and Young, both of them combining for the lion's share of the points of the Tigers, I guess you could say. And for Denmark-Olar, just again, the same story. We know Zachary Davis is as advertised, but someone's got to step up to be that second scoring option.
Just didn't have the help tonight. There are the Tigers walking off the floor a winner. They will get a picture on the floor after a big win. Well, a couple of them will. It doesn't look like that. Is that the whole team?
You should know it was your high school.
Well, I should. That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, it looked like a smile. I don't know. In any case, beside the point, a lot of smiles in that picture. And that's how this one ends. 74-66, Urbana over Denmark-Olar in the final game of the third day of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The tournament now officially past its halfway mark. Still 2 full days left. Friday and Saturday. We'll briefly get you ready for those after a quick word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you. Your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help prepare you for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. The scoreboard Baron after 4 exciting games in day 3 of the TOC. Urbana, the winner over Denmark-Olar in the nightcap. Cody, as we turn our attention towards Friday and Saturday at the TOC, a lot of high-powered matchups. We're just past the halfway mark in the tournament despite being 3 days in. A lot of ball left, a lot of big names.
Absolutely, Joey. I guess the game to watch be tomorrow. Of course, St. Rita going to get their first real test against Yorkville Christian, and that's going to be a stellar game. A lot of D1 commits in that one, and like you said, Joey, we still got 2 full days left. Unfortunately, I won't be here to be along with you for the majority of those 2 days. I've got to be back in Peoria for that one, but just a lot on the docket, and if you've enjoyed the tournament so far, we've still got a lot more.
It's going to be fun. ClutchSportsIL.com, the place to watch it all. We'll wrap it up, but first a word for our entire crew. Gavin Russell and Larry Larson behind our computer And switcher for these last 2 games. Gavin Russell's done tremendous work in Country Financial Tournament Central all week long. Some great interviews from Gavin, really stepping up to lead the team out there. Josh Schwab leading the way on our social media channels, along with Jacob Steinberg, who will be back out here tomorrow. And Francisco Alonso ran a mean camera today. We'll get him some rest, get him off his feet now. He really did a good job on that camera you've been watching on the balcony. Some great looks from Francisco today. And in the booth for Cody Roskins, I'm Joey Wright. More basketball coming at you tomorrow on ClutchSportsIL.com. For now, we'll sign off. We'll say happy Thanksgiving, and thank you for watching this presentation of Clutch Sports Media.